labor market? Or is class antagonism already present in the worker forced to become a wage earner, that is, forced to sell the only commodity he owns, his own labor power? Marx says, the capitalist relationship during the production process reveals itself only, kommt nur heraus, because it exists in itself in the act of circulation, in the different fundamental economic conditions in which buyers and sellers oppose each other, in their class relationship. It is not money that gives the relationship with its nature, rather, it is the existence of this relationship that can transform a simple function of money into a function of capital. Therefore for Marx there is no doubt that the class relationship already exists in itself, precisely, and sich, in the act of circulation. It is precisely this that reveals and brings out the capitalist relationship during the production process. The class relationship, Klassenverhältnis, therefore precedes, provokes, and produces the capitalist relationship, Kapitalverhältnis. Indeed, it is the existence of the class relationship that makes the transformation of money into capital possible. It's a pretty important point. Because Marx is generally made to say exactly the opposite, and it is in current Marxist usage to say the opposite, that is, only from the capitalist relation of production does the opposition, the antagonism of classes emerge, which is then only an antagonism of a new type compared to the old one that has always existed since human society was no longer a primitive community, so it is capital that creates classes, or rather that transforms the old classes into new but always identical, opposing agglomerations. How can we say instead, first the class relationship, then the capitalist relationship? Can we see, and in what sense can we see, the class nature of a social relationship that allows the production of capital in the act of sale, we repeat forcedly, of labor power, already accomplished? Is it therefore as sellers of labor power that wage workers constitute themselves as a class for the first time? We believe the answer can be yes. On one condition, if the concept of the working class is not fixed in a single and definitive form, without development, without history. With difficulty, slowly, and in truth without much success, the idea of an internal history of capital was acquired by Marxists, which involves the specific analysis of the various determinations that capital assumes in the course of its development. This will lead rightly at the end of historical materialism with its lame Weltgeschichte. But still far from being accepted as a work program as well as a principle of method in research is the idea of an internal history of the working class, which reconstructs the moments of its formation, the changes in its composition, the growth of its organization, according to the various subsequent determinations that labor power assumes as the productive force of capital, according to the different, recurring and ever new experiences of struggle that the working mass chooses as the sole antagonist of capitalist society. The sale of labor power therefore offers the first elementary stage, the simplest one, of a class composition of wage workers. For this reason a social mass forced to sell labor power is also the general form of the working class. In Marx's sense, when he says that there is capital in money as soon as, at least at one point, the transformation of money into capital has already taken place, when he says that the cycle of money capital, the first stage in the overall circulation of capital, is also a general form of the cycle of industrial capital, since however the capitalist mode of production is presupposed, when he says that cooperation, the first elementary method of production of relative surplus value, is also the fundamental form of capitalist production, although its simple figure presents itself as a particular form alongside other more advanced forms, which on the other hand are already presupposed in that simplest figure. The sale of labor power presupposes that labor power exists as a commodity and as a particular commodity. These are three conditions which, alone, found the capitalist mode of production. Moreover, an act of sale of this nature is free and necessary at the same time, free, because the owner of the goods is not legally forced to sell them, necessary, because in fact he cannot not sell it, under penalty of the extinction of his species. We have seen, the sale of labor power already means the free provision of surplus labor and therefore the production of surplus value and therefore reproduction of the capital relationship. The main secret of capitalist production therefore lies not in the generically human labor force, but in the specific labor force of the wage worker, that is, in its reduction to a very particular commodity, not therefore in labor power itself, but in the exchange of labor power money, that is, in the transfer of the unique productive force of capital into ownership by those who already possess money. But then the productive force of capital exists before and independently of the conditions of production that make it function as such, before and independently of money as possessor of means of labor and work material. It is the encounter with money, it is the equalization with means of labor and labor material, in a word it is the reduction of labor power itself to the condition of production, which incorporates it into capital, makes it a part of it, his living appendage. The historical transition, on the worker's side, sees first the seller of labor power, then the individual productive force, then the social productive force. In the individual workforce, in its character as a particular commodity, there is already the capacity to produce capital. But only in capital, in its need to be a social relationship of production, is there the ability to socialize labor power. The workforce has no possibility of autonomous socialization, regardless of the needs of capital. For this reason, once again, the social productive force of labor presents itself as the productive force of capital. It is precisely at the moment in which the social workforce enters into production and transforms the collective labor process into a social process of valorization, at the moment in which it actually coincides with the social mass of producers and therefore comes to touch the natural boundaries of working class, precisely at this moment it appears as nothing more than an internal part of capital, even in the antediluvian form of individual capital. The process of socialization of the workforce within capitalist production neither opens nor closes the process of historical formation of the working class. It is an essential intermediate moment of development in the organization of class antagonism, which can be better used in practice, depending on the balance of forces, either by the capitalists or by the workers. When the unpaid productive force of the social worker is added to the unpaid work of the individual worker, a real socialization of capitalist exploitation is taking place, exploitation no longer of the worker, but of the working class, a real act of birth, in turn, of a capitalist society, a leap in the history of capital, which in the long term will lead it to overturn the relationships with its society, to begin a reverse process of socialization of capital, up to its highest forms of social capital. Exploitation no longer of the worker but of the working class, means that the working class already exists. The transition in the history of capital to capitalist society means that a class of capitalists is necessary. The process of socialization of exploitation through capitalist production, which seems to mark the birth of the working class, actually marks the birth of the opposite class, that is, the constitution of the opposite interest, that of individual capitalists, as a class. Only by incorporating the social productive force of labor into each individual capital was it possible to make each individual capitalist the conscious member of a social class of capitalists. But the social productive force of labor, the particular commodity labor power, was already, in its simple and general form, the working class. Only by incorporating the working class into capital, only by making the working class a part of capital, the living, mobile, variable part, only in this way was it possible to make not the other part of capital, the dead, immobile, constant part, but all capital is a class opposed to that of the workers. The process of historical formation of a capitalist class follows, copies, repeats the similar process of formation of the working class. This fact is still scandalous, but it is already banal. However, it is not everything and it is not the fundamental thing. It is a principle of method that must overturn the search for perspective and guide the new strategy from above and from afar. The fundamental thing is the other one, because it affects the daily tactics of the class struggle, that is, from the beginning, from the first forms of this struggle, the workers as a class find themselves inside capital and must fight it from within, while the capitalist class is only opposed to the workers and can attack them and block from the outside. This, which has been the greatest weakness of the working class, must become the greatest sign of its strength. The workers already enter the capitalist's factory as a class, only in this way can their social productive force be exploited. Forced, not by legal laws but by economic laws, to sell labor power, that is, to sell themselves as commodities on the market, they find themselves already individually united against the capitalist even before they begin to produce capital. On the other hand, the worker as an instrument of production can only function in association with other workers. The productive worker is a social workforce. Workers like goods always come forward in the plural, the single worker does not exist. It is enough to remember the historical concept from which capitalist production begins: a considerable number of workers, at the same time, in the same place, for the production of the same kind of goods, under the command of the same capitalist. Social labor power, the particular commodity labor force, begins to produce capital, already as a working class. The social productive force of labor becomes the social productive force of capital, as the working class. The workers enter the capital, they are reduced to a part of the capital, as the working class. Capital now has its enemy within itself. We prefer to interpret the meaning of that obscure phrase by Marx in this way: the true limit of capitalist production is capital itself. A production necessity becomes a threat to the system. Capitalists respond by laboriously attempting to combine their disparate individual interests into the single social interest of an antagonistic class. 3. Criticism of ideology. But we've gone too far. These are Marx's problems, in the advanced maturity of his thought. We must resume the journey to reach these conclusions. The journey is important, because it liquidates old problems and poses new ones. For example, let's look at Marx grappling with the critique of ideology. We will say somewhat arbitrarily, criticism of communism and criticism of socialism. This is of course pre-Marxist communism and socialism. But anyone can see that, after Marx, these ideologies have not changed much. The 1944 manuscript on private property and communism certainly contains a criticism of private property from the point of view of communism, but it also contains, at the same time, a criticism of communism from the point of view of private property. This last thing was not exactly noted. On the one hand, says Marx, there is work, the subjective essence of private property, as the exclusion of property; on the other side there is capital, objective work, as the exclusion of work. Together they make private property as a developed relationship of contradiction and therefore an energetic relationship, a reason for resolution. At first private property is only considered in its objective side, but nevertheless with work as its subjective essence, its form of existence is therefore the capital which als solkes, as such, is to be suppressed. This is Proudhon. Or, a particular way of work, let's say agricultural work, leveled, parceled, unfree, is considered as the cause of the harmful character of private property and of its existence alien to man, and this is Fourier. Instead, industrial work is considered essential, which should lead to the exclusive predominance of industrialists and the improvement of the condition of workers, and with this we have Saint-Simon. Finally comes communism. It is the positive expression of suppressed private property. It is first and foremost general private property, das allgemeine Privateigentum. Inasmuch as it embraces the relationship of private property in its generality, it is, in its first form, only a generalization, Verallgemeinerung, and perfection, Vollendung, of the same property. The dominion of ownership of things appears at this point to be so great that it is intended to annul everything that cannot be possessed by everyone in private property. The worker's performance is not suppressed but extended to all men. The relationship of private property remains the relationship of the community to the world of things. The community is only the community of work and equality of wages that community capital pays, das Gemeinschaft like Kapital, the community as general capitalist, die Gemeinschaft als der allgemeine Kapitalist. Both terms of the relationship are elevated to an imagined universality, work, as everyone's destination, capital as the recognized universality and power of the community. This first positive suppression of private property, this crude communism, is thus only a manifestation of the vileness of private property which intends to present itself as a positive community. In historical figures opposed to private property, it seeks historical proof for itself, proof in the existent, detaching individual moments from the movement and fixing them as proof of its own historical fullness, with which it makes clear that the incomparably greater part of this movement contradicts his claims and that, if communism ever existed once, precisely its past existence, sen vergognes sen, refutes its claim to essence, die pretension de wessence. It is no coincidence that communism begins immediately with atheism, see Owen. It is true that the philanthropy of atheism is at first only an abstract philosophical philanthropy, while that of communism is immediately real and immediately tends towards action. But between atheism and communism the affinity remains substantial, in method and content. Atheism, in that it wants to affirm the essentiality of nature and man, is the denial of God and establishes the existence of man through this denial. Already socialism as such no longer needs this mediation, it starts from the theoretical and practical sensitive conscience of man and nature as the essential. It is man's positive self-consciousness, no longer mediated by the suppression of religion, just as real life is the positive reality of man, no longer mediated by the suppression of private property, by communism. Instead, communism is the position as the negation of the negation, and therefore the real moment, and necessary for the next historical development, of human emancipation and restoration, Wiedergewinnung. Communism is the necessary form and energetic principle of the near future, but it is not as such the end of human evolution, the form of human society. Here Marx seems to place communism in a subordinate position to socialism. He practically equates communism with atheism, position as negation of the negation, rather than immediate positive affirmation. Communism is reduced to a means, to an instrument, to a real and necessary moment to reach socialism, communism, in short, as a denial of the present, as an instrument of struggle against the present, not yet as an affirmation of the future state, communism as a transition phase within capitalism. It is not a paradox, if you consider that just a few years later Marx himself reduced communism to a communist party, contrasting the fairy tale of the specter of communism, with a party manifesto. Moreover, already in the German ideology he had spoken thus: for us, communism is not a state of affairs that must be established, an ideal to which reality must conform. We call communism the real movement that abolishes, aufhet, the present state of things. But it is not a paradox even if we think about the development of the objective structures of capitalist society, which sees in community capital, in the community as a general capitalist and as a generalization of wage labor, a highly developed form of socialized existence of capital. In critical utopian communism, the childhood of the working class expressed, according to Marx, in a rather unfortunate way, its principles of 89. To establish their power, to build their society, the first shapeless masses of proletarians feel they need real equality. It is this that makes the thought of the first capital discover the essential need for formal equality for capitalist production. It is not true that communist social egalitarianism is an illicit extension of bourgeois political egalitarianism. The opposite is true. The latter is the first concrete historical realization of the eternal leveling ideas linked to the eternally miserable strata of the hard-working population. Precisely in the manifesto, Marx says of the communists and utopian socialists, the proletariat exists for them only under the aspect of the class that suffers most of all. Thus they do not find the material conditions for his emancipation. And instead of the gradual organization of the proletariat as a class, they propose an organization of society devised from scratch. They want to improve the conditions of existence of all members of society, therefore they continually appeal to the whole of society without distinction. Indeed, they preferably address the ruling class. They therefore reject any political action, and especially any revolutionary action, they want to achieve their goal by peaceful means, and they try, with small and naturally vain experiments, to pave the way for the new social gospel with the power of example. Everyone knows that this critical utopian form of early communism, pioneered by Marx, did not then dissolve, but grew and developed until it became dominant precisely in the so-called Marxist current of the workers' movement. And since this is what the objective of socialism was posed in more practical terms, the following curious but logical conclusion resulted: critical utopian communism as the ideology of practical socialism. Thus the scientific point of view of the working class, Marx's analyses of capitalist society, have everywhere been replaced by an impressive return to ideology. And the entire organized workers' movement lives a pre-Marxist existence. The historically recent clash between Marxism and communism, between science and ideology, between theory and propaganda, which found in Lenin the greatest representative of the workers' point of view, then ended, for very specific material reasons, with the opportunist synthesis of an ideological science, of a propaganda theory. To the point that the working class, which had criticized the ideologies of capital with Marx, is today forced to criticize its own ideology with Marx. We do not yet know whether this criticism will affect only part, or all of Marx's work itself. We already know, however, that as a scientific self-criticism of the working class it will coincide with the historical experience of a concrete revolutionary process. Reducing communism to a party again still seems to be the real starting point. Conceiving it again as a simple instrument of struggle within capital still seems like the provisional solution imposed by practice. Never, ever see it instead as a term in the evolution of the organization, as the form of the Workers' Party. The only page that remains of Marx's draft for the manifesto seems to have been written for today's reformists rather than for yesterday's capitalists. It concludes thus: communists do not formulate any new theory of property. They express a fact. You deny even the most obvious facts, you must deny them. You are backward-looking utopians. Manifesto of the Communist Party, trans by Emma Kentimori Mezzomonti, Turin 1948, p. 285, see also in Werke, 4, p. 610. The rejection of the concept of value of work is the starting point for the Marxian criticism of socialism. In 1847, in Poverty of Philosophy, this criticism was already a fait accompli for Marx. Proudhon's fundamental error is to confuse the quantity of labor and the value of labor as if they were an identical measure for the value of commodities. If this were the case, the relative value of any commodity could be measured indifferently by the quantity of labor contained in the commodity, by the quantity of labor it can purchase, or by the quantity of labor that can purchase it. But this is not the case. The value of labor cannot serve as a measure of value, just as the value of any other commodity cannot. A relative value cannot be determined from a relative value which, in turn, needs to be determined. At the basis of this error there is once again the logical conflict between Adam Smith's two concepts of value, embodied labor and commanded labor, which are no longer juxtaposed, but actually identified. Ricardo, who had already revealed this error, is reinterpreted through Smith. In this Smithian way egalitarian consequences are drawn from the Ricardian theory of value. Mr. Proudhon, says Marx, seeks a measure of the relative value of commodities in order to find the right proportion according to which the workers should participate in the products, or, in other words, to determine the relative value of labor. To achieve this, he finds nothing better than to give the sum of the products created by it as the equivalent of a certain quantity of work. The wage thus becomes the true value of work, which means returning to the assumption that the whole of society consists only of immediate workers who receive their product as wages. Taking the equality of wages as a given, already completely determined, it is a question of seeking the measure of the relative value of goods to find the equal remuneration of workers. This is the egalitarian application of Ricardian theory that, before Proudhon, almost all English socialists proposed at different times. For example, Marx quotes the communist Mr. Bray, from his Labor's Wrongs and Labor's Remedy of 1839, there are only two things that men can exchange with each other, labor and the product of labor. If exchanges were operated according to a just system of exchanges, the value of all items would be determined by the entire cost of production, and equal values would always be exchanged for equal values. Thus we would arrive at a large joint stock company, composed of an infinite number of smaller joint stock companies, all of which work, produce and exchange their products on the level of the most perfect equality. Our new system of joint stock companies, which is nothing other than a concession made to current society to achieve communism, established in such a way as to make the individual ownership of products coexist with the common ownership of the productive forces, makes the fate depend on of each individual from his own activity and grants him an equal share in all the advantages provided by nature and the progress of technology. Therefore, Marx comments, at root there is not an exchange of products, but an exchange of the labor that contributes to production. An hour of work is exchanged for an hour of work. This is the fundamental axiom from which we start. But the insignificant detail, for the socialism of the communist Mr. Bray, regarding the manner of this exchange remains to be established. The mode of exchange of productive forces determines the mode of exchange of products, from the moment we begin to individually exchange social labor. Individual exchange therefore already corresponds to a specific system of associated production. And this, we have seen, is nothing other than the product of the antagonism between two classes. On this basis, individual exchange cannot therefore exist without class struggle. All honest bourgeois consciences refuse to accept this evidence. Mr. Bray makes the illusion of the honest bourgeois the ideal that he would like to realize. By purifying individual exchange, ridding it of all the antagonistic elements that he finds in it, he believes he will find an egalitarian relationship that he would like to introduce into society. Mr. Bray does not see that this egalitarian relationship, this corrective ideal which he would like applied to the world, is itself the reflection of the present world, and that consequently it is quite impossible to reconstitute society on a basis which is only the refined shadow of he. As the shadow takes shape again, we realize that this body, far from being the dreamed transfiguration of society, is its current body. The concept of value of work, the equality between value and work, that is, the value of work as a measure of value, will remain common to every socialist criticism of capitalism that wants to ignore the class relationship. The maximum program of struggle that can be drawn from these premises is that of a fair price for labor to be paid to the wage worker, and that of a reform of society that transforms all men into immediate workers, who exchange quantities of labor equal. This is why the Lassallean formula of the integral fruit of labor, despite the criticism of the Gotha program, has made such progress in the workers' movement. Before 1948, however, the great opposite thesis was already clear in Marx: work has no price, for the simple fact that it has no value. Such a thing as the value of work, in the ordinary sense of the word, does not exist, therefore the price of something that has no value cannot exist. If the value of a commodity is given by the quantity of necessary labor contained in it, what will be the value of a day's work? The amount of work in a day. But to say that the value of a day's work is given by the quantity of work contained in a day's work is a simple tautology. Value of work does not mean measuring value with working time, with the quantity of work, but measuring value with value and work with work. This is where the relationship between antagonistic classes is lost. Because here the individual exchange is reduced to the exchange of work for work and therefore to the exchange of equal values. Then there remains no other fundamental social demand than the equality of wages, that request, on the basis of the wage system, for equal, or even just fair, pay, which, Marx said, is like requesting freedom on the basis of the slavery system. The dream of the honest capitalist has always been to see socialism as the realization of the ideas of capital. Socialists, before and after Marx, have always attempted to give practical life to this chimera. Consequence, the realization of socialism as the last phase of capitalism, A capitalist society made up of workers only, a society under the real power of capital, but without a formal class of capitalists, with capitalism in the relation of production and socialism in the mode of exchange and distribution, work against work, but for the production of capital, and in capital the expanded reproduction of class domination over workers. When the individual capitalist no longer exists within capital, the capitalist class is truly perfect. When the capitalist can no longer be distinguished from capital, the class dictatorship over the workers is complete. It has, on this point, no internal contradictions. The working class no longer finds its adversaries. The workers, as a class, remain alone, without the possibility of struggle. But a class, alone, does not exist. There is no class without struggle against the other class. The workers' mediation of capitalist power, a true workers' power of capital, thus remains the only way for the only socialism that has existed so far, the socialism of capital, a system of exploitation, made up of only the exploited without exploiters, the dream realized for the honest conscience of the bourgeois socialist. In fact, Marx already said that this reaches its most exact expression when it can get lost in a rhetorical figure. Free trade. In the interests of the working class, protective duties. In the interests of the working class, cell prison. In the interest of the working class, the slogans of bourgeois socialism have changed in form since the time of the manifesto, but the method is always the same. And it will always remain the same as long as in the organization of the workers' struggle we start not from what is most necessary, but from what seems most right. Addressing the workers' representatives in the General Council of the International, Marx recommended, "What you consider to be fair or just has nothing to do with it." The question that arises is the following: what is necessary and inevitable within a given production system? For cursed be June. But here comes, even for Marx, awaited and feared, foreseen but not prepared, the lightning bolt of 48. Europe is jolted awake from its bourgeois drowsiness. The proletariat, by imposing the republic on the provisional government and, through the provisional government, on the whole of France, suddenly occupied the center of the scene as an independent party. Class struggles in France from 1848 to 1850. Of course, the proletarians did not thus conquer their own revolutionary emancipation, they conquered the terrain of the struggle for this emancipation. They had carried out the February Revolution together with the bourgeoisie, they now sought to assert their own interests alongside the bourgeoisie, and not against it. A class in which the revolutionary interests of society are concentrated, as soon as it rises up, immediately finds in its own situation the content and material of its own revolutionary activity, overthrowing its enemies, taking measures imposed by the very needs of the struggle. The consequences of her own actions drive her forward. It does not initiate theoretical investigations into its tasks. The French working class was not at this height, it was still incapable of making its own revolution. The struggle against capital in its modern form, at an already advanced level of development, the struggle of the industrial wage worker against the industrial capitalist, was still a very partial fact in France. The struggle against the secondary methods of capitalist exploitation was confused in the general uprising against the financial aristocracy. In this sense, the February Republic was truly only the bourgeois republic, conquered, however, by the proletarians with the passive help of the bourgeoisie. And the proletarians rightly considered themselves the victors of February, and made the proud claims of the victor. Their demands, however, not only did not coincide with those of the bourgeoisie, but they contradicted them. The contradiction between opposing claims opposed two sides with alternative objectives, not only on the political level, but on the social level. On one side, only the Parisian proletariat, on the other, all the fractions of the bourgeoisie, and all classes of French society, now together welcomed into the circle of republican power. A dispute of this kind could only be resolved with weapons in hand. These proletarians had to be beaten in the streets, they had to be shown that they were defeated as soon as they fought not with the bourgeoisie, but against the bourgeoisie. They responded on June 22 with the terrible insurrection, in which the first great battle was fought between the two classes into which modern society is divided. Long lines of men and women run through the city, repeating, "Bread or lead. Lead or work." On the morning of the 23rd the barricades were formed. Der Proletarisk Low, as Marx will say a few days later. The proletarian lion is standing. The dark, threatening brow of the armed proletariat rises onto the limelight of history. See the article Die Juni Revolution, in Werke, 5, pages 133 to 37. The proletariat had been forced into insurrection. And in this his condemnation was already contained. On the workers' side, in the class struggle, only an attack strategy can ensure victory. The defeat then convinced him of a definitive truth, that the most insignificant improvement in his condition is a utopia within the bourgeois republic, a utopia that becomes a crime as soon as it wants to be implemented. After June, after the defeat of June, there will no longer be room in the political class struggle of the proletariat for its demands, to be wrested as concessions from the adversary. For the future, the bold word of revolutionary struggle will take over, overthrow of the bourgeoisie. Dictatorship of the working class. The bourgeoisie, advancing in development, will respond with its own program, domination of capital, slavery of labor. But he will now continually find himself faced with the proletarian enemy, irreconcilable, invincible, invincible because his existence is a condition of the existence of the bourgeoisie. The proletarian defeat of June thus created for the first time the conditions within which the initiative for a workers' revolution could take shape. Its historical significance is all here. On February 25, 1848 he had given France the Republic, on June 25 he imposed the revolution on her. And after June revolution meant, overthrow of bourgeois society, while before February it meant, overthrow of the form of the state. 48 thus revealed before Marx's eyes a classic revolutionary movement of the working class, or, and this is not the same thing, Marx, based on the previous development of his point of view, found himself ready to see 48 in Paris a movement of this kind. Engels says in his memoir of Marx in the Neue Rheinische, the insurrection of the Paris workers in June 1848 found us in our place. From the first rifle shot we took up positions without reservation for the insurgents. After the defeat Marx celebrated the defeated with one of his most powerful articles. Chance, or the prediction of events, meant that he found himself in possession at that moment of a public instrument of political judgment. The first issue of the Neue Rheinische was published on June 1, 1848, see the articles in Werke, 5 and 6, Berlin 1959 and 1961. And it is on the pages of this newspaper that the practical, immediately political origin of what will be called Marx's historical works must be sought, Class Struggles in France, the 18th Brumaire, etc., later published elsewhere. And if a historian reads these works as a historian, it will be too easy for him to find elementary grammatical errors. But there is no revolutionary worker leader who does not have to periodically return to this political source, every time he has to decide, in practice, a mode of conduct in the class struggle. The experience of managing the newspaper, between 48 and 49, is a fundamental passage in Marx's discourse on work and capital. We realize this immediately afterwards, precisely from the form of the historical works. In these politically crude, violent, sectarian, unilateral writings, not justified by the facts, but clear in that prediction of future developments that only class hatred can give, in these writings we see for the first time the abstract concept overlap and join together. Of work and the concrete reality of the worker. The synthesis is that of an idea of the proletariat already fully defined, and not just intuited with the force of genius, as was the case in previous works. A concept of the proletariat which does not yet contain all the characteristics of what will be the working class. We like to see the same historical succession and the same logical difference between the proletarian and the worker that we have already found between the seller of labor power and the producer of surplus value. The proletarian is the simple, elementary political figure and therefore the most general class form of the industrial worker, the industrial wage earner. The particular character of the commodity labor power presents itself, after June 1948, in its being, on the political terrain, proletariat. It is not only proletariat against the bourgeoisie, but against the entire bourgeois society, and not only in the form of a democratic opposition, but in the organization of a violent alternative of power, a class in arms against the entire society, as if it were just another class. From this moment the discussion on work and labor power, on value and capital, definitively fits into the political analysis of the workers' movements, with that search for the laws of movement of the working class in its permanent struggle against capital, which, alone, can decide the practical solution of every theoretical problem. From this moment on, no one who refers to Marx's workers' point of view can any longer divide these levels between them. To be convinced of this, it is enough to follow Marx again, the process through which labor power increasingly becomes embedded in the working class, as the development of capital advances. 5. The particularity of the commodity labor power when it comes to tightening the process of transforming money into capital. Marx stops and says, we must consider more closely that peculiar commodity which is labor power. In the decisive paragraph on the buying and selling of labor power, which concludes the second section of the first book of Capital, we find, not surprisingly, Ricardo and Hegel in the footnote. Marx says that the change in the value of money, and therefore its transformation into capital, cannot occur in money itself, it must occur in the goods, and not in value, but in use value and therefore in the consumption of a commodity that is exchanged for money. Ricardo had already said on this point, in the form of money, capital does not produce profit. Marx says that the sale of the commodity labor power cannot take place en bloc and once and for all, it must always and only happen for a specific time. The owner of this commodity grants transitory consumption of it but not ownership over it, otherwise he would act as a free man, a slave. Hegel had already said, of my particular physical and intellectual abilities, and of my particular possibilities of activity I can alienate to another a limited use in time, since they, after this limitation, retain an external relationship with my totality and universality. With the alienation of all my concrete time by virtue of work and the totality of my production, I would make the property of another what is substantial in them, my universal activity and reality, my personality. Philosophy of Law, par 67. Money is not capital, nor does it become capital, it must transform itself into capital. If this transformation occurs in the commodity, in the process of consuming a commodity, the use value of this commodity must possess a particular quality, that of being a source of value. Its real consumption must itself be the objectification of work, and therefore the creation of value. There is already a specific commodity of this type on the market, it is work capacity, labor power. By workforce, Arbeitskraft, or work capacity, Arbeitsvermögen, we mean the set of physical and intellectual aptitudes that exist in corporeality, that is, in the living personality of a man, and which he puts into motion every time he produces values of use of any kind. Capital, Chapter 4. The presence of labor power on the market presupposes the existence of the seller of the labor force commodity. The seller assumes the owner. And the owner who sells presupposes free ownership of the goods. Freedom, which is also very particular, freedom to sell a single commodity, the impossibility of not selling it, a freely accepted constraint, the freedom that establishes capital. In this sense alone, it can rightly be said that the first condition, from which all the other conditions that make the transformation of money into capital possible, is the existence of the historically determined figure of the free worker. Free in the double sense that he disposes of his own labor power as his own commodity, in his capacity as a free person, and that, on the other hand, he has no other goods to sell, that he is free and exempt, los und ledig, free to all things necessary for the realization of his work force. If labor power is a commodity, it has a value like all other commodities. For the same reason that we could not speak of the value of work, we can instead speak of the value of labor power. Work is not a commodity, it is only the use value of a commodity, and in particular of the commodity labor power. And a use value does not have value as such, but only as exchange value. Labor power, as a commodity, has an exchange value and a use value. Its exchange value has nothing particular, like that of any other commodity, it is determined by the working time necessary for its production, which then results in the production of the means of subsistence necessary for the conservation and therefore for the reproduction of the owner of the workforce. The particularity of the commodity form of labor power is hidden in its use value. Meanwhile, and while remaining in the sphere of circulation, we see the peculiar nature of this specific commodity expressed in the fact that, when the contract between buyer and seller is concluded, its use value has not yet actually passed into the hands of the buyer. The value of this commodity, like that of any other, is already determined when it enters circulation, but its use value, unlike the use value of other commodities, is not already objectively contained in its existence, but only comes later, as the subjective expression of a possibility, a capacity, a potential. Sale of labor power, and therefore its being an exchange value, and consumption of labor power, and therefore its being a use value, are facts detached in time. In this case, as in other similar cases, money functions as a means of payment. And the goods are paid for not when they are sold, but when they have been consumed. In all countries where the capitalist mode of production dominates, labor power is paid only after it has already worked during the fixed period established in the contract. Therefore the worker everywhere advances the use value of the force to the capitalist. Work, he lets the buyer consume it before the price has been paid, therefore the worker gives creditiert, to the capitalist everywhere. But this is, so to speak, a reflected peculiarity of the use value of labor power. To understand it well, it is necessary to bring it back to its original particularity, and this appears only in the depths of the production process, and in that specific part of it which is a true valorization process, a process of production of surplus value and therefore of capital. The concept of surplus value in Marx has always been traced back to the classical theory of value, instead it must be correctly traced back to the Marxian concept of labor power, when it meets the concept of productive work. Only this makes possible the independent treatment of surplus value, in its general form, before and regardless of its particular forms, such as profit, interest, rent, etc., which is precisely the other fundamental discovery of capital. The use of labor power, says Marx, is work itself. To consume labor power, whoever bought it must make whoever sold it work. This consumption process is at the same time a process of production of goods and surplus value. It is within this process that the seller of labor power becomes in action what previously was only potentially, he becomes labor force in action, he transforms himself into a worker. The value of the labor power will then be equally paid in the form of wages, the worker becomes a wage worker. But in the salary it is only paid later, what had already been negotiated before. The form of salary does not add any specification to the figure of the worker that is not already contained in the figure of the seller of labor power. In the consumption of labor power, in work, the concrete act of production is added, under certain conditions, in the process of valorization. It is at this point that the specific use value of the labor power commodity comes out, its very special nature, its historical particularity, which is not that of being a source of value, because this is the particularity of the exchange value of workforce, but it is that of being a source of greater value than it itself has. In the commodity labor power, value and valorization do not coincide. Not only that, labor power is the only commodity which, in its consumption process, produces a greater valorization of its value, produces surplus value, produces capital. Labor power is therefore not only potential labor, it is also potential capital. The use of labor power is not only work, it is also surplus labor, and not just the production of value, it is also the production of surplus value. The use of labor power is therefore not only labor, it is also capital. But the use of labor power cannot be separated from the overall figure of the worker, who has now become a producer. Just as in the act of buying and selling labor power the relationship between two antagonistic classes is already contained, which establishes the entire subsequent true history of capital, so in the process of consumption of labor power, at the moment of production, it is already prepared the entire ground for the direct struggle between the two classes, which will determine, one after the other, the birth, development and collapse of capitalist society. In fact, it is in this way that the process of capital production must first of all be considered from the worker's point of view, as a natural site for the expression of one's antagonism, as a specific terrain of class struggle. Labor power, we have seen, is introduced, must be introduced, into the production process, already as a class and as an antagonistic class. Only as a social productive force can it not only produce capital, but belong to capital, become an internal part of it. The capitalist production process thus presents itself as a process of capitalist appropriation of workers' labor power, which is no longer a simple purchase of that commodity, but the reduction of its particular nature under one's own domination. It is no longer an act of individual exchange, but a process of social violence, not just exploitation, but control over exploitation. The consumption of the commodity labor power in production, the productive use of the worker by the capitalist, thus must become, the capitalist use of the working class. It is within this process that we must historically discover the birth of a capitalist class. The capitalist use of workers as a class is not possible without the capitalists themselves constituting themselves as a class. The model can only be that of the only class already constituted at that point, the class of workers. The whole history of workers' class movements begins here. But the transition, logical and historical at the same time, from the proletariat selling labor power to the working class producing surplus value marks the beginning of that working history of capital, which is the actual history of capitalist society, as well as the only materialist conception of history that can still be accepted on the Marxist side. We will return to this. We are now interested in concluding the point left open in this way. The particular character of the labor power commodity is that of being, potentially, working class. This particular use value is the workers in general, this race, says Marx, of peculiar owners of commodities. The realized value of labor power, in the form of wages, is again capital, part of it, variable capital. The worker specificity of this commodity cannot be here. Proof of this is the fact that capital does not arise from here. Not in the value, but in the use value lies the whole particularity of the commodity labor power. It is its use value that produces surplus value, because the use of labor power, work, contains, presupposes, surplus labor, and not surplus labor in general, but surplus labor of the worker, like work, the use of labor power, and the worker's work, concrete explication, concretization of abstract labor in turn already reduced to a commodity, which realizes its value in wages. Therefore the point at which abstract labor is reversed into the concrete figure of the worker is the process of consumption of labor power. It is the moment in which this becomes actual what was previously potential. It is the point, if so can say, of the realization of the use value of labor power. What was already a simple, elementary, and general class relationship at the time of the sale now definitively acquires its specific character, its complexity and totality. The particularity of labor power as a commodity compared to other commodities therefore coincides with the specifically working class character that the capital production process assumes, and, within this, with the materialization of a worker's initiative in the class relationship, which brings to a leap in the development of the working class and the subsequent birth of a capitalist class. In Marx's first exposition of the transformation of money into capital, that of the Urtext of For the Critique of Political Economy, of 1858, all this is already exposed definitively. As a result of simple circulation, capital exists first of all in the simple form of money. Its existence in money is rather only its existence as adequate exchange value, which can be converted indifferently into any kind of commodity. It is exchange value made autonomous. And autonomization consists in this, that the exchange value remains firm in itself as exchange value, be it in the form of money or in the form of a commodity, and turns into a commodity only to enhance itself. Money is a simple form of existence of capital, as it is now objectified labor. No objective mode of existence of labor is opposed to this capital, but all present themselves as its possible mode of existence. The only antithesis to objectified work, vergenstandlicht, is non-objective work, ungegenstandlike, that is, the only antithesis to objectified work, objektivierten, is subjective work, subjective. That is, the opposition to work passed in time, but existing in space, is given by living work, existing in time. But this, as work existing in time, as non-objective work, and therefore not yet objectified, can only exist as a faculty, possibility, ability, as the working capacity of the living subject. If the only antithesis to capital, as objectified labor in itself, is given by living working capacity, then the only exchange through which money becomes capital is that which concludes the owner of money with the owner of living working power, that is, with the worker. In money, exchange value had to maintain its independence by abstracting from use value. Instead, now the exchange value, precisely in its real, non-formal existence as a use value, must be maintained as an exchange value, and not only maintain itself as exchange value in use value, but be produced from it. The real existence of use value is its real negation, its consumption, its being annihilated in consumption. The true reality of exchange value now lies no longer in abstracting from use value, but in the consumption of use value. This real negation of it, which is at the same time its realization as a use value, must therefore be seen as self-affirmation, self-manifestation of exchange value. But this is only possible insofar as the commodity is consumed by labor and its consumption itself presents itself as the objectification of labor, and therefore as the creation of value. Use value for money is now no longer an article of consumption, in which it is lost, but only the use value in which it is preserved and increased. For money as capital there is no other use value. This is precisely its relationship between exchange value and use value. The only use value, which can constitute an antithesis and a completion, Gegensatz und Ergänzung, of money as capital, is work, and work exists in labor power and labor power exists as a subject. As capital, money is related only to non-capital, nicht capital, to the negation of capital, and only in this relationship is capital. Real non-capital is labor itself. Exchange value in the form of money is contrasted with exchange value in the form of particular use value. That is, exchange value can be realized as such only because it is opposed not to this or that use value, but to the use value that concerns it. This particular use value which concerns exchange value, despite being its negation, is work. In simple circulation, the content of the use value was indifferent, it fell outside the economic relationship, here instead it is its essential moment. But precisely the specific use value of at least one of the exchanged goods leads us outside the boundaries of simple circulation. It is not the particular form of the exchange that causes this transition, because insofar as there is a relationship of equivalence, all the sacred rights of freedom and equality are respected, but the particular content of the use value of the commodity labor power, and that is again labor. Now, in circulation, and in the exchange between capital and labor, taken as a pure circulation relationship, there is no exchange between money and labor, but exchange between money and living labor power. As a use value, labor power is then realized in the activity of work itself. But the activity of labor falls outside the circulation process. It is true that the purchase of labor power is the availability of labor. But the consumption of this available labor can only be had in production. The consumption of labor power and capital production. In the commodity labor power, the great vital contradiction of capitalism between production and consumption is resolved. This is because consumption of this commodity is nothing other than productive consumption of its use value. The secret of capital therefore lies not in the value, but in the use value of labor power. It is only the specific nature of use value, which is bought with money, and that is the fact that its consumption, the consumption of labor power, is consumption producing exchange value, objectifying labor time, Vergegenstandlichkeit, i.e. production, the fact that its real existence as use value and creation of exchange value. It is precisely this specific nature of use value that makes the exchange between money and labor the specific exchange MCM, in which the exchange value itself is set as the purpose of the exchange and in which the purchased use value is immediately use value for the exchange value, that is, use value producing value, Wertsetzender Gebrauchswert. Value producing use value is work that produces surplus value. On the page following this one where the manuscript interrupts with the first Marxian exposition of the transition to capital we find the title, Productive and Unproductive Work. 6. Productive work in the sense of capitalist production. Productive labor is wage labor which, in exchange with the variable part of capital, does not reproduce this part of capital, but also produces a surplus value for the capitalist. Only wage labor that produces capital is productive. This means that it reproduces, increased, the sum of value that has been spent in it, that is, that it returns more work than it receives in the form of wages. Therefore only labor power, Arbeitsvermögen, is productive, the valorization of which is greater than its value, Theories of Surplus Value, Chapter 4. And Marx adds an observation of fundamental importance here, the pure and simple existence, die mere existence, of a class of capitalists, and therefore of capital, is based, bearet, on the productivity of labor. With the relative productivity of his work, the worker not only reproduces the old value, but creates a new one, that is, he objectifies in his product a longer working time than that objectified in the product that keeps him alive as a worker. Capital and its existence are based on this type of productive wage labor, sane existence. One of Smith's greatest scientific merits is that of having defined productive work as work that is exchanged directly with capital. It is in this exchange that the conditions of production of work and value in general, money and goods, are transformed into capital, and work is transformed into wage labor in the scientific sense. With this it is also absolutely established what unproductive work is. It is work that is not exchanged against capital, but exchanged directly against income. This Smithian distinction of productive and unproductive labor, which is also correct, is made here from the point of view of the owner of money, of the capitalist, not of the worker. The material specificity of the work and therefore of its product, in no way enters as a determining part in this distinction. The particularity of the work and the particular use value in which it is realized are completely inessential here. For the capitalist, in fact, the use value of labor power does not consist in its effective use value, in the usefulness of this particular concrete work, and much less in the use value of the product of this work. What interests him in the commodity is that it has a greater exchange value than what he paid for it. What interests him in work, and what in his use value he recovers a greater amount of working time than what he paid in the form of wages. But the labor power of the productive worker is a commodity for the worker himself, similarly that of the unproductive worker. The difference is that the productive worker produces goods for the buyer of his labor power, while the unproductive worker produces a simple use value for him. The characteristic element of the unproductive worker is that he does not produce goods for his buyer, but receives them from him. In this case, work is not transformed into capital, because it does not create a profit for the capitalist. Work is a simple expense, Ausgabe, one of the items in which income is consumed. The labor force exists, the labor force is a commodity, but the work of this labor force is not productive labor. On this basis we can found a more modern distinction, than that possible in Marx's time, between productive worker and unproductive worker. From this point of view it can be said that the seller of labor power is the simplest figure of the worker, only in the sense in which the commodity is the most elementary form of bourgeois wealth and the productive work of commodities the most elementary form of capital productive labor. In fact, the whole world of commodities, says Marx, can be divided into two large categories: firstly, labor power; secondly, commodities distinct from labor power. But the concept of commodity implies that labor is incorporated, materialized, realized in its product. Work, as such, in its immediate existence, cannot be conceived directly as a commodity, only the workforce can be. And on the other hand, only the use value of this commodity, labor power, is capable of creating new value. The commodity, unlike labor power itself, is something that is materially opposed to man. Yet even the commodity labor power, as capital, is opposed to the worker, all the more so when the use value of labor power becomes productive labor. The productivity of labor always belongs to capital. It is this factual recognition and not a moral protest that we see written in Marx's sentence: being a productive worker is a disgrace. Being a productive worker means producing capital, and therefore continuously reproducing the domination of capital over the worker. Not only the existence, but the development of capital, and therefore of a class of capitalists, is based on productive work. Work, says Marx, is productive only insofar as it produces its own opposite, Grundriss, p. 212. The history of the different ways in which productive work is extorted from the worker, that is, the history of the various forms of production of surplus value, is the history of capitalist society from the worker's point of view. One of the two histories of capital that we think can correctly be written from the two opposing points of view, by virtue of which capital exists. The example is right here. Productive work, from the capitalist's point of view, presents itself as labor that is exchanged for capital, from the worker's point of view, as labor that produces capital. Both definitions are correct. Except that one is seen from the side of circulation, the other from the side of production, the two natural points of view for the two classes. In fact, we must not think that bourgeois science is always ideology, that the capitalist point of view is always a prisoner of appearances and a mystifier by nature. Sometimes it is consciously so due to brutal class interests. These are the cases in which, rather than with the weapon of criticism, it is necessary to discover it and beat it with the weapons of struggle. It is true that in the terrain of capitalist society what appears is too often the opposite of what is, and each of these appearances is functional to the totality of the real phenomena that express it. However, this reduction of appearances to reality cannot exhaust, as often happens, the field of theoretical clash between the two points of view. The brilliant games that are in fashion today under the name of demystifying criticism of bourgeois ideologies now only serve to cover the harsh needs of a direct confrontation with the science of capital. On this point, the situation in which Marx found himself working is now completely reversed. In front of him stood the great bourgeois systems, where science and ideology merged and contradicted each other. Just think, again, of Hegel and Ricardo, of the material of incalculable richness that found a classical synthesis in their works. Marx's method is to immediately clear away all the ideological functions that internally connected these systems, to aim at grasping the isolated scientific data that they were forced to record. Only at this level did the use of these data explicitly intervene, reversed in the opposite point of view. But it is clear that this point of view pre-existed everything else and indeed founded it. Just as the class relationship comes, historically, before the actual capitalist relationship, so the antagonism between the opposing points of view of the two classes comes, logically, before the attempt at a general social science of capital. Today's situation continually puts this attempt before us, in an increasingly crude way. In front of us, no longer the great abstract syntheses of bourgeois thought, but the cult of the most vulgar empiricism as the praxis of capital, no longer the logical system of knowledge, the principles of science, but an orderless mass of historical facts, of detached experiences, of great actions performed that no one ever thought of. Science and ideology once again merge and contradict each other, but no longer in an eternal arrangement of ideas, but in the daily events of the class struggle. And this struggle finds itself dominated by a new fact that was inconceivable in Marx's time. The entire functional apparatus of bourgeois ideology was handed over by capital into the hands of the officially recognized workers' movement. Capital no longer manages its own ideology, it lets the workers' movement manage it. This workers' movement therefore functions as an internal ideological mediation of capital, and through the historical exercise of this function, the entire mystified world of appearances that contradict reality has become attached to the working class. This is why we say that today the criticism of ideology is a task internal to the workers' point of view, which only secondarily concerns capital. That is, the political task of a worker's self-criticism, which must bring into play, starting from the present state of the organization, the entire past historical course of the workers' class struggles. In the present, the working class has no one to criticize other than itself, other than its own history, its own experiences, that body of ideas that has been gathered around itself by others. At this point we can partially answer the question of whether this criticism should involve Marx's work itself. We think that there is only one criticism of Marx that can be not only accepted, but even proposed from the workers' point of view, and this it is a Leninist critique of Marx. In Lenin, moreover, in Leninist praxis, Marx already criticized himself. In the organization of a neo-Leninist practice, the criticism of the ideologies of the workers' movement must be taken up again today. Does this mean that all science has remained with capital? No, it means that those real scientific data that existed in bourgeois thought have now been materially incorporated into capital and no longer live as a scientific subsistence of capitalist relations, but as direct knowledge, albeit in the short term, of one's own objective needs and movements. And as a prediction, albeit approximate, of the possible subjective deviations of one's class antagonist. In these conditions, it is better for the workers to recognize the possibility of science also from the capitalist point of view, because denying it today is equivalent to maintaining that only the working class, in particular in the person of its official representatives, is the custodian of true science, of true history, etc., and that this is everyone's science, the general social science, that this also applies to capital. Better to recognize that in the reorganization of the production process of a large factory there is at least as much scientific knowledge as in Smith's discovery of productive labor being exchanged for capital. In both of these cases, in fact, capitalist interest is expressed directly, without ideological mediation, and is at the same time a fact of capitalist production and a form of domination over the working class. The latter has nothing left to do but oppose its own exclusive and alternative interest, in the field of science as well as in that of struggle. These two lands are now one. Just as one science is entirely incorporated into capital, so the other, the opposite one, must be entirely incorporated into the working class, in its class struggles. Again, unlike Marx, there is not, much to our regret, a British museum open to us. Classical political economy, says Marx, has always made the production of surplus value the decisive characteristic of the productive worker. Therefore the definitions of the productive worker vary with the changing conceptions regarding the nature of surplus value. The theories on surplus value, in the text not manipulated by Koski, begin with these words: before the physiocrats, surplus value, that is, profit, in the form of profit, is explained simply by exchange, by the sale of commodities above its value. First, the physiocrats transferred research on the origin of surplus value from the sphere of circulation to the sphere of immediate production, and in this way laid the foundations for the analysis of capitalist production. We find here what Marx himself called my particular mania for treating the physiocrats, that is, as the first methodical interpreters, not occasional, like petty, etc., of capital and the capitalist mode of production, letter to Engels, March 7, 1877. According to him, precisely because the analysis of capital essentially belongs to the physiocrats, within the bourgeois horizon, they are the true fathers of modern economics. But this analysis of capital belongs to them, because they give a correct definition of productive work. Productive work is that which creates a net product and therefore a surplus value, whose product therefore contains a value greater than the sum of the values consumed during its production. They have not yet reduced the value to labor time, because they have not yet reduced labor to abstract labor. Value consists of matter, earth, nature. This is why they seek added value in concrete agricultural work. The difference between value and valorization, in agriculture, manifests itself directly in the excess of the use values produced over the use values consumed by the worker. It can therefore be understood without the analysis of value in general and without a clear intelligence of the nature of value. It is enough to reduce value to use value and this to material of nature. Land rent thus becomes not only the only form, but the general form of surplus value, and agricultural work is the natural source of surplus value not only in agriculture, but in all other branches of work. Here, in the physiocracy, there is productive work. Without labor power, there is the concept of surplus value. Without the concept of value, that is, there is surplus value without surplus labor. There is production of capital, without exchange between capital and labor. In the first bourgeois analysis of capitalist production, industrial workers are in the sterile class. Physiocracy prefigures an ideal capitalist system without a working class. It is the classic form of transition between two systems of property and power, between two historical types of social organization. It is in this sense that it must be studied again. Without discovering the concept of labor power as a commodity, the physiocrats discover the difference between value and valorization, which is precisely the specific trait of the commodity labor force. Why? Because they discover surplus value as the excess of use values produced over use values consumed, and this presents itself, most clearly and first of all, in agriculture, in original production, and this is the production branch that can be imagined as autonomous, independent of circulation and exchange. Precisely because it is on the earth, in agricultural production, that the surplus value produced by productive work is discovered. This productive work is here still concrete, determined work, not abstract work, not labor power, and therefore surplus value presents itself as a gift of nature, a productive force of nature. Agriculture thus becomes the only production branch in which capitalist production, i.e. the production of surplus value, is directly manifested. Therefore Marx says that physiocracy presents itself rather as a bourgeois reproduction of the feudal system, of the domination of landed property. Feudalism is reproduced and explained sub specie of bourgeois production. But thus feudalism is bourgeoisized and society bourgeois takes on a feudal appearance, shine. It is no coincidence that the homeland of physiocracy is France, an agricultural country, and not England, an industrial and commercial country. Here the focus is entirely on circulation and surplus value still appears as profit upon alienation. If to discover the origin of surplus value in production it was necessary to go back to the branch of work in which surplus value occurs independently of circulation, the initiative in this sense could only be taken in an agricultural country. We therefore start from the feudal landowner, but he does not present himself as such, he presents himself as a simple owner of goods, who makes a value out of the goods he exchanges for work and obtains not only their equivalent, but a surplus over this equivalent, since, even if he does not yet know it, he pays for labor power as a commodity. This landowner is thus essentially a capitalist. He contrasts himself as the owner of commodities with the free worker, and exchanges the objective conditions of labor for labor power. Even in this respect, says Marx, the physiocratic system is correct, in that the separation of the worker from the land and from landed property is the fundamental condition for capitalist production and the production of capital. Therefore, in the conclusions drawn by the physiocrats themselves, the apparent glorification of landed property turns into its most complete denial. These are all contradictions of capitalist production, which is opening its way out of feudal society and limiting itself to interpreting this in a more bourgeois sense, without yet having found its specific form. In physiocracy we thus find not only the primary theoretical source of the concept of productive work, but also the starting point for the analysis of its historical origin. Productive work was born on earth, it is no coincidence that it was discovered by the physiocrats. And it is then organized by industry, it is no coincidence that it is arranged by Smith, who rightly reports the general form of surplus value in industrial profit. Can it be said that the first capitalist relationship, with the related previous class relationship, occurs in agriculture? And that industry is a subsequent form of social organization as well as a reduction to one of these two processes? If this can be said, then of the two classic paths of transition to capitalism, the one that Marx called the effectively revolutionary path stands out as historically non-existent. And only the other one remains standing, which goes through a long transition stage and does not in itself lead to the revolution of the ancient mode of production, but rather preserves it and safeguards it as its condition, until, as an obstacle to the capitalist production, disappears with the development of this. In the transition to capitalism, there is not therefore a revolutionary path that starts from within production, and a reformist, gradualist, path that attacks production from the outside, to use our more modern terms. But there is only one way which, to arrive at producing capital in general, starts from a specific form of production, from a particular production. Concrete work producing surplus value is not a physiocratic invention nor a simple bourgeois appearance, it is the objective way in which value producing use value, and therefore capital producing working class labor power, appears historically for the first time. The historical step that cannot be eliminated, or at least not eliminated, seems to be that of a first appropriation of the new type of surplus labor on the basis of the ancient mode of production. Marx says, it remains true that, in a given country, regardless of foreign trade, surplus labor must first of all be applied to agriculture before it is possible in the industries, which receive the raw material from it. Here we are already dealing with the modern form of surplus labor, the simple increase in work remains, the number of workers remaining unchanged, but the increase in productivity is added. And this originally does not presuppose accumulation, but the concentration of capital, two different processes that only later become integrated. When we look at where this integration takes place, we find ourselves in the middle of the transition from agricultural work to industrial work, from concrete work to abstractly general work, from productive work of more use values to productive work of more value, that is, from the agricultural production of absolute surplus value we arrive at the industrial production of relative surplus value. Because this, yes, can only arise on the basis of industry and from there be extended by extension to agriculture, the production of relative surplus value in fact presupposes not simple concentration, but the accumulation of capital and the achieved integration between these two processes, which then establishes actual capitalist production. Then the needs of a bourgeois reproduction of the feudal system are sent to the museum as historical antiques. There is a methodological point of fundamental importance here. Throughout the era that is under the domination of capital, we witness the repetition of an almost natural procedure in the analysis of social phenomena, the real process which, in all its complexity, can be said to arise only at the historically more advanced, is instead logically discovered at a more backward point, as this still appears free from the mediations of development, the discovery is then exploited precisely on the most advanced terrain and serves to free development from its mediations. The worker's point of view has made use of this procedure several times, in moments in which the objectives of organizing the fight against the immediate enemy were the most urgent tasks for the entire movement. Formidable indications also emerged for the theoretical analysis of the phenomena. Lenin teaches again. The Marxian method formula of the most advanced point explaining the most backward point is correct theoretically, but hides within itself, in its vulgar interpretation, a possibility of political opportunism, when it leads to the conclusion that, in the uneven development of capitalism in the world, everything what was in one point must also be in the other points. The practical needs of the class struggle have never known the comforts of this having to be. Within already concluded capitalist structures, it is not true that the class situation of the most advanced countries explains and prefigures the class situation of the most backward ones. That is, it explains and prefigures it from the capitalist point of view, from the point of view of understanding possible development. But on the workers' side it is precisely a matter of preventing, in practice, this development, of breaking it at one point, that is, of imposing a non-normal, unnatural class situation with respect to the theoretical models of analysis. Starting from a midpoint of development, therefore from the point most internal to it, is perhaps today the only way still open to then beat it altogether at its highest point. The unavoidable condition is that the subjective forces, commanded to bring about this process of rupture and reversal, have a degree of organization that already surpasses the level of objective development. For the victorious success of the action in the long term, a passive correspondence between the organization of the revolutionary forces, on the workers' side, and the level of capitalist development is therefore not sufficient. It is necessary that the former have by far actively surpassed the latter, and have already voluntarily organized themselves to the highest point, at that conceivable moment, in the history of capital, even if this point is still materially absent in the given situation. If this condition is missing, or if it exists only in appearance, that is, if it exists only as an ideological illusion, then the immense material power that lies at the bottom of capital regains the upper hand, overturns the class situation in its favor, crudely exploits the same subjective forces, which wanted to destroy him, within his new very rapid vital growth. Then as a result of the revolutionary transition there is nothing more than a reproduction in new forms of the ancient mode of production. What, in this way, did the first historical attempt to build socialism end in, if not in a workers' reproduction of the capitalist system? The Bolsheviks demonstrated for the first time that it was possible to decisively defeat capitalism in the open field. They carried the revolution from books into things, from theory to practice. But they had no clear concept of the working class and its higher organizational needs. They are our physiocrats. Their tableau économique is the construction of socialism in one country. The question arises, how or why does labor appear as productive labor in the face of capital, given that the productive forces of labor are transferred to capital? Can the same productive force be counted twice, once as the productive force of labor and the other as the productive force of capital? Marx's answer immediately raises another question: what is productive labor from the point of view of capital? As productive of value, work always remains the work of the individual, only expressed in a general form. Productive work, as work that produces surplus value, is therefore always, with respect to capital, the work of the individual workforce, of the isolated worker, whatever the social combinations in which these workers enter the production process. Thus, while capital represents the social productive force of labor vis-a-vis the worker, the productive labor of the worker always represents, vis-a-vis capital, only the labor of the isolated worker. Theories of Surplus Value, 1, Appendix, 12. We have seen that money is transformed into capital when a part of it is converted into goods that are used for work as means of production, while the other part is used in the purchase of labor power. However, this original exchange between money and labor power is only the condition that makes the transformation of money into capital possible. However, it is not the act of this transformation itself. In fact, it can only occur in the real production process, where living labor on the one hand reproduces the wage, i.e. the value of variable capital, and on the other creates a surplus value, that is, it leaves a part of living labor in the hands of the owner of money. It is only through this immediate transformation of labor into objectified labor, belonging not to the worker but to the capitalist, that money is transformed into capital. First, money is only capital in itself, en sich. That is, it is capital due to the independent form in which it presents itself to the workforce and the workforce to it. Therefore it is capital for the class relationship that establishes it. Money, both as a commodity, as a supply of means of production for the worker, and as money, as a supply of means of subsistence for the worker, represents, at this stage, all the objective conditions of production. And these from the beginning have, vis-a-vis the workers, the social specificity that makes them capital and gives them command, das Kommando, over work. Therefore, compared to work they are presupposed as capital. The objective conditions of production are thus from the beginning, in the eyes of the workers, social conditions and conditions of social command. The class relationship, even before the transformation of money into capital, before the specific form of the capitalist production relationship is born, sees the workers on one side, and the social conditions of work as power over them on the opposite side, on the one hand a mass of living isolated individuals united by force by the same situation of sellers of labor power, on the other the pure and simple consistency of objective conditions that will deserve the title of dead work, on the one hand, a first simple, embryonic, proletarian form of the working class, and in front of it, against it, not the class of capitalists, nor the capitalist production relationship already unfolding in itself, but only, nothing other than capital in itself, capital in potential. Productive labor can therefore be defined as labor that is exchanged directly with money as capital, or, and this is merely an abbreviated expression to say the same thing, labor that is exchanged immediately with capital, that is, with money, which is capital in itself, which possesses the determination to function as capital, that is, which is opposed to labor power as capital. However, in the exchange between capital and labor two essentially different moments must be kept distinct, although mutually conditioned. The first of these moments is a formal process, in which capital figures as money and labor power as a commodity. It is an exchange, in fact, of work for work, of labor objectified in money against living labor existing in the worker, yet it is in this transaction with himself that work becomes the property of wealth. The second moment of the exchange between capital and labor is completely the opposite. The owner of money now acts as a capitalist and the worker's labor power is only a function used by capital. The exchange here is in fact of capital against itself, an exchange between two of its parts. In this process, labor is therefore directly objectified, it is immediately transformed into capital, after having already been formally incorporated into capital with the first transaction. Yet it is precisely in this process that capital is internally divided into two opposing parts, enemies of each other. The class relationship is now introduced into the very relationship of social production. Capital in itself can become a capitalist relation of production only by paying this price. At this point, wage work meets productive work, the sale of labor power for wages becomes the use of labor power for profit. The process that was first moved by the worker is now moved by the capitalist through the use of the worker. There has been a decisive change in the balance of power, all power has passed into the hands of capital, power of command over work, of exploitation over workers. From this moment on, the movements of capital always seem to precede and condition the movements of the working class, they seem to continually impose on it the reflected signs of its own figure. This too is not an appearance. This is how it is in fact for those who look at things from a capitalist point of view, this is in fact the daily political attempt that fills the days of life of the capital official. But how can it be the same from the worker's point of view? It can be so, only on the condition that workers' work is seen as part of capital, but not as a part opposed to it, only on the condition that the worker's point of view is taken on behalf of capital, on the now unfortunately historical condition that we sit in the armchair of reformism. But if it is discovered that the class relationship comes before the capital relationship, if it is discovered that, within that preliminary class relationship, the only class already embryonically constituted as a subjective force is that of the proletarian sellers of labor power, which once put into production and socially organized they develop into a working class, even before capital passes from potential to act, Not all the foundations are then laid for continuing the construction of the entire history of capital forward, starting from historical development of the working class. The worker's point of view on productive work is an essential point in the achievement of this strategic reversal. Didn't Marx say that productive labor is just a shortened expression to indicate the entire relationship and the way in which labor power figures in the process of capitalist production? To the question, therefore, what is productive work from the point of view of capital? The answer must be given: productive work, as a concrete production of use values, reproduces for the worker only the previously determined value of his labor power. As a value-creating activity, it valorizes capital, or contrasts the worker himself, as capital, with the values created by work. It's true, the productive forces of labor are effectively transferred to capital. Yet, even after this transfer, work, in the face of capital, actually presents itself as capital's productive labor. The real process is unique. In the first case, it is seen from the capitalist side, in the second case by the workers. These 2 points of view are no less real than the process that underlies them. Yes, when it comes to the working class within the capital system, the same productive force can truly be counted twice, once as a force that produces capital, another time as a force that refuses to produce it, once within capital, another time against capital. When the 2 times are subjectively unified by the workers, the way opens for the dissolution of the capitalist system. The practical process of the revolution begins. Seeing how capital produces will be the necessary follow-up to this research. At this point it is too interesting to go back and see how it itself is produced. These are 2 eras of working class history, which we keep distinct for ease of exposition. But in fact they are all one, and in their continuity they tell the entire life of the workers' articulation of capitalist development. The original relationship between labor and capital once again comes to the foreground as the relationship between labor and the objective conditions of labor, which present themselves as capital. Behind this there is that long historical process which, in Marx's words, dissolves the different forms in which the worker is the owner, or the different forms in which the owner works: dissolution of the property relationship with the land, dissolution of the ownership relationship with the instrument, dissolution of the property relationship with the means of subsistence, and that is, the dissolution of all those relationships in which the workers themselves, the living bearers of working capacity, still belong directly to the objective conditions of production. The same historical process on the one hand frees a mass of individuals from the positive relationships they had with and working conditions, therefore making them free workers and individuals forced to work and sell their work, precisely because they have been freed from property. On the other hand it frees the working conditions themselves, land, raw materials, means of subsistence, work tools, money, etc. By their being linked, as happened until now, to individuals now detached from them. The whole process therefore consists in the separation of elements previously united. Separation, Trennung, Marx will say elsewhere, presents itself as the normal relationship in this society. The possibility of bringing together these 2 separate material entities, subjective and objective conditions of production, will precisely create the historical power of capital. Nothing else is specific to capital other than the union of the masses of arms and instruments, Handen und Instrumenten, that it finds. It agglomerates them under its power, Botmäßigkeit. This is its true accumulation, sen Wirkliches Anhäufen, the accumulation of workers in some places, next to their tools, Grundriss, p. 407. One thing therefore is the preliminary accumulation, ursprünglich, previous, of capital, the formation of a monetary heritage that is in and of itself unproductive, but capable of exchanging the objective conditions of work for labor power, that is, capable of buying living labor. Paying it with dead labor, the prehistory of the capitalist economy. Another thing is the actual accumulation of capital, which generalizes and at the same time makes specific the exchange between objectified labor and work capacity, therefore establishes the appropriation of living social labor without exchange, that is, it transforms the social productive forces of labor into direct productive forces of capital, to the point of presenting itself as productive capital. This accumulation of capital and thus also production of capitalists. In the concept of capital, says Marx, the capitalist is contained. And Engels was grossly mistaken when in Wage Labor and Capital he replaced capital with capitalist, see Werke, 6, p. 409. That it was to make himself understood by the workers does not justify it. Im Begriff des Kapitals ist der Kapitalist enthalten, Grundriss, p. 412. The same accumulation is, in a completely different sense, the reproduction of wage workers. While in this process the objectified labor is placed at the same time as a non-objectivity, Nichtgegenständlichkeit, of the worker, as the objectivity of a subjectivity opposed to the worker, as the property of a will foreign to him, capital is necessarily at the same time capitalist, and the opinion of some socialists that we need capital but not capitalists is absolutely false. The concept of capital posits the fact that the objective conditions of labor, and these are its own product, take on a personality in relation to labor, or, what is the same thing, that they are posited as properties of a personality extraneous to the work. Worker, p. 4i2. Thus capitalist production, on the surface, always presents a free and equal exchange between equivalents, but, in its essence, it is nothing other than the exchange of objectified labor as exchange value, against living labor as use value, or, as this can also be expressed, the relationship of work with its objective conditions, and therefore with the objectivity it itself creates, as with a foreign property alienation, in Tauserung, of work, p. 414. That is, it is an exchange of labor for labor, within capital, by capital. Living labor and objectified labor, labor power and working conditions, the subjective and objective presuppositions of production are economically subsumed under capital and politically subordinated to it. And in this way the logical difference, the historical separation between the two moments is denied, is reduced to unity in accumulation, that is, in the actual production of capital. When Marx says, separation is the normal relationship in this society, he means, it is the normal social class relationship. The political history of capital is the history of its various attempts to escape the destructive practical consequences of this relationship, or to control it in its irrational outbursts, to thus use it in the continuous unitary, basically rational, recomposition of its own development. The most mature vocation of capital, as a historical governing force, moves decisively from division towards unity, and not identity, of every antagonism and in every struggle, unity of subjective and objective, between its own objectivity and the opposing subjectivity delivered entirely into the hands of the worker, unity therefore, within it, between the capitalist production relationship and its officials who express and manage it. The concept of capital contains not only the capitalist, but the class of capitalists. The history of this class is short-lived. It was born after capital and dies before it. It comes out of the indistinct objectivity of the production relationship, when the workers, subjectively, as a class, threaten this relationship. And in this objectivity it is entirely recovered as soon as that class threat, overturning itself, becomes the bearer of the general interests of capitalist society. When the working class politically disappears, what is the use of a political organization, in class, of the capitalists? The conditions of the struggle must therefore be brought back to the beginning, only developed from the workers' point of view. In the transition from capital to the capitalist class and from this to capitalist society, the terrain of class struggle develops positively. On one condition only, that freedom from property, in which the figure of the first proletarian was crudely born, is transformed into a well-known and organized freedom from society in the evolved stage to which the modern working class has reached. Of course, in this way, the conditions of the struggle will worsen up to the limit of the most violent rupture and even beyond this. The outcome will remain uncertain for a long time. The clash will be between two equally powerful forces, on completely new terrain, on one side a class, on the other side society. In capitalist society, says Marx, the worker finds himself without an objective existence, objectivlos, he exists only subjectively, subjective, but the thing that opposes him has now become the true community, which he seeks to devour, verspesen, and by which he is devoured, Grundriss, p. 396. Even considering only the formal side of the capitalist relationship, the general form that the less developed capitalist mode of production has in common with the more developed one, it is easy to see how the working conditions are never subsumed under the worker, but this always presents itself subsumed under them. This is precisely why working conditions are capital. Capital employs labor, says Marx. Even if we therefore consider the simple formal subsumption of labor under the capitalist conditions of production, the productivity of capital consists first and foremost in compulsion to provide surplus labor, Zwang zur Surplusarbeit, constraint on surplus labor which is now exercised in a much more favorable way for production. And this privilege given to production derives precisely from the fact that the capitalist does not exercise his dominion over the worker thanks to some personal quality, but only because he is capital. The capitalist himself is invested with an authority, Istschwalthaber, only insofar as it is their personification of capital. His domination is nothing other than the domination of objectified labor over living labor, of the worker's product over the worker himself. Theories of surplus value, I, Appendix, 12. The way of expressing himself that Marx himself uses, personification of the thing and thingification of the person, that is, the analysis of these processes in terms of fetishism, it must not offer the opportunity, as too often happens, to deviate towards some of the neutral paths of contemporary philosophy. The product that dominates the worker is not here a convenient generic object, perhaps a consumer one, it is something socially very well determined, from the point of view of production. As a use value, it is identified with the objective conditions of work, as an exchange value it is identified with objectified general labor time, or with money. Things, yes, immediately material, but which are opposed to the worker, which dominate the worker, as capital. And this is the simplest capitalist relationship, which offers fewer difficulties of understanding, it is the formal and general side that even a philosopher is capable of grasping. Capital becomes a very mysterious being, in the immediately subsequent historical process, when also the forms of socially developed work, cooperation, manufacturing, as a form of the division of labor, the factory, as a form of social work whose organization has machines as its material basis, present themselves, sich darstellen, as forms of capital development, and therefore the productive forces of labor developed by these forms of social labor, therefore also science and the forces of nature, present themselves as productive forces of capital. Thus unity in cooperation, combination in the division of labor, the use of natural forces and science, the organization of machines for production, all these which are now fully social conditions of work, are opposed to the workers, they dominate the workers, in an extraneous and objective way, since functions of capital and therefore of capitalist. The social forms, for men, of their own work or the forms of their own social work are relationships formed completely independently of the individual workers. The workers, as subsumed under capital, become elements of these social forms, Bildungen, but these social forms do not belong to them. Therefore these are contrasted with them as figures, Gestalten, of capital itself, as combinations which, unlike their working capacity taken in isolation, belong to capital, derive from it and are incorporated into it. In the development of this historical process internal to capitalism, no longer just the simple objective conditions of work, but the same, more complex, social characteristics of work arise in front of to the workers, against of them, so to speak, capitalized, capitalizae, means of exploitation of social labor, social means for the appropriation of surplus labor. Thus the development of the productive forces social of work and the conditions of this development present themselves, erschienen, as capital action, tat de capitales, and with respect to this not only does the individual worker assume a passive attitude, passive Verhalt, but they proceed in opposition to him. On the one hand, therefore, at this point, the social productive forces of work as an action of capital, on the other, opposing side, the passive attitude of the individual worker, a condition of the class struggle that should not be unknown even to neutral social science scholars. A problem arises of considerable importance. Isn't the productive force of labor, as a social force introduced into the production process, identified with the working class, at a rather advanced level of its development? In this case, what does it mean that this force belongs to capital? Does it mean that workers, as a class, are not only introduced into the production process of capital, but even incorporated into capital itself, as a relation of production? Does the working class therefore, as soon as it begins to be such, become a function of capital? Following Marx's research up to this point, it seems that all the conditions of production, and in the first place the social productive forces of labor, or the social force of productive labor, have passed into the property of capital, and that outside it has remained, in the property ineliminable of the individual worker, the sole workforce taken in isolation. The workers, as a class, now negotiate with the capitalists, as a class, the value and price of individual labor power. The primitive relationship of buying and selling this particular commodity now appears to be managed by the social classes, or rather by the institutions that respectively represent them. The rational order of institutionalized conflict replaces the irrational disorder of class struggle. The moment of the contract becomes the only opportunity for struggle, the union is the highest stage of organization. This is all that is concluded. It would be too easy to answer, this is what appears, and what appears is the opposite of what it is. We have decided not to play the game of appearances anymore. Of course, the intellectual officials of capital, social researchers by profession, load all these processes with ideology as they expose them. And it is not to be believed that they derive these ideological appearances from their empty heads, they only see them attached to individual real phenomena, due to the fact that they look at the entire process from the point of view of capital. Not only that, but as a necessarily ideological defense of capital's point of view. From this point of view, in the totality of this process, there is no difference between what appears and what is, but between different parts, different moments of the same social reality. Thus the ideological appearance is not only functional to the social relationship. It is the social relationship itself as appears to the capitalist. As it appears to the capitalist, it shows up then in front of the worker. From the latter's point of view, the process is reversed. This presentation, this coming forward, this opposition of the relationship to the worker is often an entirely real fact, and almost never an apparent phenomenon. We must therefore start from how the relationship really presents itself, if we want not only to know it, but to destroy it. Hence the slight ambiguity that exists in Marx's use of the verb erscheinen. Very few times, it is only in some of the cases in which it refers to the capitalist point of view, it can be translated as to appear, but more often than not, it is always when referring to Marx's workers' point of view, it should be translated as to show up, a meaning very close to the verb to be. We know well that ideology also means bourgeois will to make appear in a certain way the capitalist relationship to the workers. But we consciously tend to underestimate this element, so as not to offer even a loophole towards the psychology of behavior, or, to be more precise, so as not to get even one foot stuck in the treacherous terrain of class consciousness. The worker, as a single workforce, outside of capital, workers, as a social class, within capital, it is therefore not a false appearance, and there is no question of applying the exercise of criticism to it, it is rather a harsh reality, and it is a question of measuring the needs of the organization on this basis. In fact, the antagonism is not in the figure of that free worker, taken in isolation, but in the massive presence of the working class within capital, forced to fight her enemy whole as part of it. But to be convinced of this, To see more closely in practice what this entails, we need to answer the above questions. And first of all, the social productive force of work, or rather the social force of productive work, at what point of development does the working class identify with it? And from that point on, does it exhaust the de facto reality of the working class, or does something of this reality remain outside of that concept? We must therefore quickly return to a line of Marx's research that we have deliberately left aside, that which concerns the directly political movements of the workers from the beginning, that is, the definition of the working class as a subversive force of the capitalist system, as a revolutionary power. The thesis that we feel like supporting is that in Marx this definition preceded and anticipated all his subsequent research on work, on labor power, on value, and therefore on capital. Insofar as the proletarian identifies himself, for Marx, with the seller of labor power, the concept of the class of the proletariat is an original discovery of his. We are not interested in the philological origin of the term, which is certainly ideologically very equivocal, and therefore foreign to the Marxian scientific point of view. We are interested in this political fact, the crudest Marxian definitions of the proletariat, of its political content, of its practical needs, of its destructive function within bourgeois society, come much before the refined analyses of the corresponding abstract categories, which the classical sources they will deposit on his study table. Marx does not start from the critique of political economy, not even understood as a criticism of capitalism. He arrives at it and passes through it, starting from an attempt at a theory of revolution. At the beginning there is nothing other than a choice, elementary in its violence and violent in its elementariness, of opposition to the entire world of bourgeois society, and a mortal class hatred against it. This, which is the simplest form of Marx's workers' science, will remain, and it had to needs to stay, like general form in all the developments of this science. Here we find the reasons for a fact which later put Marxist thought in difficulty and created dangerous delays in the development of analysis, but which on the other hand kept and continues to keep the petty bourgeois plague of Philistines away from Marx, that is, the fact that in the midst of the most developed analyses of capital, in the maturity of his thought, we find the most elementary definitions of the working class as proletariat, and therefore a very practical judgment on its historical formation, on its political function. Undoubtedly, as regards the analysis of the working class, Marx's point of view failed to develop from the simple form to the general form of workers' science, which holds within itself all the passages of the past and judges them from the heights of needs of the struggle in the present, a present in turn entirely projected forward. And it is not worth saying, the historical level of development of the working class could not offer Marx more. This is not true, because the same thing can be said for the level of capital, yet here masterful glimpses anticipate decades of future history. In this, so to speak, proletarian definition of the working class that Marx permanently gives at a political level, we see a lack of mediation between the correct theoretical starting point, class hatred against the entire society, and the subsequent articulation of practical action in the concrete objective of the revolution. Here, in a lack of direct political activity on Marx's part, which was never, not even remotely, able to approach the level of his research, lies, in our opinion, the practical origin of some of his errors in analysis. Just think of the chapter on original accumulation, which concerned the formation of the proletariat. Just think of the laws on impoverishment, which were supposed to concern the development of the working class. The error here does not lie in the absence of serious scientific objectivity on the part of the researcher, but in a lack of long-term practical forecasting on the part of the politician. The exchange is once again between tactics and strategy, between theory and politics. The distinction between these two moments in Marx is rarely clear. He wanted to demonstrate that, even with the most formidable development of capital, class division, class opposition, between two classes, remained politically the one from the beginning, the one, even, that had founded the capitalist production relationship. Faced with the processes of socialization of capital that he brilliantly intuited, he found nothing better than to exasperate a brute proletarianization of the working class workforce, as the only antithesis that could not be absorbed by the system. Instead of developing the concept of the working class politically, he continually attempted to trace it back to its historical origins. If the workers, as productive labor, were incorporated into capital, and the proletarians, as sellers of labor power, continued to oppose capital, there was no other political way for the revolution than to precipitate the working class again in the proletariat. It was therefore necessary to force historical analysis, scientific prediction, in this sense. The form of this procedure is correct. The error is in the content. But this error of content has its entire origin in a too passionate participation in the two immediate events of the class struggle. We therefore do not feel like condemning him. When the Parisian proletariat, in the spring of 1948, applauded the city's underclass in the streets, dressed as mobile guards, mistaking them for their own avant-garde fighters, Marx commented, his mistake was forgivable. To those who ask us, why Marx again, we answer, for two reasons. First, and in general, because Marx is the point of view of workers' science, they are one and the same. Secondly, and more particularly, because on the topic of work, workforce, working class, the internal path of Marx's work is the very historical path of development of the problem. First the proletariat, then the workforce, first the workers politically as a class, then the economic category as an articulation of production, first the antagonistic class, then the function of capital. The working class had a political birth, as it presented itself from the beginning as a power alternative to the capital system. It has economic growth, as it is necessarily introduced into the production and reproduction mechanism of the system, must have, on this basis, a revolutionary organization of its own development, which will blow up the very system of which it is part altogether. Cassirer should have come to explain that the criterion of truth of Marxism is placed in the historical result, that is, in the revolution not as an idea, but as a real fact. Nobody, says Lenin, after Marx, among the Marxists themselves, understood this. From the theory of revolution to the criticism of capitalism, from this to the practical revolution, Marx's path, completed by Lenin, must therefore also be reproduced on the specific topic we are dealing with. If in our analysis we started from the second moment, everyone will have understood that the first was already presupposed, not as an ideological program, but as a political prediction. For us too, the theory of revolution is entirely contained in the political definition of the working class. Today's Marxists have not yet understood such a simple idea. Yet this is perhaps the first fundamental discovery of their young Marx. 7. What the proletariat is. Lukács already put these formidable words of Marx as an epigraph to one of his repudiated youthful essays. It is not a question of knowing what this or that proletarian, or even the entire proletariat, is proposed temporarily as a destination. It's about knowing what it is, was est, and what it will be historically forced to do in accordance with this to be. In the same Holy Family, and in the face of critical criticism, the worker is presented as the one who creates everything, to the point that, even in his spiritual creations, he puts all criticism to shame, something of which the English and French workers give ample testimony. The worker even creates the man. Because it is true that man in the proletariat has lost himself, but it is also true that at the same time not only has he acquired the theoretical awareness of this loss, but he has been driven directly by need to the rebellion against this inhumanity. The form of this rebellion first emerges in the most evident, most strident, most immediately revolting way, from the fact of poverty, of misery, as the contradictory essence of private property. Proletariat and wealth are in fact antithetical terms, within a whole that includes them. Private property, as wealth, is forced to maintain, or halten, into being itself, and with this its antithetical term, the proletariat. This is the side positive of the antithesis, private property, which has its own satisfaction. Instead, the proletariat, as a proletariat, is forced to deny, aufheben, itself, and with this the antithetical term that conditions it and makes it the proletariat, that is, private property. It is the side negative of the antithesis, its restlessness, Unruhe, in itself, dissolved and dissolving private property. The proletariat class thus feels continually annihilated in this condition, and it is, in turn, to annihilate it that it continually rebels. It, to use an expression of Hegel, is in abjection the rebellion, Emporung, against this abjection. Of the two antithetical terms, the first thus works to preserve the antithesis, the second works to destroy it. The private owner is the party of conservation, the proletarian the party of destruction, destructive parte. It is true that private property in its economic movement itself goes towards its own dissolution, but only by means of a development independent of it, unaware of it, and which takes place against its will. Private property is heading towards its dissolution only because it produces the proletariat as proletariat. The proletariat carries out the sentence that private property inflicts on itself by producing the proletariat. It is in this sense that his goal, his historical action are traced in a sensitive and irrevocable way in the situation of his life, as in the entire organization of today's bourgeois society. In the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher all this was already clear and already clearly expressed. If the construction of the future and the finding of a solution valid for all time is not our business, nicht unsere Sache, all the more clear is what we must do at the present, that is the unscrupulous criticism of everything that exists. Marx to Ruga, September 1843. It is therefore certainly not a question of raising a dogmatic flag. In reverse, communism is above all a dogmatic abstraction, as a particular manifestation, Erscheinung, of the humanistic principle, contaminated by its opposite, the private essence. It is no coincidence that communism has seen other socialist doctrines arise before it, and today it itself is nothing but a particular, unilateral realization of the socialist principle. And the whole socialist principle, in turn, is but one of the aspects, that which concerns the reality of the true human essence. But we must equally concern ourselves with the other aspect, the judgment on things as they really are, as they exist. It is therefore a question of connecting, anknüpfen, our criticism with the criticism of politics, with participation in politics, Parteinahme in der Politik, therefore with struggles real, and to identify it with them. The positive possibility of emancipation lies in fact only in the formation of a class with radical chains, mit radikalen Ketten, a class that does not claim for itself any particular law and which announces, with its very universal existence, the dissolution of society as a particular state. If the proletariat announces the dissolution of the traditional order of the world, it only expresses the secret of its own existence, for it is dissolution effective, faktisch Auflösung, of this world order. If the proletariat demands the denial of private property, it elevates to principle of society only what society has elevated to his principle, what in it is already personified without its contribution, as a negative result, negatives resultat, of society, for the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, Introduction. The workers' revolt then, the more it travels on this practical material terrain, the more it acquires a theoretical and conscious character. Remember the weaver's song, that bold slogan of struggle in which hearth, factory, district are not even mentioned once, but rather the proletariat proclaims its antagonism with the society of private property, in a clear, sharp, unscrupulous, and powerful way. The Salesian revolt, it starts right there where they finish the revolts of the French and English workers, that is, with the awareness of what is the essence of the proletariat, mit dem Bewusstsein über das Wesen des Proletariats, Vorwärts, August 10, 1844. In the German ideology will start from the principle that individuals form a class only insofar as they have to wage a common struggle against another class. And this general law has its last and greatest particular application in modern society. On the one hand, a totality of productive forces which have assumed, so to speak, an objective figure, and which for the individuals themselves are no longer the forces of individuals, but of private property, and therefore of individuals only insofar as they are private owners. On the other hand, these productive forces are opposed by the majority of individuals, from whom these forces have detached themselves and who have therefore been stripped of any real content of life. They have become abstract individuals, but precisely for this and only for this they are enabled to enter as individuals in connection with each other, miteinander in Verbindung. The only link that still binds them to the productive forces and to their very existence, work, has lost any semblance of personal manifestation in them. Their enemy is therefore not only the capitalist, it is also work itself. Their struggle is therefore against the entire social relationship from the beginning. These are the proletarians of the present time, a class which, since it must bear all the burdens of society, is forced into the most decisive antagonism against all other classes, a class that forms the majority of all members of society and from which the awareness of the need for a revolution that goes to the bottom of things, eine Grundleichen Revolution, arises. In all the revolutions that have occurred so far, the type, art, of activity has never been touched. It has always and only been a question of a different distribution of this activity, of a new distribution of work to other people, while the communist revolution turns against the way, art, of the activity that has taken place up to now, suppresses the work, die Arbeit beseitigt, and abolishes the domination of all classes together with the classes themselves. A later deleted line in the manuscript continued, after suppresses work, with an interrupted definition of this as, the modern form of activity under which the dominion of Werke, 3, p. 70. Marcuse tries to justify the gravity of these statements, warning that the usual one appears here Aufhebung, which while it suppresses restores and so on. Then he realizes that the explanation is too banal, and then he thinks about suppressing this category of the future which is non-work and restoring the antiquated, Philistine, reactionary idea of happiness. But apart from this, the previous discussion concludes as follows: both for the mass production of this communist consciousness and for the success of the thing itself, a transformation of the mass of men is necessary, which can only take place in a practical revolutionary movement. The revolution is not necessary just because the class dominant cannot be destroyed in any other way, but also because the class that knocks it down, die Sturzenklasse, class, can only succeed in a revolution in getting rid of all the old dirt. The theoretical struggle against Proudhon makes a notable leap forward in the Marxian analysis of these problems. Not by chance, Poverty of Philosophy contains Marx's first, important, although not yet satisfactory, definitions of the concept of class. The relations of production, within which the bourgeoisie moves, present themselves not with a single, simple character, but with a double character. In the same relations wealth is produced, but poverty is also produced. There is a development of the productive forces, but a productive force of repression also develops, that is, la bourgeois wealth, that is, the wealth of the bourgeois class, only on the condition of continually destroying the wealth of the members who make up this class, and on the condition of giving life to an ever-growing proletariat. It is on this basis that a struggle develops between the proletarian class and the bourgeois class, and this struggle has its own history, its own development, a series of transition phases. Before being heard by the two parties, identified, evaluated, understood, admitted and proclaimed aloud, it only manifests itself, at the beginning, through partial and momentary conflicts, through episodes of subversivism. But the development of modern industry brings with it, by necessity, workers' coalitions. In fact, the workers' first attempts to achieve this have always taken place in this form joined between them. Economists and socialists then agree in telling the workers, don't join forces. Big industry brings together in one place a crowd of people, unknown to each other. Competition divides them, as far as interest is concerned. But the maintenance of wages, this common interest that they have against their master, unites them in the same purpose of resistance. Coalition. Thus the coalition always has a double purpose, to put an end to the competition of the workers among themselves, in order to be able to compete generally with the capitalist. If the first aim of the resistance was none other than the maintenance of wages, to the extent that the capitalists in turn unite in a purpose of repression, the coalitions, initially isolated, are formed into groups and faced with the always united capital, the maintenance of the association becomes even more necessary for the workers than that of the salary. In this fight, a true civil war, all the elements that will be necessary for the future battle come together and develop. Once it reaches this point, the association acquires a political character. Economic conditions had first transformed the mass of the country's population into workers. The domination of capital has created a common situation, common interests for this mass. Thus this mass is already a class towards capital, but not yet towards itself. In the struggle, this mass comes together, constitutes itself as a class for itself. But the class struggle against class is a political struggle. Taken to its highest expression, this political struggle of class against class, between proletariat and bourgeoisie, is a total revolution. And we should perhaps be surprised that a company based on the opposition of the classes, let's get to the contradiction brutal, to a collision of body against body as its final conclusion? Combat or death, bloody struggle or nothingness, the last word of social science. When the Second Congress of the Communist League assigned Marx and Engels the mandate to elaborate the manifest, its content is therefore already entirely in Marx's head. He responds to the bourgeois revolution of February like a gunshot with the program of the proletarian revolution. In place of the old motto of the League, all men are brothers, the new battle cry took over, proletarians of all countries unite, Engels, for the history of the Communist League. Too many intellectuals, so-called serious scholars, even disposed to admiration towards the scientist Marx Capital, they close their eyes in annoyance in front of the crudely political pages of the manifest. For us, this remains a model of practical intervention of the workers' point of view in the class struggle. The battle cry, which Engels speaks of, is not only in the final slogan, but in the very construction of the entire text. The bourgeoisie has not only manufactured the weapons that will bring it death, he also generated the men who will wield those weapons, the modern workers, proletarians. For this is the class of those who are forced to sell themselves by retail, and who live as long as they find work, and find work as long as their labor increases the capital. Thus the proletariat goes through different stages of development. But his fight against the bourgeoisie, it begins with its existence. First the individual workers fight one by one, then the workers of a factory, then those of a given category in a given place against the individual bourgeois who directly exploits them. At this stage the workers form a mass dispersed throughout the country and divided by competition. As a mass they are already united, not however on their own initiative, but on the initiative of the bourgeoisie which, to achieve its political goals, must set the entire proletariat in motion. It is the long historical stage in which proletarians do not fight their enemies, but the enemies of their enemies. The entire movement of history is now concentrated in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Every victory is a victory of the bourgeoisie. But with the development of industry the proletariat multiplies, concentrates, levels itself internally, unifies, its strength grows enormously, and with strength the awareness of it. The conflict between individual workers and individual bourgeois disappears, in its place the open clash between the two classes takes its place. The workers form coalitions, unite in associations, and with these they push the first forms of struggle to the point of pure and simple violence of the uprising. From time to time they win, but only and always in a transitory way. The real result of their struggles is not immediate success, but the fact that the union of the workers extends more and more. Local struggles are connected, concentrated in a single class struggle against the entire bourgeoisie of a nation. But every class struggle is a political struggle. The problem therefore arises of an organization of the proletarians into a class and therefore into a political party. Only at this point does the theoretical program of the revolution become practically realizable. The most important condition for the existence and domination of the bourgeois class is the accumulation of wealth in the hands of private individuals, it is the formation and multiplication of capital. But the condition of capital is wage labor. The progress of industry, of which the bourgeoisie is the involuntary and passive vehicle, necessarily leads to the association of workers among themselves, to their revolutionary union. With the development of large-scale industry, the very ground on which it produces and appropriates products is therefore removed from under the feet of the bourgeoisie. It produces first of all her graves, sie produziert vor allem ihr eigenen Totengräber. Several times, both Marx and Engels refer to the decisive event that occurred in Paris on June 13, 1849. About a month ago, for the two, the story of the Nuit ended with a glorious defeat. Renunkszeitung. The political newspaper experience is over. Marx is in Paris. From here, on June 7, he wrote to Engels, a volunteer in Kaiserslautern, in Willich's troops, never has a colossal eruption of the revolutionary crater been closer to Paris than now. On June 11, Ledru-Rollin, leader of the Montagne, asks the chamber to impeach Bonaparte and his ministry for violation of the constitution. The attempt is the traditional one, from the time of the convention onwards, of one parliamentary insurrection, an insurrection within the confines of pure reason. The aim is that of the democratic petty bourgeoisie as always, to break the power of the bourgeoisie without unleashing the proletariat, or without letting it appear otherwise than in the background. The proletariat had to be used without it becoming dangerous. Marx, Class Struggles in France. In these conditions, it is natural that the watchword, "Long live the Constitution," had no other meaning than "Down with the revolution." The delegates of the secret workers' associations, consulted, do the only reasonable thing at that moment, they force the Montagne to compromise, they provoke it to go outside the confines of the parliamentary struggle, in case the indictment is rejected. The indictment is rejected. But when on the morning of June 13, in the socialist newspapers La Démocratique Pacifique and La Réforme, they read the proclamation to the people, and that is the appeal of the petty bourgeoisie for the proletarians to rise up, they refuse to join and assist passively to the ridiculous defeat of the Democrats. Throughout June 13, the proletariat maintained the same attitude of skeptical observation, and waited for a serious, irrevocable battle between the Democratic National Guard and the army, and then threw itself into the fight and pushed the revolution beyond the small goal bourgeois that was assigned to her. The Parisian workers had learned at the bloody school of June 1848. There was no battle. The regular troops advanced with lowered bayonet against the peaceful procession of the unarmed National Guards. Only from Lyon did the unreceived signal of a bloody workers' insurrection go off, but here the industrial bourgeoisie and the industrial proletariat are immediately face to face. Here the workers' movement is not enveloped and determined, as in Paris, by the general movement. In all the other provinces, where the thunder struck, it did not catch fire, it was a mist lightning. Already on the following June 29 Marx wrote in the Volksfreund, on the whole, June 13 is only the revenge for June 1948. Then the proletariat was abandoned by the mountain, this time the mountain was abandoned by the proletariat. See the article on June 13, in Werke, 6, pages 527-28. If June 23, 1848 was the insurrection of the revolutionary proletariat, June 13, 1849 was the insurrection of the democratic petty bourgeois, and each of these two insurrections was the expression classically pure of the class that made it. The starting point is still there, in June 1948, the most grandiose event in the history of European civil wars, Marx, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. On the one hand, the financial aristocracy, the industrial bourgeoisie, the middle class, the petty bourgeoisie, the army, the rabble organized in mobile guard, the intellectuals, die Geist-Eigenkapazitaten, the priests, the rural population. On the other hand, the proletariat who had nothing but itself at its side. The bourgeois republic triumphed. With this defeat the proletariat retreats between the scenes, in den Hintergrund, of the revolutionary scene. It tries to step forward again every time the movement seems to gain new momentum, but it does so with ever reduced energy and with ever smaller result. As soon as one of the social strata above it enters into revolutionary turmoil, the proletariat establishes a connection with it, and in this way shares all the defeats that the various parties suffer one after the other. The most conspicuous representatives of the proletariat are gradually victims of the courts, increasingly ambiguous figures take their place. The official workers' movement indulges in doctrinal experiments, public exchange banks, secret workers' associations. This way, it renounces transforming the old world with the great collective means, Gesamtmitteln, that are its own, tries to achieve the emancipation of the workers behind the backs of society, in a private way, and in this way it necessarily ends in failure. Faced with the bourgeois republic, which has now discovered itself as nothing more than absolute despotism of one class over other classes, the need and urgency for a coalition between petty bourgeois and workers arises. The social demands of the proletariat were blunted by the revolutionary edge and given a democratic twist. The purely political character was removed from the democratic claims of the petty bourgeoisie and their socialist aspect was given prominence. Thus arose the social democracy, Sozialdemokratie. From now on the goal revolutionary becomes the transformation of society through democracy. And all this is what preludes the events of June 1849, it is all that explains them. The resounding prelude that announced the battle is lost in a faint murmur as soon as it should begin, the actors cease to take themselves seriously and the action fails dismally. The profound real aversion that the proletariat has cultivated since June 1948 against the democratic petty bourgeoisie is stronger than all the proclaimed great common interests. And for the first time an autonomous, class movement of proletarians and workers escapes the control and prediction of formal democratic logic. Democrats recognize that they have a privileged class before them, but they, with all the rest of the nation around them, constitute the people. What they represent is the right of the people, what interests him is the interest of the people. They therefore have no need, before engaging in a struggle, to test the interests and positions of the different classes. They do not need to weigh their means too carefully. They just have to send the signal, because the people, with all its inexhaustible resources, let it hurl itself upon oppressors. But here, in practice, their interests turn out to be uninteresting, their strength is impotence, the indivisible people it split into enemy camps. Das Unteilbarvolk in Verschieden feindlich Lager spalten. From this moment on, every uprising of the people is conditioned by the movements of the working class. The popular masses no longer have independence vis-a-vis the workers. People's struggles no longer even exist without workers' struggle. The leaders of the people are powerless without the strength of the workers. Social democracy has lost its political autonomy forever. From now on, either it will be a function of capital, or it will be a crude, conscious instrument of workers' power. What Marx calls the collapse of democratic illusions is not an objective fact following the defeat of 48, it is an initiative that the same workers who had been defeated subjectively take towards their old, false allies. This means June 13, 1849, when for the first time, it comes out as a specific form of workers' struggle, the rejection of the democratic struggle, the answer passive of the workers faced with the petty bourgeois invitation to limit their demands within the confines of democracy. It is therefore not an error, as was said by Menkenhelfen and Nikolajewski, but another lucid fruit of Marx's analytical intelligence, this judgment expressed by him in the aftermath of the decisive event of 1949 in Paris. However fatal the situation may be at the moment, I nevertheless count myself among the satisfied people. Things are going very well, and the Waterloo suffered by official democracy can be considered a victory. Letter from Marx to Wedemeyer, August 1, 1849. Lenin, in his own way and for the needs of his struggle, must have grasped this passage. In the preface to the Russian edition of Marx's letters to Kugelmann, he highlights not only Marx's enthusiastic approval of the new insurrection of the Parisian workers, contained in that letter of April 12, 1871 which, according to him, should have been hung in the room of every revolutionary, every Russian worker who knows how to read. He highlights, alongside this, another element. Evidently Kugelmann responded to Marx with some expression of doubt, mentioning the absolute lack of perspective and realism as the antithesis of Romanticism. At least he compared the Commune and insurrection, with the peaceful demonstration of June 13, 1849 in Paris. Immediately, April 17, 1871, Marx reproved Kugelmann severely. This is what Lenin writes, and continues, in September 1870 Marx defined the insurrection as madness. But when masses they rise up, Marx wants to march with them, learn together with them in the course of the struggle, and not just recite bureaucratic instructions. He understands that the attempt to determine the prospects in advance with absolute precision it would be charlatanism or disheartening pedantry. Above all he poses the fact that the working class does on his own initiative, heroically, with self-sacrifice, universal history. Marx considered history from the point of view of those who make it. He also realized that in history there are moments when a desperate struggle of masses, even for a business with no prospects, it is necessary for the further education of these masses and their preparation for next fight. Lenin, Works, 12. Marx therefore sternly rebuked Kugelmann. I absolutely cannot understand how you can compare the petty bourgeois demonstrations of June 13, 1849 with the current struggle in Paris. Moreover, it would be very convenient to write universal history if battle were accepted only on the condition of an infallibly favorable outcome. Letter of April 17, 1871. The conditions of the struggle, especially due to the presence of the Prussians in France, were certainly unfavorable to the workers. The bourgeois scoundrels of Versailles knew it. Therefore they presented the Parisians with the alternative of accepting the battle or succumbing without battle. The demoralization of the working class in the latter case would have been a far greater misfortune than the loss of any number of leaders. The struggle of the working class against the capitalist class and its state has entered, thanks to the struggle in Paris, a new phase. Whatever the immediate result, a new starting point of universal historical importance has been achieved. All of Marx's political advice to the communards points in the direction of a more decisive, more violent, more sudden resolution to open struggle. It wasn't wanted start the civil war and if they succumb, the blame will only be on their good nature. Up to that point we had to march on Versailles immediately. Letter of April 12, 1871, which will return from that moment on, in every decisive struggle, in every direct clash, as the watchword of the revolutionary point of view of the workers in the face of the opportunist appeal for moderation of its leaders ever. In fact, one must not think that the passive refusal to fight for democratic demands is the alone specific form of workers' struggle. He is alone of these forms. The one that always immediately accompanies it is the active refusal to allow oneself to be defeated without engaging in battle. And this always brings with it, whatever the cost, the search for open conflict, on the terrain of mass struggle. In the first case, different fractions of the capitalist class are allowed to settle their outstanding accounts among themselves, savings are made, the working force is preserved intact, to be played at the new, more advanced level of the struggle. At this point there are no demands from the workers. In the second case the showdown is directly between workers and big capital. On occasion, all the struggle potential accumulated up to that moment comes into play, and only on the quantity of this, and on its organization, does the degree of violence. Only one claim comes forward, which denies all the others, and therefore denies itself together with the others. It is no longer a subjective request of the workers, but a simple necessary historical consequence of their existence, of their presence as a class. In the inaugural address of the First International, 1864, Marx states, "The great task of the working class has become the conquest of political power." It is as the first general realization of this task rather than in the particular ways of its organization of power, that the experience of power becomes important common, the most glorious action of our party after the June uprising and the first revolution in which the working class was openly recognized as the only class capable of social initiative. Marx's writings on common they too are usually considered among his historical works. It is forgotten that they are addresses of the General Council of the International Workers' Association on the Civil War in France. It is not an empirical survey, much less a historical judgment, it is a simple political slogan, the definition of common as working class government, the political form finally discovered in which the economic emancipation of labor could be achieved. The proletariat of Marx's early works, a dissolving force of the old world, has become here working class, social power that coldly snatches the offensive weapon of power from the hands of the capitalists. The political form has changed, the social composition has transformed, the economic weight in the structures has shifted and grown, the level of struggles has jumped forward several times. All this has happened within that permanently erupting revolutionary crater which is the working class. But the objective, the goal, the program with which to face and eliminate the rot of the old world, which is no different, indeed it is one and the same with the most modern social forms and the most modern apparatus of capital's power, everything this remains identical in the transition from proletarians to workers, and this demonstrates another thing, that on the political terrain there is also and must continually be the reverse transition, from modern advanced forms to the crude proletarian forms of class struggle. If you don't want to stay inside the game this time, it is truly apparent of a concerted conflictual evolution of the relationships between the two enemy classes. The point that unifies the forms of struggle is always precisely in the objective, in the goal, in the program. It is this, in so much change, that does not change and cannot change. On this, Marx in 71 repeated almost verbatim what he had said in 43. The working class did not expect miracles from the commune. It has no beautiful, ready-made utopias to introduce by decree of the people. He knows that to achieve his own emancipation, and with it that higher form towards which today's society irresistibly tends due to its own economic factors, he will have to go through long struggles, through a series of historical processes that will transform circumstances and men. The working class does not have to realize ideals, but to liberate the elements of the new society with which the old and crumbling bourgeois society is pregnant. Thus, on the afternoon of June 13, 1849, when the most active members of the proletariat watched the Democrats' procession from the sidewalks, and on the morning of March 19, 1871, when the dark men of the Central Committee found themselves alone in governing Paris, give two opposing specific forms of struggle of the working class, two limit models within which an infinite series is placed, extraordinarily varied and always rich in new technical inventions regarding the practical ways of applying those elementary forms which, as such, remain the complete expression, at a political level, of workers' antagonism. For the reconstruction we are seeking of the workers' point of view, the analysis of the forms of struggle is an important step, which will need to be insisted upon in the future with particular research. Once the problem of what the workers propose as their goal has been eliminated, understanding what the working class is cannot be done without seeing it. How it fights. 8. The forms of struggle. The struggle for the normal working day presents us, for example, with the working class as a positive articulation of capitalist development, as its driving force, as its dynamic foundation. The working class as the mobile engine of capital. The value of workforce, says Marx, also includes the value of the commodities necessary for the reproduction of the worker or for the perpetuation of the working class. Therefore, if the unnatural prolongation of the working day to which capital necessarily tends in its unruly instinct to valorize itself shortens the vital period of individual workers and with it the duration of their labor power, a more rapid replacement becomes necessary. Of worn-out workers, therefore it becomes necessary to undergo greater costs of attrition in the reproduction of labor power. Therefore it seems that capital is induced by its own interest to a normal working day, the capital, I. 1, chapter 8. Yet everyone knows this. His interest was imposed on capital by a series of very harsh workers' struggles. The capitalist, at the beginning, does not worry about the duration of the life of the individual workforce. He is only and exclusively interested in the maximum amount of labor power that can, in general, be made liquid in a working day. Après moi le déluge. It is the motto of every capitalist and every capitalist nation. Therefore capital has no regard for the health and lifespan of the worker, when he is not forced into such considerations by society. When, at its beginnings, it was left to itself, capital extended the working day up to its maximum normal limits and then, beyond these, up to the limits of the natural day, minus the few hours of rest without which workforce absolutely refuses to renew its service. He obtained more absolute surplus value, but at the same time he increased the costs of reproducing the workforce, shortening its lifespan. Furthermore, this violently affected the workers' living conditions, and they were in fact the first to react. As soon as the working class, overwhelmed by the din of production, began to somehow return to itself, its resistance began, and initially in the birthplace of large-scale industry, in England. First result. The Act on the Factories of 1833, from which the existence of a normal, ordinary working day, prescribed by law, is given for modern industry. The next series of coercive laws on the limitation of working time begins. In the workers' attempt to shorten this working time and in the capitalist resistance to granting this shortening, the level of the workers' class struggle grows. It is within the needs of this struggle that the internal history of the Chartist movement must be seen. The movements against the New Poor Law and in favor of the 10-hour law were therefore very closely linked to Chartism, says Engels, the situation of the working class in England. When the working class populations of the industrial districts of the Northwest come into play, when the proletariat of Lancashire and Yorkshire takes to the streets, the Chartism of moral strength collapses and the violent appeal to physical strength takes its place. It is the moment in which Fergus O'Connor contrasts the skilled craftsmen of the London Working Men's Association with the workers with unshaven cheeks, calloused hands, and moleskin jackets. Engels, especially after the Manchester movements of 1842, could say, in general all industrial workers have now been won over to rebellion, in one form or another, against capital and the bourgeoisie, and they are all agreement, sind alle einig, on this point, that they, as working men, a title of which they are proud and which is the usual appellation in Chartist assemblies, they constitute a class apart, eine class, with their own interests yes and princes and with their own mentality, Anschauungsweise equals the point of view, against all the landowners. Result, the 10-hour law, which managed to come into force on May 1, 1848. But the June defeat in Paris intervened again to reverse the balance of power. All fractions of the ruling classes, even in England, are united again. The factory lords no longer need to be considerate. It explodes an open rebellion of the capitalists against the law, and against all the legislation that from 1833 onwards had tried to stop the free bleeding of the workforce. It was a pro-slavery rebellion in miniature, implemented for more than 2 years with cynical unscrupulousness and terrorist energy, and both are all the more cheap, because the rebellious capitalist, der rebellious Kapitalist, risked nothing other than the skin of his workers, the capital, I.1. For 2 years these workers put up a passive, albeit inflexible, resistance, renewed day by day. Then they begin to protest in full voice in meetings menacing again in Lancashire and Yorkshire. Once again the manufacturers are divided. Between 1950 and 1953 the legal principle passed into all major industrial branches. And between 53 and 60 a marvelous industrial development was accompanied by the physical and moral rebirth of the factory worker. Then those same manufacturers from whom the legal limitation and regulation of the working day had been torn away by force through a semi-century-old civil war, indicated, by boasting, the contrast between their factories and the still free exploitation sectors. On the other hand, it is easy to understand how, After the factory magnates had adapted to the inevitable and had been reconciled with it, the resistance force, Widerstandskraft, of capital gradually weakened, while simultaneously the attacking force, Angriffskraft, of the working class was growing. There are then two political practical lessons that Marx draws from the analysis of workers' struggles for the normal working day. In the first place, the upheaval in the material mode of production and in the corresponding social relations between producers first creates monstrous excesses, then provoking, in antithesis to the excesses, the social control that delimits by law the working day with its breaks, the rule, and it makes it uniform. Secondly, the very history of the regulation of the working day demonstrates in a tangible way that the worker isolated, the worker as a free seller of his own labor power succumbs without resistance, Widerstandslos, when capitalist production has reached a certain degree of maturity. Therefore the creation of the normal working day is the product of a civil war, Bürgerkrieg, between the capitalist class and the working class. Since the struggle opens in the context of modern industry, it takes place first in the country that modern industry gave birth, England. The English factory workers were the champions not only of the English working class, but of the modern working class in general. They have the historical merit of having demonstrated first, in fact, that is in the fight, that the worker leaves the production process different from when he entered it. This difference is a real one, political leap. It is the leap that the passage through production causes in what we can call the composition of the working class, i.e. the class composition of workers. But that production is capital production. And capital production presupposes a capitalist relationship. And this, we have seen, presupposes a class relationship. Class relationship is struggle between antagonistic classes. This is why the production process, as productive of capital, cannot be separated from the moments of class struggle, and that is, it is not independent from the movements of the workers' struggle. It is done, it is composed, it is organized by the successive series of all these moments. The development of the capitalist production process is entirely one with the history of workers' class movements. For the worker, going through the production process means going through the specific terrain of the class struggle against the capitalist. So it's from this battleground that the worker leaves different from when he entered. This is to immediately clear the field of any inverted technological illusion, of any attempt to reduce the production process to a working process, that is, to a relationship between worker and instrument as such of his work, as if it were the eternal relationship between man and an evil gift of nature. This is to avoid falling into the trap of processes of reification, before which there is always the ideological lament for the living life of the machinery in the face of the reduction of the worker to a dead thing, and after which there is always the mystical cure for the class consciousness of this worker, as if it were the search for the lost soul of modern man. We need to reverse, as usual, the entire perspective. It is the point of view of the individual capitalist that he sees the worker's struggle as a moment, albeit unavoidable, of the production process. From the worker's point of view, which in production can no longer be that of the individual worker, it is once again the opposite. The production process is discovered as a moment, also unavoidable, of the worker's struggle. That is, it turns out to be the most favorable tactical terrain for the development of the worker's struggle. Class struggle exists even before the act of production begins. It exists on the labor market, where the seller and buyer of labor power oppose each other with opposing interests and negotiate, and in the negotiation each already shows the weapons that they will be able to use in the future. But here the terrain is more favorable to the master. On his side are money, the means of labor, the conditions of production, all the capital itself, and on the other side the simple forced freedom to sell a commodity, which alone can guarantee the survival of the worker. Of course, this commodity that the worker possesses is the end of the exchange, and therefore it is also the principle that moves it. It is the condition of all the other conditions of production, and therefore as such it is also at the beginning of the whole process. That is, it is true that labor power exists the primary foundation of the entire mechanism of capitalist production, but it is also true that, at the time of his purchase, the worker does not have the force to impose this priority on the capitalist, the balance of forces is unfavorable to him, the weapons on which he can immediately count are weaker. There is no lack of will to fight, nor the awareness of having to carry it out, there is a lack of adequate material tools to make it win. It is no coincidence that the heroic story of proletarian revolts is the story of bloody workers' defeats. But this, or this too, is the school of class struggle, and we must learn from here too. The advanced worker of the colossal modern industry must choose among the figures of his ancestors those who Marx already called the fathers of the current working class, the Vogelfreie Proletarier, the working poor, the working proletarian, because he is poor and free at the same time. But class struggle also exists after the act of production has ended, in the income distribution phase, when it comes to distributing the fruit of workers' work among the classes recognized by society. Everyone knows that the pompous laws of distribution are compiled in the dark laboratory of production and that on the balance of forces that are established there between the two classes, it depends on who will have more and who will have less between them. Everyone the citizens of the state. And everyone also knows that the realm of distribution it was the real first country of socialism, and first the dreamers with their utopias, then the reformists with their realism, finally all the beloved leaders who have unfortunately fallen to the workers' movement, have always seen there the realization of social harmonies and the end of the struggle between the classes and eternal peace among men, after a fair profit had been ensured for the capitalists, a fair wage for the workers, a fair state for the citizens, and a fair salary for the officials. Here too the balance of forces is unfavorable to the workers' side. When it comes to distributing what has been produced, all the power of distribution already lies in the hands of those who exercised command over production. And we have seen that command over production does not exist outside of capital. The same general dictatorship of this, its political power which is concentrated in the machinery of the state, is nothing other than an extension to society of capitalist command over capital production. The more the specific relationship of capitalist production takes over the general social relationship at every point, the more complete the despotic power of capital becomes over the whole of society. Contesting this power at the level of distribution is the usual ridiculous mistake of reformist utopias. They want capital without capitalism. The hard truth is that after production an enormous sum of dictatorial command has accumulated in the hands of the master, not only money, means of labor, conditions of production, but that same condition of all the other conditions of production, the forced commodity. Work, initially autonomous in itself, has now become an internal part, a merely variable moment of capital. And it is no longer a question of capital in itself, but of capital in its entirety, from the exchange with labor power, to the production of surplus value, to the distribution of income, up to, if you like, the consumption of the product, command the process in exclusive forms, which all in turn are summarized not in the mediating powers of the individual modes of public government, but in the unique continuity of that always unilaterally oppressive machine which is the state political power. Place in front of this victorious power of capital the whole series of defeats of the working class, regularly abandoned to itself by all the historical parties that were born in its name, and you will have today's situation. From the point of view of these parties the conclusion is drawn that the working class no longer exists, from the point of view of the working class the conclusion is drawn that they no longer exist his parties. The party considers the workers' point of view to have failed, the workers consider the party's point of view to have failed. Yet the revolutionary process is not possible without class and party together. This is ours today. Hic rhodus, hic lep. Let us ask ourselves, where, at what point, at what moment, are the workers, alone, stronger than the capitalist? Can we establish, as a general law, that here and now the working class is always stronger than capital? We can only establish this if we concretely find the point, the moment, in which the balance of power between the two classes is always in favor of the workers. But can it actually exist in a capitalist society and under that exclusive command of capital which subordinates everything to itself? Not only that can, but needs to actually exist. The existence of capital is linked to its existence. Capital production begins with working class on the one hand and the capitalist on the other side. If individual labor forces are not first forcefully associated under a single power, they cannot assert, on a social scale, the particular character of the commodity labor force in general, that is, they cannot make abstract labor concrete at this level, they cannot therefore realize that use value of labor power, in whose effective consumption lies the secret of the process of valorization of value, as a process of production of surplus value and therefore of capital. Workers are bought on the market as individual labor forces, but it is as social labor force that they must function in the production process. It is true that the buying and selling relationship is already a social relationship, but it is a social relationship as presented in the figure of two individual owners of goods, without any other specific characteristics. It is not this generic social relationship that qualifies the act of buying and selling labor power, it is rather its very particular trait of already being a class relationship, a characteristic so determined that it for the first time here appears within a social relationship. The transition to production, evidently to capitalist production, marks a forced process of socialization of the class relationship. After this step, there will be room only for more a social class relationship, at all moments of the overall cycle of capital development, from initial circulation to final distribution. After this step, the same exchange of buying and selling of labor power will no longer have as its protagonists the single figures of two isolated owners of goods on the market, but two large social aggregates, each with a relative institutionalized organization for collective bargaining. It is on this basis that capital, as a relation of production and therefore as a class relationship, undergoes, in its spiral development, an indefinite process of socialization. Every time there is an acute moment of conflict between the two classes, that is, every time the class relationship comes out again as the driving force behind the entire process, the consequence is a leap in socialization. And this in turn reproduces, in an enormously enlarged form, the same class relationship. The historical characteristic that marks the commodity labor power is a capacity for valorization greater than the value it possesses. This is both its power and its misfortune, its power because the valorization of value and therefore the production of capital is in the hands of the workforce, his misfortune because the value of the labor power is in the hands of capital RO, and therefore the very life of the worker. Hence this burning contradiction, the workers as a class they present themselves as the most enormous aggressive political force that has ever appeared in human society, as single individuals instead they give the extreme figure, first, of poverty, then of subordination, always of exploitation. This is why those who consider the class as a sum of individuals have never understood anything about the working class. But what is, in correspondence with all this or in opposition to all this, the particular historical characteristic of capital? We say precisely, a capacity for socialization greater than the social relationship it possesses. If capital in itself, divided from labor power, is already a social relationship, in that it exists in front of to labor power, the act that introduces it into the production process and the production process that incorporates it into capital, place in the hands of capital itself a dynamic force of socialization that goes far beyond the static level of the general social relationship. From this moment on, the degree reached by the socialization process within the capitalist production relationship will always be higher than the degree reached by the same process within the general social relationship. Even if the tendency is towards coincidence between these two relationships, it is to be believed that this will not be achieved never. A gap will always remain between the capital as production relationship it is capital as society capitalist. The socialization of production will always run ahead of the organization of society. The historical margin between these two moments is a formidable form of political domination that capital has well tested to its advantage. But this is not the point of the positive contradiction, but rather that which sees social labor power as a mediation for the socialization of capital. That is, capital does not know how to bring its capacity for socialization directly, it makes it bring it needs to bring, to the workforce. It is true that this alone could not undertake this effort. It is true that only insofar as it is socialized by capital, labor power can then provoke all the processes of capitalist socialization, but this is not enough to subordinate it to the process. It is instead enough to put it in the heart of it, as a vital pulsating engine, within which every social action must pass. Thus what appeared to be the eternal power of capital now appears to be limited by the daily necessity of this passage. Again, what appears from the capitalist point of view, it shows up very different from the worker's point of view. Just as labor power, within the laws of movement of capitalist society, cannot fail to produce more than it costs, so capital, within the same laws, cannot fail to continually go beyond the limits that society itself imposes on its socialization processes. But to overcome these limits, to break passive resistance, that is, to actually go beyond, here capital no longer needs only that living mediation, that dynamic articulation, that only labor power can offer and exercise in the production process. It now needs something new, different, and higher. It needs the offensive weapon of the workers' struggle to be pointed threateningly against itself. It's not just in the Capital of Marx, but in the very history of capitalist development that the struggle for the normal working day precedes, imposes, leads a change in form of surplus value, a revolution in the mode of production. Given by law a normal length of the working day, the extension of surplus labor must derive from the shortening of necessary working time, i.e. the shortening of necessary working time must not derive from the prolongation of surplus labor. Not only must the value of labor power be decreased and the productive power of labor increased, but the value of labor power must be decreased through the increase in the productive power of labor. The chain series of upheavals in the work process begins. Through these, the specifically capitalist history of the production of relative surplus value unfolds. The workers' struggle has therefore imposed its own interest on capital, that is, capital has imposed its own interest on itself, through the workers' struggle. It is not an exceptional fact in the history of capitalist development. This time it is a model not so much of struggle, but of conclusion of the fight, which in various forms will be repeated at various levels of that development. In fact, we must not confuse them shapes of the struggle, with the use that of the struggle as such makes which of the two parties is stronger at that moment. When workers fight, it is to beat the boss, not to develop capital. If they then win, and the present defeat of the capitalist becomes the future victory of capital, this, in the model we are examining, depends neither on errors in the workers' subjective movements of demand, nor on the diabolical nature that the initiative of their enemy. It is an entirely objective mechanism, which effectively places in the variable part of capital, in capital as living labor and that is in labor power as capital, the active data of the whole process, which is then that negative side of the antithesis, that restlessness in itself, which it is no coincidence that we now see no longer expressed in the concept of the proletariat, but coincide, merge, become one with the fact, with the act of workers' struggle. In this sense, in the modern class struggle it can be said that there are never decisive defeats and victories. When the workers win a partial battle, they later realize that they have won it on behalf of capital. When the capitalists call the working class to open conflict, to defeat its political movement on the field, they then pay for their temporary success with the long periods of passivity that living labor introduces as a response into the economic mechanism. The laws of movement of capitalist society allow only one class to lead the other one. As long as capital exists, both classes must exist within it. They have to fight. The workers' point of view starts from the principle that when the struggle took place it was never useless. A terrible defeat that bends the movement for a moment but makes it rise again stronger later, is worth more than all the opportunist renunciations that keep the relationship of forces unchanged for decades, in inaction, that is, in reformism. Yet we must not forget that, on the workers' side, the refusal to fight it is, can be, in certain cases, one form of fighting. And this is when the workers' mediation of capitalist interest is completely exposed and visible to the naked eye, and at the same time appears too urgent and necessary for the immediate needs of capital, and furthermore cannot be managed by the workers directly at that moment, and must be forcibly delivered into the hands of their false representatives. It is at this point that, faced with the capitalist request for a workers' initiative, the workers respond, spontaneously, en masse, with the passivity towards the struggle, with the passive rejection of the workers' struggle itself. Within the particular form of this response, it is generally possible to measure the presence of a contradiction of a new type, a new way of presenting that continuous historical process of separation between labor power and capital, which presents itself now mediated from the separation between workers and their organizations, between working class and workers' movement. Of course, this is not an easy discussion to gather, a mass of concrete historical experiences easily demonstrates this, but the entire tradition of thought of vulgar Marxism, which is the only tradition of thought that the workers' point of view finds behind, he fiercely denies it. Furthermore, we cannot start from the refutation of the various moments, or the various passages of this tradition. Nothing would be gained from it, and the needs of the controversy would crush the impact force of the new hypotheses. It is on these that we need to work first of all, articulating in principle the theoretical premises that underlie them, and ultimately unifying the practical consequences that derive from them. These consequences are decisive for the choice of those premises. On the basis of the greatest possible damage that it can cause to the boss at that moment, the form of struggle is chosen by the workers. On the basis of the weapons that it can procure to fight capital, the choice is made from the workers' point of view form of science. Neither the forms of struggle nor those of science are given once and for all. It is probable that historical materialism, the attempt to reconstruct the entire history of human societies on the principle of class struggle, was for Marx a way of practically overthrowing, in science, the bourgeois ideological thesis of an eternal history of capital, and an alternative way of contrasting this, for the struggle, with a subaltern history of the exploited classes. What is certain is that still considering historical materialism as the modern form of workers' science means starting to write the science of the future with the quill of the medieval scribe. We think that with every upheaval that marks an epoch in the history of workers' struggles, the problem of changing the form of his science. The fact that this change did not occur after the greatest practical upheaval that workers have brought about in the contemporary world is at the root of all the difficulties of Marxism today. We will need to return to this. 9. Work as non-capital. It is Marx who used the terms of Angriffskraft, striking force, of the working class, and of Widerstandskraft, resistance force, of capital, see Werke, 26, p. 313. We need to put these terms back into circulation in today's struggle. Because that is already contained in them strategic reversal, which was attempted only once, after Marx, in practice, and which, after Lenin, both in theory and in practice, was archived. To demonstrate how it can function again in the forms of struggle, it is necessary to carry forward the process of reconstructing the objective movements of the forces that find themselves fighting. In the meantime, we have acquired a point, which some are even willing to admit in principle, but which no one is willing to consider in its consequences: first the free and poor worker, and then the proletariat as the party of destruction, then the commodity labor power and therefore the individual worker as a potential producer, finally the social force of productive work in progress and therefore the working class in the production process, are in turn, conceptually and historically, begrifflich und geschichtlich, the element dynamic of capital itself, the primary cause of development capitalist. In this sense, Arbeitskraft, it is not just a commodity object that passes from the hands of workers into those of capital, it's an active force, which, the more development proceeds, goes from the working class to the capitalist class. Marx's praise of the powerful and incessant activity of the bourgeoisie must be correctly traced back to the proletarian threat that pursued it, the charge of always restless dynamism that seems to push capital in all moments of its history is in reality the aggressive push of the class movements that press within it. We like to see the Schumpeterian figure of the entrepreneur, with his innovative initiative, reversed in the permanent struggle initiative of the great working masses. For this step, Arbeitskraft can become, needs to become, and grip scratched. It's the transition, this time politic, from the workforce to the working class. Where Marx shows the greatest awareness of this problem is in Grundriss. And perhaps for a simple formal reason, not forced either to a strict logical arrangement of the arguments, nor to a particular linguistic care in their exposition, in a phase of work all his own, which was placed far short of a public release. Here he advances more quickly in his fundamental discoveries and therefore discovers more and more new things than appear in his completed works, starting with For the Critique of Political Economy and from the first book of Capital. It follows that, politically, Grundriss. This interior monologue that Marx establishes with his own time and with himself, turns out to be a more advanced book than the other two, a text that leads more directly, through sudden practical pages, to political conclusions of a new type. Look for example at how, before arriving at the concept of living labor and therefore before attacking the original exchange relationship between capital and labor, Marx poses the problem here, was ist Untergesellschaft sie Verstehen? Nothing is more false than the way both economists and socialists view society in relation to economic conditions. Proudhon thus sees no difference between capital and product for society. But doesn't the difference between product and capital lie precisely in the fact that, like capital, the product expresses a specific relationship, relative to a historical form of society? The so-called consideration from the point of view of society means nothing more than neglecting the differences which precisely express the social relationship. Report of Bourgeois Society. Society does not consist of individuals, but rather expresses the sum of relationships, of the relationships in which these individuals stand with respect to each other. Grundriss, pages 175 to 76. From here on I use the translation that Enzo Grillo is making of this entire text. This definition of society is important precisely for the definition of social substance, common to all goods as if they were single individuals. Their single material content, their individual physical determination, can no longer be a common substance, it must be their form, precisely social, their being the product of a social relationship. But this form, insofar as it is value, insofar as it is a specific quantity of labor, can only be talked about if the antithesis to capital is sought. P 183 note. The common substance of all commodities is constituted by the fact that they are all socially objectified labor. Now the only thing different from the objectified work and the job not objectified but still to be objectified, the work as subjectivity. That is, work objectified, or existing in space, it can also be contrasted, as dead labor, vergangen, to work existing over time. Insofar as it must exist temporally, as living labor, it can only exist as living subject, lebendig subject, in which it exists as a capacity, as a possibility. Therefore how worker, als Arbeiter, p. 183. We have already seen that in the urtext of For the Critique of Political Economy, of the same period as Grundriss, will say even more briefly, the only antithesis to work objectified, Vergegenstandlicht, is work not objective, ungegenstandlich, that is, the only antithesis to work objectified, objectivierten, is work subjective, see the appendix to the Grundriss, p. 942. Subjective labor as opposed to objectified labor, living labor as opposed to dead labor, it is labor as opposed to capital. The work as non-capital, die Arbeit als das nicht Kapital. There are two fundamental characteristics and both mark the work as a non-something, a no planted in the heart of a network of positive social relationships, which holds within itself both the possibility of their development and that of their destruction. Grundriss, pages 203 to 4, work placed as non-capital as such it is, 1. Non-objectified, negatively conceived work, but still objective, the non-objective itself in objective form. As such it is non-raw material, non-instrument of work, non-raw product, work separated from all the means and objects of work, from its entire objectivity. It is the living work existing as abstraction from these moments of its real effectiveness, and also as non-value, it is this complete dispossession, devoid of any objectivity, pure subjective existence of work. Its work like absolute poverty, absolute armut poverty not as deprivation, but as complete exclusion from objective wealth. Or even, as non-value, nichtwert, existing and therefore as a purely objective use value, which exists without mediation. This objectivity can only be an objectivity not separated from the person, only an objectivity coinciding with his immediate corporeal existence. As purely immediate, objectivity is also immediately non-objectivity. In other words, an objectivity that does not go beyond the immediate existence of the individual himself. 2. Non-objectified, non-value work, positively conceived, or negativity referring to itself, as such it is the non-objectified, therefore non-objective, i.e. subjective existence of the work itself. Work not as an object, but as an activity, not how value itself, but how living source of the value. General wealth, as opposed to capital in which it exists subjectively, as reality, as general possibility, allgemeine Möglichkeit, of it which is confirmed in the activity as such. It is therefore not at all contradictory, Marx continues, that work is in one sense the absolute poverty as an object, on the other hand general possibility of wealth as a subject. Or rather it is completely contradictory, but then for the fact that labor itself is a contradiction of capital. And before that, a contradiction in itself. Abstract work that has a use value. Indeed, pure and simple work, sch lechten, that is the pure and simple use value that contrasts with capital. And that is the I work as a laborer. Absolutely indifferent to its particular specificity, yet capable of any specificity. The worker's interest is always in the work in general, never in its specific character. This specific character is in fact only use value for capital. Precisely for this reason, just as work is such only in opposition to capital, so the worker is such only in opposition to the capitalist. This economic relationship, the character by which the capitalist and the worker are placed as extremes of a production relationship, is therefore all the more purely and adequately developed the more the work loses all artisanal character, Kunstcharakter, its particular refinement increasingly becomes something abstract and indifferent, and it progressively becomes activity purely abstract, purely mechanical, and therefore indifferent, activity indifferent to its particular form, activity simply formal, tiles, or, what is the same, simply material, stoff-like, activity in general, indifferent to form. Arbeitsprozess in das Kapital aufgenommen, still Grundriss, pages 205-6. Through the exchange with the worker, capital has appropriated labor itself. This has become one of its moments, which now acts as a fertilizing vitality, befruchtende Lebendigkeit, on its merely existent and therefore dead objectivity, nur das Ende der Tod. Capital at this point cannot continue to passively identify itself, as money, with objectified labor. It must establish an active relationship, as capital, with living labor, with work that exists as a process and as an act. It is in fact this qualitative difference of the substance from the form in which it also consists as work. It is the process of this distinction, Unterscheidung, and its overcoming, Aufhebung, the way by which capital itself becomes a process. Work is the ferment which, thrown into it, brings it to fermentation, Zurgerung. On the one hand the objectivity in which it consists must be elaborated, i.e. consumed by work, on the other the mere subjectivity of work as a mere form must be overcome, aufgehoben, and objectified in the matter, material, of capital. The relation of capital, in its content, to labor, of objectified labor to living labor, this relation in which capital appears passive in the face of labor, is i.e. its passive existence, sen passivstatian, as a substance particular, to enter into a relationship with work as a training activity. In general it can only be the relationship of work with its objectivity, with its matter, Stoff, and with respect to work as activity, matter, objectified work, has only two relationships. that of raw material, that is, of formless matter, of pure material for the formative activity compliant with the purpose of the work, and that of working tool, of the objective medium itself through which the subjective activity inserts between itself and the object, an object that acts as a conductor, lighter. Productionsproces de capitals, Grundriss, pages 210 to 212 in the first act, in the exchange between capital and labor, labor as such, by itself, necessarily presented itself as worker. The same happens here in the second process. Capital in general is posited as a value in itself, as a value so to speak selfish, selbstisker, to which in money one only tended. But capital in itself is the capitalist. The socialists have a nice thing to say: we need capital, not the capitalist. But then capital appears as a pure thing, not as a relation of production which, reflected in itself, is precisely the capitalist. I can well separate the capital from this individual capitalist, and it can pass into the hands of another. But insofar as he loses capital, he loses the quality of being a capitalist. Capital therefore may well be separated from the individual capitalist, but not from the capitalist, who as such is opposed to the worker. And so even the individual worker can cease to be the being for itself, das Versagen, of work. He can inherit, steal etc. money. But then he ceases to be worker. As a worker he is only work in itself. Through the incorporation of labor into capital, capital itself becomes a process of production, but first and foremost process material production process in general, so that the capital production process is not distinct from the material production process in general. Its formal determination is completely extinguished. Due to the fact that capital exchanged a part of its objective being, sen, for labor, its very objective existence, Dasein, split internally, derimiert in sich, as object and labor. The relationship of these two elements constitutes the production process, or, more precisely, the working process. With this, the working process based on value, as a starting point, and which due to its abstractness, its pure materiality, is equally typical of all forms of production, presents itself back within the capital, as a process that develops within its subject matter, that is, constitutes its content. Surplusarbeitszeit. Grundriss, pages 230 to 31. If a working day was needed to keep a worker alive for a working day, capital would not exist, because the working day would be exchanged for its own product, thus making valorization and therefore also the conservation of the product impossible. Capital as capital. The self-preservation of capital is its self-valorization. If capital, in order to live, also had to work, it would be preserved not as capital, but as labor. But if the worker only needs half a working day to live a full day, then, to prolong his existence as a worker, he only needs to work half a day. The second half of the working day is forced labor, Zwangsarbeit, surplus labor. What on the side of capital presents itself, erscheint, as surplus value, on the worker's side presents itself exactly, erscheint exact, as surplus labor, which goes beyond his needs as a worker, that is, beyond his immediate need to conserve its vitality. The great historical role of capital is create the surplus labor, this superfluous work from the point of view of simple use value, of pure subsistence. In this sense, a complete historical determination of capital presupposes, 1. Needs so developed that surplus labor beyond what is necessary itself becomes a general need, 2. A general industriousness which, through the rigorous discipline of capital, develops into general possession, 3. Such a mature development of the productive forces of labor that the possession and conservation of general wealth on the one hand requires less working time for the entire society, on the other the working society, Arbeitende Gesellschaft, establishes a relationship scientific with the process of its progressive reproduction, of its ever richer reproduction. Thus work, in which man does what he can let things do for him, ceases to exist. As an incessant tension, Rastloosstreben, to the general form of wealth, Capital pushes labor beyond the limits of its natural needs and thus creates the material elements for the development of a rich individuality, universal, allseitig, both in production both in consumption, whose work therefore no longer even presents itself as work, but rather as the full development of the activity itself, in which natural necessity in its immediate form has disappeared, because in place of the natural need a historically produced one has entered, geschichtlicher Zugts. Therefore the capital is productive, that is, it is an essential relationship for the development of social productive forces. It ceases to be such only when the development of these productive forces finds a barrier in capital itself. This is the new path that Marx himself proposes here. Starting point, work as non-capital, that is, work as a living subject of the worker in contrast to the dead objectivity of all other conditions of production, work as the vital ferment of capital, another active determination that is added to the activity of productive work. Arrival point, capital which itself becomes productive, an essential relationship to the development of work as a social productive force, and therefore an essential relationship to development of the working class, a new function of capital which now makes it serve the worker. In the middle of this path, between one and the other of these 2 points, work as non-value and, precisely for this reason, a living source of value, absolute poverty and, precisely for this reason, the general possibility of wealth, again surplus labor and, precisely for this reason, surplus value, the modern figure of the collective worker who now comes to produce his own capital as an antagonistic class that fights against it. This is the decisive point that must now be brought into focus. The production process, the act of capital production, is simultaneously the moment of workers' struggle against capital, specific moment, to which all the other generic levels of the struggle are forced to refer, in order to become productive themselves. At the moment of production, the balance of power between the two classes is favorable to the working party. Let's ask ourselves, why? We have seen, it is a need of capital that of labor power step inside the capitalist production relationship, and no longer just as a productive force objectified social in capital, but as a living active subject of the worker, thus associated and thus objectified. At the time of buying and selling, on the market, the workforce presents itself with 2 fundamental characteristics, that of already being substantially opposed to capital, and that of still being formally autonomous from it. Its autonomy, the charter of its rights on which the word freedom is written in Gothic characters, consists in the fact of still being outside the capitalist production relationship. The moment of exchange is not only the reign of freedom because buyer and seller treat each other as free individuals, but because capital and labor present themselves here, at least in form, free from each other. It is that freedom that they must lose if they want to live. It is in this sense that Marx sees the dissolution of capital as a formal relationship in the transition to production. In fact, what falls here is precisely the form of mutual autonomy between the moments of the relationship, and what remains is the relationship itself in its substance, in its raw and immediate reality, without the mediation of a formal expression, we say, without ideology. But the substance of the relationship is given from the beginning by the antithetical contrast between potential labor and capital in itself. The simple figures of work and capital, of the worker and the capitalist. The content of the capitalist relationship is at all times the class relationship. And the class relationship sees the initiative of the workers' struggle as the starting point of the process, its permanent engine, the absolute negation of capital as such and at the same time the dynamic articulation of capitalist interest. In the transition to production, this class content of capital as a substantial relationship is not only preserved in substance, not only is it freed from form, but it must be, precisely, socialized and objectified. It must be socialized in the sense that the individual labor forces must become a social productive force, or the social force of productive labor. It must be objectified, in the sense that this social force of productive labor must become the social productive force of capital. These 2 processes, the socialization of labor power and its objectification in capital, are caught up in a single necessity, that of breaking the autonomy of labor power without destroying its antagonistic character. The existence of capital, its birth, its development, are all linked to the presence of this antagonism. Capital not only cannot exist without labor power, but it cannot exist without socialization of labor power. Not only cannot it do without the working class, but it cannot help but introduce the working class itself into capital, as its own living part. The process of capitalist socialization can go very far, it has development possibilities that seem unlimited, it jumps from the production relationship, backwards, towards the exchange relationship, forwards, towards the distribution relationships, it affects the general social relationship and makes it continually rise of a degree, of a level, of a moment. Yet there is a limit marked to it that it cannot exceed. The process of general socialization cannot go so far as to liquidate the workers as a particular class, it cannot, must not, dilute, dissolve, dismember the working class in society, can and must increasingly socialize, as it is, the class relationship and therefore within it again the workers as an antagonistic class. On the capitalist side this is the path of social control over the movements of the working class, on the working side. It is the prospect of their own unlimited political growth against the insurmountable limit that capital places on itself. Thus the process of objectification of every social relationship within capital carries within itself a historical charge which accumulates, as it advances, an irresistible force, from the fetishism of the commodity to the fetishism of capital, through an entire era of positive violence. The reduction death of everything that is socially alive seems practically complete. Yet here too an insurmountable barrier prevents the completion of the work. The process of total objectification cannot succeed in liquidating the individual life of work as an active subject. It cannot and must not reduce to dead passive objectivity the same vital ferment that productively puts everything in business. The more the objectification of everything that is social grows and advances in capital, the more the activity, the initiative, the entrepreneurial interest of the working class must advance and grow within it. On the capitalist side this is the condition for a rational economic development of the system. On the workers' side it is the opportunity to politically subordinate the movements of capital to themselves. The initial class content is therefore discovered to be increasingly present and in an increasingly decisive way in the capitalist production relationship, its vivifying substance precisely because its imminent contradiction, precisely because the workers' continuous effort towards the subjective political use of an objective economic mechanism. The processes of socialization and objectification exasperate these possibilities of alternative use, which are moreover implicit in every process of capitalist production. The practical view of capital has no choice but to guide these processes by doing them bring to the working class. The practical worker point of view can choose to carry them refusing the guidance of capital. It is therefore in a position of potential advantage. It is enough that this worker's choice is not abandoned to spontaneity, it is enough that it finds the way to express itself in a powerful subjective organization, and the balance of forces is in fact reversed. The worker's attacking force puts the capitalist's defense on the resistance. In the factory, in production, when the workers function for the capitalist like machines for capital, with the added possibility of choosing not wanting work, when labor is within capital and against it at the same time, then the collective master is enormously weak, because for a moment he left in the hands of his enemies the weapons with which he fought, the productive forces of labor, socialized and objectified in the working class. If the activity of labor ceases, the life of capital ceases. A stopped factory is already dead labor, resting capital that neither produces nor reproduces. The strike is, not surprisingly, a permanent form of workers' struggle and thus its primitive form that develops, but is not denied. And there is the immense strength of simple things in this elementary observation, the strike being the cessation of activity by living labor, its reduction to dead labor, its refusal to be work, the strike therefore as the collapse of the distinction, of the separation, of the opposition between labor and capital, the most terrible threat that can be brought to the very life of capitalist society. The rejection of activity by living labor is the recovery of that autonomy that the production process must break down. And this is the other thing that capital cannot tolerate. It must keep work distinct from itself and opposed to itself as an economic power, but must at the same time subordinate it, under its command, as a political power. That is, capital must oppose labor power without leaving the working class autonomous, must conceive the workforce itself as a working class. Inside, however, the capitalist production relationship, it must therefore preserve, reproduce, and broaden the class relationship, alone checking it. This is the thread that binds the modern history of capital. Breaking the thread of this control at one point is today's strategy of the workers' revolution. A separate autonomy politics of the class movements of the two parties is still the starting point to be imposed on the struggle, hence, once again, all the problems of organization of the Workers' Party. Capital's effort is to close the moment of antagonism within the economic relationship, incorporating the class relationship into the capitalist relationship as its social object. On the contrary, the effort of the workers must continually tend to break the economic form of the antagonism, must have as its daily objective that of restoring political content to every elementary occasion of conflict, must therefore make the capitalist relationship function subjectively in the class relationship, then conceive capital as a relation of production, always and only as a moment of the working class struggle. It is in this way that the very living activity of work, socialized by capital and objectified in it, can be crudely made to serve that work of positive destruction that the worker's point of view materially brings with it. That fermenting vitality of workers' work is in fact still nothing more than antagonism. And antagonism is nothing other than its antithetical character, its position of permanent negation, this no continuously repeated, this refusal of everything, which, left to spontaneity, lashes the capitalist and makes him run and forces him to repeat to himself, as Marx already said, forward, forward. But once channeled within the iron walls of the organization for the revolution, it first erects the economic barrier of capital in front of itself like a dam and then politically attacks it, overwhelms it and destroys it. We start from this assumption, that capital has now managed to trace the natural law of its own social development. Under these conditions, reveal the economic law of movement of capitalist society, it no longer constitutes the ultimate goal of workers' thinking. At this point, each phase of capitalism's development must immediately be reduced to a practical means of its possible dissolution. The laws of development of capital must be revealed as laws of capitalist development of the working class, as the organization of workers by the capitalist. There's a workforce fetishism which sticks to the producers of capital as soon as they begin to produce social capital. It is first of all a question of violently suppressing, in the struggle, this modern bourgeois appearance, which subordinates labor to capital, thus the decisive political terrain for the defeat of the capitalists will be found. It is then a question, on this basis, of setting out to discover the political laws of movement of the working class, which materially subordinate the development of capital to themselves, thus the definitive theoretical task of the workers' point of view will be found. From this moment, capitalism must only begin to interest us as a historical system of reproduction of the working class. 10. The watchword of labor value. It is the decisive point of strategic reversal. For now it will not be implemented in field research. It has no immediate possibility of sowing something in the current desert of contemporary Marxism. This is not what we need to address. Only a formidable political experience, tactically guided by this new strategic criterion, will be able to blow away once and for all the crust of opportunism, of renunciation, of passive obedience to the tradition which only accepts the innovations proposed by the opposing camp, under which it has remained buried for the workers' point of view for decades. Only the new forces that will produce this practical experience and be reproduced by it will then find themselves able to carry out the work of theoretical reconstruction, the work of scientific modeling, to the end. However, it should not be believed that the opposite is possible. Revealing only the new possible course of the struggle does not change the real conditions in which the struggle takes place. But by truly changing these conditions, according to the new point of view, its decisive victory is also imposed for the future. Here again we find ourselves passing through a narrow door. Always, every time the worker's point of view advances, it finds itself having to demonstrate with the example of practice what it proposes in theory. It finds itself, by its nature, having to put politics before science. And this is why worker science will never offer itself to the scientist in an internally complete form. The worker's point of view, as a science, is already a contradiction. In order not to be so, it must not be just science, knowledge, and prediction of phenomena, it must be a revolution, an ongoing process of reversal of facts. In reading Marx, after a century, it is not strange, it is normal that the economist continues to find economic errors, the historical errors, the political errors, and so on. It is not strange and it is normal because from the point of view of the economist, the historian, the traditional politician, these are real errors. However, none of these people ask themselves whether they can judge Marx from their point of view, from the point of view of their disciplines. If Marx's work is reduced to a phenomenon of the history of doctrines, then one can be a Marxist or non-Marxist, in a more or less refined way, each in their own doctrine. But if that work itself is seen as a practical moment of class struggle from the worker's point of view, then it is a question of being Marxist in a single crude sense, as revolutionary militants of the working class. In this case we must know that, on objective scientific grounds, the consequences are serious. Compared to recognized science, we must accept working clandestinely on a completely different level. The results will therefore often not be comparable. As scholars, and by scholars, we claim the right to be despised. In capitalist society, research, study, and science from the worker's point of view must consciously choose for themselves the honor of isolation. Only in this way will they be able to quietly hand over to the movements of their own class the knowledge of that aggressive force that it needs, thus giving back to the workers what Marx, not surprisingly, had already indicated to them as an indispensable choice, honor of being a conquering power, die Erinnerabernde Macht zu sein, see Werke, 8, p. 157. Propose today a reversal of historical priority between capital and labor, begin to see capital as a function of the working class, or, more precisely, the capitalist economic system as a moment of political development of the working class, therefore break and overturn history in research subaltern of the workers' movements, to recover in practice the possibility of forcibly imposing its own movements on capital. All this is not methodologically different from what Marx himself did, when he took the law of labor value into his own, and interpreted it, he brought it to completion, he made it serve his ends, which were not the exclusive ones of his analysis, but the overall ones of his class struggle. Marx did not discover the law of labor value. He found it already fundamentally accomplished in the thinking of the time. And it is true that this was the bourgeois thought of the time, but specifically of that advanced part of the industrial bourgeoisie which, in mortal struggle against the passive survivals of the past, had an interest in realistically presenting its theories as the scientific subsistence of economic relations. In that case, simply staying with the facts already broke the old balance. On the other hand, it was precisely this staying with the facts that made the relationship with that bourgeois science productive. And the fact, the data, that this science tried to impose, in the crudest way, on political attention was, not by chance, the new node, economic and political at the same time, of the relationship between work and value, and between work and capital. It is therefore not a question of accrediting in this way the historical illusion of a bourgeoisie which when revolutionary is not afraid to tell the truth, but which becomes all the more liars the more reactionary it becomes, and before taking power it is good and after has taken power becomes evil, these fairy tales for children who go to primary school of historical materialism. The realism of classical bourgeois thought is not an isolated fruit of the golden age of capital, it is repeated every time the most advanced capitalist part decides to attack and beat, on workers' terrain, the most backward capitalist part, that is, every time in which the workers' articulation of capitalist development is made to play, must be made to play, in a direct and open way. Then the alternative worker use of some scientific results obtained from the opposite point of view also becomes possible again. This is why Ricardo's bourgeois cynicism about the conditions of working for profit was more useful to Marx than all the whining of communist literature about the misery of the working classes. When Marx rejects the idea of work as a source of wealth and assumes a concept of work as a measure of value, socialist ideology is defeated forever and workers' science is born. It is no coincidence that this has always been the choice. Work creates nothing. It does not create value just as capital does not, and therefore it does not have to ask anyone to give it back the full fruit of what it has created. How many times does Marx say that work is presupposed by capital and at the same time presupposes it in turn? And what else does this mean if not the very simple fact that capital, in order to become capital, that is, to be a relation of production, presupposes labor power, and labor power in order to work, that is, to produce, presupposes the conditions of work. And it is not a question of simple, let's say, static reciprocal assumptions. It is a dynamic, very mobile, even restless class opposition, which then sees, and here is the discriminating point, a class, an active force of living labor, a social mass of proletarians, initially opposing themselves for a long time to the dead conditions of work as capital in itself, that is, as a single capitalist, to the point of forcing the latter to live and constitute itself, on that model, as an antagonistic class. The passage then through a concept of work as a homogenizing moment of social facts, as a measuring stick of values, as a reduction to a living unity of what in capitalist society is multiple and dead at the same time, this passage through work acquires all its fundamental ineliminable importance. Work can make facts homogeneous, since the proletarian mass in which it consists from the beginning is the only homogeneous force given by society. Work can measure value, because the worker articulation is present from the beginning in all the decisive structures that make the capital machine move. It is an objective measure of value as a potential control over capital. Work can reduce everything to itself and thus make everything alive, because the class movement that expresses it has a unique antagonistic direction, a unique enemy to be defeated with a single attack force available. In this sense it is true that the replacement of labor with labor power changes the nature of the law of value, from how Marx found it to how Marx left it. But only on the condition that labor power is not reduced, in economic analysis, to a normal commodity, only on the condition that it is politically exalted as a particular commodity. And the particularity of the commodity labor force, the possibility of its valorization greater than its real value, we can now say that coincides with the fact of being living labor associated with capital and objectified in it, with the fact of being not only a class worker, but working class within the capitalist production relationship, not work that creates wealth and therefore claims wealth for itself, but workers who as a class produce capital and as a class can therefore refuse to produce it. The particular character of labor power as a commodity is discovered at this point no longer as an economic fact passively incorporated into the existence of the worker, but as an active political possibility that the working class holds in its own power with its mere presence, as a living part, within capital. Thus, the valorization of labor power beyond its value, the modern constraint on surplus labor, the industrial extortion of surplus value, these economic laws of movement of capitalist society, must all be discovered again as political laws of movement of the working class, bent by the subjective strength of the organization to brutally serve the objective revolutionary needs of antagonism and struggle. We must also understand that this reversal in the content of the laws of development will not occur by immediate spontaneous force. Spontaneity certainly plays in this case, as it has played so far, in the opposite direction, in the sense of the gradual dissolution of every subjective political will within the iron machine of the economic mechanism. Nor will a simple strategic cry, a completely theoretical appeal for a new strategy, be needed to change the sign of this trend. We will therefore be directly forced to worry about tactically preparing the ground on which we will need to skillfully plant, so that it sinks its roots deep, the most subversive practice that has ever been conceived so far, subversive twice, once against the power of capital, once against the tradition of the workers' movement. Of course, the Marxian law of labor value does not keep all this implicit in itself. Yet if we consider it, as we want to consider it, the first unfolding use, the first model of hypotheses of workers' science, then we have the possibility of finding more in it than Marx himself wanted to see in it. At this point the economic complaints about the failure of the law to function in de facto relations are overwhelmed by the facts themselves, as they present themselves from the point of view of workers' politics. And what are these facts if not the simplest, the most elementary, those given by the daily common sense of the class struggle? Because the law of labor value, the moment it passes through Marx's head, becomes something other than what it was until then. From the law of movement of capitalist society, discovered by the most advanced bourgeois science, it becomes the law of movement of the working class, that is, a moment of practical attack, of material aggression on capitalist society itself, and no longer only from the theoretical point of view of an opposing workers' science, but on the political side of a possible organized revolutionary movement. Then bourgeois science itself intervenes to discover the contradictions of the law. It's true, Marx, by taking the law of value into his own hands, practically put it in crisis. After Marx, from the point of view of objective economic science, the law of value effectively no longer works. And Marx cannot be involved in the crisis, in the economic collapse of this law. Marx cannot be reproached for what can correctly be reproached for Ricardo. This is why every defense, or attempted justification, of the Marxian theory of value, even in the most serious cases of a Sweezy or a Pietranera, as conducted on the objective terrain of economics, is politically unproductive, that is, practically neutral. For Marx, labor value is a political thesis, a revolutionary slogan, not a law of economics, not a means of scientific interpretation of social phenomena, or rather it is these two last things based on the first and as a consequence of them. In this sense, again, the law of value is truly an economic error from the point of view of capital, that is, from the point of view of its science. And the modern tools of this science have well identified the internal difficulties of the law. But the correct relationship is between the law and its object. And the object, in Marx, here is the simple thing, difficult to understand, the object is not the economic world of commodities, but the political relationship of capitalist production. The economist arrives and closes capital to the first section because the Marxian theory of value does not explain prices. It is, yes, the eternal bourgeois claim of giving science before science, of wanting to explain a priori all phenomena apparently in conflict with the law. But it is also the organic historical vice of the intellectual who mistakes capital for a treatise on political economy, while it is precisely and nothing other than critique of political economy, criticism of its scientific instruments and purposes, preparation of new tools for new ends, both beyond the limits of science. Labor value then means first labor power then capital, it means capital conditioned by labor power, moved by labor power, in this sense value measured by labor. Work is a measure of value because the working class is the condition of capital. This political conclusion is the true, presupposed, starting point of Marxian economic analysis itself. The reconstruction of Marx's discourse on the concept of work, the quality gap that divides it from his own theoretical sources of the problem, Hegel and Ricardo, and at the same time his reference to the concrete experiences of workers' struggle, as the true practical source of a possible solution, all this tended to privilege and make the class relationship conditional over all other social relationships, at the center of which lies the relationship between capital and the working class. Part of itself. The moment of mediation that now enriches the problem is the possibility of tying together in a single bundle, within capitalist society, work as a measure of value, the first indispensable homogenizing element for bourgeois knowledge of social phenomena itself, and the working class. As an articulation of capital, the primary factor of organization of the capitalist system of production. We say that this workers' articulation of capitalist production still expresses today, without resolving them but also without using them, the bourgeois contradictions of the law of labor value. This requires giving a new form to this same law, or, which is the same thing, making its content entirely explicit. Faced with the worker's point of view, there is no longer the need for an economic solution to the theoretical problem of labor value, it is only the search for a political outlet for the practical working class-capital relationship. Carrying out as the law of value imposes itself, this is therefore still the task of workers' science, according to Marx's indications. On one condition only, that this development is not trapped in the false contradictions of economic science. How the law is imposed is a problem of the political organization of the class relationship. And wherever, in the production process, a class relationship exists, there it is necessary to discover the objective functioning of the content of this law and at the same time establish the political forms with which to impose it subjectively. The law of labor value, in Marx's interpretation, cannot in fact be extrapolated from the capitalist relationship of production and the class relationship that underlies it. This is why where the laws of the market are expected to no longer exist, the law of value is still and always expected to function. What does this mean if not that the class struggle still lives in the production relationship? It is the historical paradox of realized socialism. Precisely the orthodox fidelity to the Marxist tools of analysis is rediscovering within it the living presence, one by one, of all the classic laws of capital development. The affirmative answer to the possibility or otherwise of seeing the law of value function in a socialist planned economy was thus a point of fundamental importance. If we want to advance, even with concern, on this terrain, at the current stage of research, to break an intellectual silence that blocks the worker's point of view behind a now useless barrier of political opportunities, well, then we must put ourselves in the form of this scandalous issue is the problem, that if we can talk about the objective economic functioning of the law of labor value, we can talk about it precisely and only in the society that claims to have achieved socialism. In fact, if we fit together, as is legitimate to do, value and capital on the one hand, labor and the working class on the other, and say that the fully unfolded modern form of the law of labor value presents itself today as a workers' articulation of capitalist development, if it must conclude that it is possible to carry out the law wherever capital exists as a relation of production, but that how it actually imposes itself today has as its historical condition of formally workers' management of the capitalist production relation. That is, where all the laws of capital development function openly under the subjective command of a class of capitalists, the workers' conditioning of development can only be imposed by the various, but all open and all subjective, forms of the workers' struggle. Here the capitalist, on his behalf, does not need to refer to the law of value for his economic calculation, because he has no interest in making the working class function as an active political engine of the whole process. It is enough for him to use it economically as such in the production process. Where, however, due to a well-defined historical context of circumstances, a concentrated nucleus of the working class finds itself to be the only homogeneous social force, capable of bringing about the development of capital, there then the conditions are prepared for it to objectively impose itself in work, a homogeneous yardstick measuring every value, and in the working class such a material articulation of capital that it no longer has to be expressed in openly subjective forms of struggle. We must find the courage to convince ourselves that this absurdity is a real historical fact. The political power of capital can take the form of a workers' state. When worker conditioning leaves the simple relationship of production to affect the general social relationship, it imposes on itself, perhaps with a revolutionary break, a class dictatorship in its name. Be careful, the worker articulation of capital always exists. But in today's capitalism it works as struggle, in today's socialism it works as law. Hence, again, chain paradoxes. Capitalism presents itself as the definitive political terrain in which the class relationship actually develops, socialism as a possible form of its static economic regulation. Faced with capitalism, socialism will no longer be able to lose its character as a temporary experiment in the management of capital. The first chose to pay directly for the activity of living labor with the price of open class conflict, appropriately institutionalized at a later time. The second anticipated these institutional political forms, with a kind of workers' self-control, paying for this however with the mass passivity of the workers towards their system. Thus, the capitalist economy is full of infinite possibilities for the political laws of movement of the working class, while the socialist state presents itself as a closed legal organization of collective passivity. However, one must not be mistaken in this sense. The class struggle certainly takes on more direct and acute forms in today's capitalism, but the content of this struggle perhaps has a higher level within today's structures of socialism. Passivity, once socially massified, can be a very high form of workers' struggle. We must never confuse the lack of open forms in the struggle with the absence of the struggle itself. The more objective the economic mechanism of development becomes, the more the workers' refusal of exploitation, if forced into spontaneity, tends to follow and not precede the laws of movement of capital. Thus, where the capitalist production relationship has reached a high degree of socialization, no longer just the working class as a social productive force, but the class struggle itself and, moreover, the very organization of workers' antagonism, present themselves materially incorporated into capital, as its internal part, as its moment of development. But the level of social capital is not exclusive to the socialist solution to capital's problems. At the same time, it captures, so to speak, classical capitalism at its highest point. Indeed, everything suggests that the level of social capital will ultimately constitute the point of discovery and reunification between the major systems. In this sense, it is possible to predict that capital, in the long term, will use within itself the same experiences of building socialism. Unless an autonomous resumption of the class struggle on the part of the workers, its own revolutionary experience, intervenes to block the process and overturn it, at a strategically chosen and tactically prepared point. The theory of a break in the midpoint of development must consciously find its practical application at the center of this context of historical conditions. It is only to prepare ourselves for this putting into practice, for this concrete experience, that it then becomes important to know what the objective tendency of the process is, in its absence. Passively obeying this objectivity, granting capital the choice of the terrain of struggle on the field of its iron economic laws, renouncing, through organization, the irrationality from the capitalist point of view of the political rejection of the workers as a class, that is, renouncing to make the workers' articulation of capital function in a subversive way, with an exasperated subjective intervention from the outside. This is the fatal mistake of the revolutionary movement today. The more we reflect on it, the more we discover that in the purgatory of the revolution the workers' point of view is paying for all its sins of economism, objectivism, and opportunistic political subordination to the movements of capital. 11. The class behind and before the capitalist class there is capital. Capital alone does not constitute a social class. He needs to first see the working class already formed in front of him. But even after it has reached a subjective, class expression, what guides the process always remains an object, a thing, a material relationship in the form of a social relationship, a mechanism of development. The bourgeois ideologue is still scandalized by it, but fetishism, reification, alienation are permanent facts in the history of capital. Except that the object, the thing, the alienated labor itself must be determined historically, and that is, and more precisely, specified socially. If behind labor power as a commodity we find workers as a class, the proletariat in its political definition, the opposite occurs for the opposite side. Behind the capitalist class there is capital as an economic category, there is the capitalist relationship of production as an economic relationship as such. Economic determinism is one with the capitalist point of view. In the midst of many changes in the practice, that is, in the history, of capital, the classic figure of the bourgeois theorist always remains the economist. Economics is the bourgeois science par excellence. Sociology itself is nothing more than an ideology of economics. In fact, no question is more ideological than the one asked at this point: what is a social class? The sociologist begins reading Capital from the end of Book 3 and stops reading when the chapter on classes ends. Then, from Renner to Dahrendorf, every now and then someone enjoys completing what has remained unfinished. The result is a defamation of Marx, which should at least be prosecuted with physical violence. But the chapter on classes did not accidentally remain incomplete. The essential part of the concept of class had already been said throughout the analysis of Capital. And that interruption of the manuscript on the Spaltet says more than any of its possible continuations. After the discussion had started again from the true separation, the one governed by the law of movement of the capitalist mode of production, between means of production and work, with the transformation of work into wage labor and of the means of production into capital, the split internal to the Drei grossen Klassen, governed by the division of social labor, was so inessential and even dangerous that it could not be continued. Stopping there has all the appearance of a sudden renunciation of continuing a line of reasoning that has taken the wrong path. Moreover, it is not clear why the chapter on classes is in the section on income, if Marx himself excludes that identity in the source of income is sufficient to indicate belonging to the same class. The initial misunderstanding is perhaps precisely in the Trinitarian formula: it cannot be said, as Marx says, that this contains all the secrets of the social process of production. If the social process of production is capital at the level of its full development, then no formula that contains more than two protagonists can define it: capital itself and, in front of, within, and against capital, the working class. This is for a definition that applies to science. In the field of political practice, a further reduction must be made. The Trinity by its nature must be traced back to the One. When we ask ourselves why only from the working class point of view can we grasp the secret of capitalism, here is the only possible answer: because the working class is the secret of capitalism. What Marx said in 1857 is still true: capitalist society is the most complex and developed historical organization of production. However, we must not start from here to reconstruct the historical past of all human societies from the heights of capital, because we do not understand who and what this could be useful for. That the bourgeois economy provides the key to the ancient economy, this may well be true, but certainly, for our purposes, it is useless. Instead, we are interested in holding on to capital as the highest point of organization not only of production, but of society as a whole, to then see, within here, the next level of development that explains it, judges it, and conditions it. This higher level of development, internal to capital, is, precisely, the working class. We have already called it the key that opens the mechanism of capitalist production. Can it be said that the working class explains capital as capital explains land rent? You certainly can't say that. Because by reducing everything to a history of categories, one would have to conclude that capital cannot be understood without the working class, but the working class can well be understood without capital. While capital and the working class can only be understood together, one always against the other. The working class is not for capitalism what capital is for pre-modern social categories, the point of arrival of historical development and therefore the starting point for logical succession. Otherwise we would have to derive a neo-objectivism, perhaps with a political rather than economic content. It is the path to a new type of reformism, which will perhaps be born in the coming years and which we must prepare to nip in the bud. The development of our discussion is completely different. Here the working class is the historical starting point for the birth and growth of capitalism. And we can also start from capital to logically understand the working class. Isn't this perhaps Marx's own path? Conceiving capitalism as a historical system of reproduction of the working class means completing this journey. In what sense can we then say that only from the worker's point of view can we grasp the secret of capitalism, if it is precisely capital that lays bare the historical nature of the working class? It is possible, if only we pay attention to this very simple fact: the working class is not the secret of capitalism in the sense of its explanation, but in the sense of its dissolution. Capital can theoretically explain everything about the working class, but it cannot practically eliminate it. The working class, with its science, may not explain everything about capital, but it can destroy it in the revolution. So it will always be a pious illusion, from the workers' point of view, to want to know more about capitalist society than the capitalists themselves, and every form of workers' management of capital will necessarily be defective compared to directly capitalist management, and it will perhaps be discovered before long that the realistically most practicable path, the easiest path for the workers, is precisely that of destruction by revolution. So from the capitalists' point of view it is right that the working class be studied, only they can study it well, but with the ideological smoke of industrial sociology they will not be able to cancel the death sentence that it represents for them. If capital is the economic power of bourgeois society that dominates everything, the working class is the only political power that can dominate capital. If anything, it is in the sense that it also explains it, but then it is an explanation that must be imposed by force. We must realize that the worker articulation of the capitalist mode of production, in its objectivity, that is, in its spontaneity, functions as an economic law of movement of capital. To make it work as a political law of movement of the working class, the enormous task of organizing that attack force of the workers, which alone can close down the resistance of the capitalists, is an obligatory step that cannot be skipped. The workers' secret of capitalism, from a revolutionary point of view, is not a theoretical law, it is a practical possibility. It doesn't work objectively, it must be imposed subjectively. It must be torn away from capital society and handed over to the Workers' Party. Thus, for the first time in the history of a social formation, its laws of development are made to serve the process of its overthrow. It is on this that we need to come to an agreement for the first time. It is no coincidence that up until now we have always talked about the working class and never about the concept of class in general, we have talked about workers' struggles and never about the class struggle in general. Already Marx, on his behalf, rejected the merit of having discovered the existence of classes and the struggle between classes, and handed these discoveries over to bourgeois economists and historians. To the point that Lenin could comment, the doctrine of the class struggle was not created by Marx, but by the bourgeoisie before Marx, and can, in general, be accepted by the bourgeoisie. Marxist is only he who extends the recognition of class struggle until the recognition of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is the commentary of State and Revolution on Marx's letter to Wade Meyer of March 5, 1852, published by Mehring in the Neue XXV, 2, 164, 1907. If this is true, if what decides is the point of arrival of the process, overthrow of capital, dictatorship of the proletariat, then, from a Marxist point of view, from the workers' point of view, the classes, the class struggle, are conceivable only for and within capitalist society. Or do you want to conclude with the dictatorship of the proletariat the class struggle between the serfs and the feudal barons, or perhaps that between Spartacus and Licinius Crassus? It's not that Marxist historians haven't tried, for the usual reason of competing with the bourgeois who found capital in the ancient world, they are capable of calling the builders of the pyramids workers. Recalling everyone from the definition of historical appeals to the choice of a possible conclusion of political practice, today, from the class struggle in general to the particular needs of the revolution against capital, the line of separation between those who are Marxists and those who are not still remains, the point, said Lenin, around which the effective understanding and recognition of Marxism must be tested. It is then necessary to proceed in this direction and go even further. It is difficult to understand how Schumpeter could call the Marxist theory of social classes the lame sister of the economic interpretation of history, and 5 pages later define a bold stroke of analytical strategy that linked the fate of the class phenomenon to the fate of capitalism. It is true that he understands here, in a traditional way, the end of capitalism as the end of classes. While the real strategic audacity, valid not only for analysis, today is the other one, the one that turns the problem on its head and sees the birth of classes as the birth of capitalism. It is in this sense that the fate of the class phenomenon and the fate of capitalism must be linked together in a single political perspective of dissolution of the class society of capital, the only social formation historically founded on class struggle. Perhaps Parsons saw part of this problem, if he linked, in Marx, the fact of an organized productive unit with the inherent class conflict, since the immediate interests of the two classes were completely opposed. It is true that he returns the matter to the history of social thought, because he finds the precedent in the Hobbesian factor of power differences. This, however, does not prevent him from recognizing the reintroduction of this factor as a specific determinant of a serious instability in the economic system, and this in turn as the result of a power relationship within a specific institutional scheme, implying a defined social organization, the capitalist enterprise. Here, naturally, we cannot bring forward the class relationship to the capitalist relationship of production. After all, it would be too much to ask, and there is no point in asking these things of these people. The scientific point of view of capital can also go so far as to close the course of the class struggle within the history of capitalism. The direct capitalist, on a social, collective level, is forced to do this daily for his practical needs. And this is why the modern science of capital, on this terrain, does not seem to be more advanced than the archaeological Marxism dominant today. What absolutely cannot be seen from outside the worker's point of view, i.e. outside the tasks of organizing the working class struggle, is the historical precedence of the class relationship over the capital relationship, and therefore of classes over capitalism, and therefore of working class compared to the capitalist class. In fact, this historical precedence is nothing other than the permanent aggressive political pressure of the workers against the boss. The very birth of the worker's point of view, the possibility of a non-objective social science that does not claim objectivity, the practicability of a unilateral synthesis, that grasping of the phenomena of present society altogether from one side only, and not through to know them but to overturn them, doesn't the impressive synthesis of Marx's work find its material reason for existence in the birth of the first social class that ever existed historically, the working class? The historical starting point in capitalist society sees the workers on one side and the capitalist on the other. It is another of those facts that imposes itself with the violence of simplicity. We can historically speak of a single capitalist, and this is the socially determined figure who presides over the establishment of the capitalist production relationship. As such, at least in the classical development of the system, this historical figure does not disappear, does not become extinct or suppressed, but only organizes itself collectively, so to speak, socializes itself in capital, precisely, as a class relationship. We cannot speak, at any historical moment, of a single worker. The material, socially determined figure of the worker is born already collectively organized. From the beginning the workers, like the exchange values of the capitalist, come forward in the plural, the worker in the singular does not exist. Derrender reproaches Marx for the mistake of sometimes recognizing only the proletariat as a class. It is a mistake, for us, very understandable. The conditions of the class struggle are such that almost every day each of us is led to see on the one hand a social class that moves as such, on the other always something less or always something more of a social class. Something less, because the directly economic interest of the capitalist part has not ceased and perhaps will never cease to appear divided. Something more, because the political power of capital now grows its apparatus of control, domination, and repression, beyond the traditional forms of the state to affect all the structures of the new society. It is therefore necessary every time to forcibly carry out a reduction to the level of the classes, of the two classes, of all the phenomena that apparently seem to contradict it or not concern it, and this is, not least, the effort and necessity of the theory. For the theory itself, however, all this is not sufficient. The further step, or rather the premise that grounds it and which must be made explicit in the conclusion, is the difference in quality between the two classes, the de facto historical priority of one over the other, the possible political subordination, never once decided once and for all within capitalist society, one in front of the other. If the class relationship precedes the capital relationship, the class relationship at the beginning presents living labor power on one side, and the dead conditions of production on the other. On the one hand the proletariat already partially unfolded as a class, on the other the capital still all in itself, still all in potential, on the one hand, that is, the social mass of sellers of labor power commodities, squeezed into a single collective condition which makes them all together antagonists of a single enemy, on the other the single capitalist, the true and only sovereign individual, the prince entrepreneur who with the power of what is dead, money, land, work tools, conquers command over living work, therefore conquers power over everything. Power over everything and dominion over work are then one and the same. But work here is the living activity of the workforce, it is workers' work. In capitalist society, the dominant class becomes the one that keeps workers' labor beneath it, reduced to a dead object. Capital, with an act of violence, takes life away from work and incorporates it within itself, thus capital itself becomes a living subject, becomes a formally autonomous activity, that is, it comes forward as a class of capitalists. Just as from a strictly working class point of view it is easy to be mistaken in recognizing the compact social mass of factory workers as a single class, so from a strictly capitalist point of view it is equally easy to be mistaken in recognizing the absolute domination of capital at the social level as the only power. Consequences: in the first case the revolutionary illusions, which cannot be eliminated on the part of the workers, in the second case the network of practical errors that holds together the political history of capitalist initiatives. Each of these errors provides, a historic opportunity for the revolution. One can take advantage of it or not depending on the degree that the preparation of the subjective forces has reached. Then even those illusions, reversed into a rational battle plan, can work well. What never works is the cold logic of reason when it is not driven by class hatred. Nothing must be granted, other than a very high dose of civil contempt, to the Philistine who reproaches Marx for having seen the revolution every time around the corner of the street and reproaches Lenin for wanting it where it was not the place and when it wasn't the time. An elementary rule of practical conduct must be immediately, intuitively, applied in these cases. When on one side we find those who say, tomorrow everything will explode and the old world will collapse, and on the other side those who say, nothing will move for 50 years, and the former are proven wrong by the facts and the latter are right by the facts, we here are with the first, we here must be with those who are wrong. 12. The strategy of refusal. Smith says, and Marx highlights the acuteness of this observation, that the actual great development of the productive power of labor begins from the moment in which it is transformed into wage labor, and the very conditions of labor are opposed to it as capital. It can be said that the actual great development of the political strength of the workers begins when they are transformed into workers, and all the conditions of society are opposed to them as capital. The political strength of the working class is thus inextricably linked to the productive strength of paid labor. The power of capital, on the contrary, is above all a social power. The workers' dominion is a possible dominion over production, and therefore over a particular aspect of society. Capitalism is the real domination over society in general. But capital is so made that it needs a society for production. That particular data then becomes the general social goal. Whoever controls and dominates it, dominates and controls everything. Even when factory and society have reached a perfect degree of mutual integration on an economic level, they will still continue to contradict each other politically. One of the highest and most mature points of the class struggle will be the head-on clash between the factory as the working class and society as capital. Not letting capitalist interest pass through the factory means blocking the functioning of society, thus laying the foundations for overthrowing and destroying the power of capital itself. Instead, demanding the management of social interests means, inversely, reducing the factory itself to capital, through the reduction of the working class, as a part, to the whole of society. But if it is true that work makes a productive leap when it is used by the individual capitalist, it is also true that it makes a political leap when it is organized by social capital. This political leap may not even be expressed in the organization and then appears from the outside as if it did not happen. The material fact of its spontaneous existence, however, remains sufficient for the workers to refuse to fight for the old ideals, not sufficient for the working class to take the initiative of a plan of struggle for new objectives on its own. Can it therefore be said that the long historical period in which Marx saw workers as a class in relation to capital, but not yet a class for itself, still continues today? Or should we not say the opposite, perhaps confusing the steps of the Hegelian triad a little? And that is that the workers first immediately become, before the direct boss, a class in themselves, and thus they are recognized by the first capitalists, and only afterwards, through a whole historical ordeal perhaps not yet concluded, passing through terrible practical experiences that are still repeated, do they become, actively, subjectively, a class towards capital. And in this passage there is the need for political organization, for the party, which demands all the power. And in the middle there is the collective, mass refusal, in passive forms, to discover oneself as a class towards capital without this proper organization, without this total demand for power. The working class does what it is. But it is at the same time the articulation and dissolution of capital. The power of capital seeks to use the antagonistic will of the workers as the engine of its own development. The Workers' Party must take this same real mediation of the workers' part of capitalist interest to organize it as antagonism, as a tactical terrain of struggle, as a strategic possibility of destruction. The opposing points of view of the two classes therefore have as their only point of reference, of orientation, the working class alone. Whether you want to give stability to the development of the system, or whether you want to overthrow it forever, those who decide are the working class. Thus the capital society and the Workers' Party find themselves to be two opposite forms with the same content. And in the struggle for the same content, one form excludes the other. Together, they cannot coexist except in the short term of the revolutionary crisis. The working class cannot form a party within capitalist society without preventing it from continuing to function. When this works, that is not the Workers' Party. Remember, the existence of a class of capitalists is based on the productivity of labor. Productive labor is then not only in relation to capital, but to the capitalist class itself. In this latter relation it is the working class. The transition is probably historical. It is productive labor that produces capital, it is capitalist production that organizes the working class through industry, it is the class organization of industrial workers that causes the class constitution of capitalists in general. The workers therefore present themselves, already at an average level of development, as a social class of producers, industrial producers of capital, the capitalists, at the same level, as a social class rather than entrepreneurs, organizers of workers through industry. A history of industry is not conceivable outside of a history of the capitalist organization of productive work, therefore outside of a working history of capital. We have not forgotten the Industrial Revolution by chance in this discussion. It will be necessary to start from there, in the continuation of this research, to arrive at the contemporary forms of domination of capital over workers, increasingly through the objective mechanisms of industry, and on their possible use by workers. At this point, the development of the relationship between living labor and the constant part of capital must be violently subordinated to the birth of the class relationship between the collective worker and all capital, as social conditions of production. Every technical change in the mechanisms of industry will thus be determined by specific moments of the class struggle. In this way, we will obtain two results, that of escaping the trap of the man-machine relationship and that of us trapping this relationship in the history of both workers' struggles and capitalist initiative. The definition of modern society as industrial civilization is not true. The industry here is, rightly so, a pure medium. Modern society is truly the civilization of work. Indeed, a capitalist society cannot be anything other than this. For this reason, in the course of its historical development, it can even take the form of socialism. Therefore, not an industrial society, that of capital, but a society of industrial work, and therefore of workers' work. It is as such that we must find the courage to fight capitalist society. What do the workers do less when they fight against the boss? Aren't they fighting first of all against work? Don't they say no first of all to the transformation of the workforce into work? Don't they first of all refuse to receive work from the capitalist? In fact, abstention from work is not a refusal to give capital the use of labor power, because this has already been given to it with the legal contract of sale of that particular commodity. And it is not a refusal to hand over the product of labor to capital, because this is already legally his property and, on the other hand, the worker does not know what to do with this property. Abstention from work, the strike as a classic form of workers' struggle, is a refusal of the command of capital as organizer of production. It is saying no at a certain point to the proposal of concrete work. It is a temporary blockage of the work process as a recurring threat that takes away content from the valorization process. The anarcho-syndicalist general strike that was supposed to cause the collapse of capitalist society is undoubtedly a romantic naivete of the beginning. Ultimately, it already contained within itself the only apparently opposite demand of Lassalle's fair fruit of labor, that is, a fair participation in the profit of capital. The two perspectives in fact find their point of unification in that wrong correction imposed on Marx, which later had so much success in the practice of the official workers' movement, and according to which the true employers are the workers, whose duty it is to defend, against those who want to degrade it, the dignity of their performance. No, the current terminology, in this case, is the correct one. Employer is truly the capitalist. The worker is the giver of capital. In fact, he is the owner of that one particular commodity which is the condition of all the other conditions of production. Because all these other conditions of production are at the beginning, as we have seen, capital in itself, dead capital which, in order to live, in order to unfold itself as a social relation of production, needs to subsume labor power under itself as an activity, as a subject of capital. But this transition to the social relationship does not occur. We have also seen this, if not by introducing the class relationship as its content. And the class relationship is imposed by the first class formation of the proletariat vis-a-vis the capitalist. Therefore, the worker gives capital not only because he sells labor power, but because he carries the class relationship. This, like the sociality implicit in labor power, is another of those things not paid for by the capitalist, or rather paid with the non-negotiated price of the workers' struggles that periodically shake the ground of production. It is no coincidence that this terrain is the one tactically chosen by the workers to attack the boss, and therefore the one on which the boss is forced to respond with the continuous technical upheavals in the organization of work. The only thing that in this whole process does not come from the workers' side is the work itself. Working conditions are in the hands of the capitalist from the beginning. From the beginning, only the conditions of capital are in the hands of the worker. Capitalist society has this paradoxical historical birth, which will then be the eternal birth of its development. The worker cannot be work without the capitalist against him. The capitalist cannot be capital without the worker against him. We ask ourselves, what is a social class? The answer is, it is these two classes. The fact that one is dominant does not mean that the other becomes subordinate. It involves the struggle, on equal terms, to break that domination, and to overturn it, in new forms, on those who have dominated until now. It is urgent to put a photograph of the working proletariat back into circulation, which faithfully represents it as it is, superb and threatening. It is time to inaugurate, in a new historical experience, and directly between the working class and capital, the confrontation that Marx asked for, between the gigantic children's shoes of the proletariat and the dwarf size of the worn political shoes of the bourgeoisie. If the conditions of capital are in the hands of workers, if there is no active life in capital without the living activity of labor power, if capital is already born as a consequence of productive work, If there is no capitalist society without worker articulation of capital, that is, if there is no social relationship without a class relationship and there is no class relationship without a working class, then, we can conclude, the capitalist class is born already de facto subordinate to the working class. Hence the need for exploitation. The workers' struggle against the iron laws of capitalist exploitation cannot be reduced to the eternal revolt of the oppressed against their oppressors. For the same reason that the very concept of exploitation cannot be reduced to the desire of the individual boss to enrich himself by extracting as much surplus labor as possible from the body of his workers. As always, against capitalism, the economistic explanation finds itself having no other offensive weapon other than the moral condemnation of the system. We are not here to want to reverse the problem. The problem is already reversed at its beginning. Exploitation historically arises from the need for capital to escape de facto subordination to the class of producing workers. It is in this very specific meaning that capitalist exploitation in turn causes worker insubordination. The growing organization of exploitation, its continuous reorganization at the highest levels of industry and society, are then again the capitalist responses to the workers' refusal to submit to the process. Now it is the directly political push of the working class that forces capital to economic development, starting from the place of production up to the general social relationship. But this political vitality of its antagonist, which capital can no longer do without, is at the same time the most fearsome threat to the preservation of its own power. The political history of capital, which has already presented itself to us as a succession of its attempts to escape the class relationship as a normal moment of separation, now presents itself to us again, at a higher level, as the history of the subsequent attempts at emancipation of the capitalist class by the workers, through the various forms of political domination of capital over the working class. This is why capitalist exploitation, as a permanent form of extraction of surplus value within the production process, has been accompanied throughout the history of capital by the development of increasingly organic forms of political dictatorship at the level of the state. In capital society, political power truly has an economic necessity, the need to forcibly force the working class to renounce its social role as the dominant class. The current forms of economic planning are, from this point of view, nothing more than a recovery of organicism in democracy, as a modern political form of a class dictatorship. The consensus sapientium for the future state of well-being, which G. Myrdal talks about the society that J. S. Mill, K. Marx and T. Jefferson would approve together, could also be achievable. We would have a synthesis of liberalism, socialism, and democracy. The agreement between liberalism and democracy would finally find an ideal mediator in the welfare state, commonly called socialism. We would once again find, stubbornly, the need for workers' mediation even at the level of political wisdom. But the workers, on their behalf, would find there the last form of automatic, that is objective, political control in economic form, of their insubordination movements. It does not belong to the future, it is already a thing of the past, the overcoming of state capitalism with a capitalist state. No longer the bourgeois state over a capitalist society, but directly the state of capitalist society. When will the political state begin to direct at least part of the economic mechanism? When this economic mechanism can begin to use the political state itself as an instrument of production. In the sense we understand, as a moment of political reproduction of the working class. The end of laissez-faire essentially says that the workers' articulation of capitalist development can no longer function on the basis of spontaneous objective mechanisms, it must be subjectively imposed by the political initiative of the capitalists themselves, as a class. Beyond all the post- and neo-Keynesian ideologies, the figure of Keynes alone makes the capitalist point of view make a formidable subjective leap, perhaps comparable, in historical importance, to that to which Lenin forced the workers' point of view. It must not be conceded, however, that this is a revolution in capital's way of thinking. Upon closer inspection, everything was already part of its previous development. The capitalists have not yet invented, evidently they cannot invent it, a non-institutionalized political power. This type of power is specifically workers. The difference between the two classes in terms of power is precisely this. The capitalist class does not exist independently of the formal political institutions through which, from time to time but permanently, it exercises its domination. Therefore breaking the bourgeois state truly means destroying the power of the capitalists, and on the other hand destroying this power it cannot be done without breaking the state machine. The working class, on the contrary, exists independently of the institutionalized levels of its organizations. Therefore destroying the workers' political party does not mean, has no meaning, dissolving, dismembering, dissolving the class organism of the workers. The very possible extinction of the state in a working class society falls within the specific nature of this problem. In other words, the capitalist class, to exist, needs the mediation of a formal political level. Precisely because capital is a social power which, as such, claims dominion over everything for itself, it then needs to articulate this domination into political forms which subjectively force its dead essence of objective mechanism to life. Capital, immediately, by its nature, is only an economic interest and, at the beginning of its history, nothing more than the selfish point of view of the individual capitalist. Under the worker's threat, it is forced to become a political force, to subsume under himself, to defend himself, the whole of society. It becomes a capitalist class, or, what is the same, it becomes an apparatus of state repression. If it is true that the concept of class is a political reality, then there is no capitalist class without the state of capital. And the so-called bourgeois revolution, the conquest of political power by the bourgeoisie, is nothing more than the long historical passage through which capital constitutes itself as a capitalist class vis-à-vis the workers. The development of the working class again presents itself in the opposite direction. When it begins to formally exist at the level of political organization, it directly opens the revolutionary process and only poses the demand for power, but already before, long before, it existed as a class and as such it threatened the bourgeois order. Precisely because the collective worker is that very particular commodity that is opposed to all the conditions of society, including the very social conditions of his work, he already has incorporated within himself that direct partisan political subjectivity which is class antagonism. The proletariat, in its beginnings, is nothing more than an immediate political interest in the overthrow of everything that exists. In its internal development, it does not need institutions that make what it is live, because it is nothing other than the life of that immediate destruction. Instead, it needs organization to make the political demand of antagonism objective towards capital, to articulate it within the class relationship as it materially exists, at a given moment, to make it aggressive in a fruitful way in a short time with the weapons of tactics, even before taking power, to snatch power from those who have it. Marx discovered the existence of the working class when there was no form that expressed it politically, therefore for Marx there is class even without a party. On the other hand, the Leninist party, by the very fact of taking shape, gave the real illusion that a specific process of workers' revolution was already underway. For Lenin, in fact, when the class becomes a party it becomes a revolution in progress. Here are two theses that are complementary to each other, just as the figures of Marx and Lenin are complementary to each other. What are these two figures for us if not two wonderful previews of the future of their class? If the class is not identified with the party, yet we can only talk about class on a political level. If class struggle exists even without a party, yet every class struggle is a political struggle. If the class, through the party, becomes a revolution, it therefore implements what it is, dissolves in practice everything it must dissolve in theory, jumps from strategy to tactics, and only in this way wrests power from the hands of those who he has it and organizes it, in new forms, in his own hands. If all this is true, then we must conclude that the class-party revolution relationship is much closer and more determined, much more historically specific than is currently presented, even on the Marxist side. The concept of revolution cannot be separated from the class relationship. but a class relationship is posed for the first time by the working class. The concept of revolution and the reality of the working class are therefore identical. Just as classes cannot exist before workers begin to exist as a class, so there is no revolution before that destructive will that the working class brings with its mere existence takes shape. The worker's point of view has no interest in defining the upheavals of the past with this concept. And the reference to any historical precedent that anticipates and prefigures the workers' movements is always a reactionary fact, of conservation, of blocking, of recovery of the movement itself within the horizons of those who control the course of history today, of those which therefore dominate the development of society. Nothing is more alien to the worker's point of view than the opportunist cult of historical continuity, nothing is more repugnant to it than the concept of tradition. The workers recognize only one continuity, that of their own direct political experiences, only one tradition, that of their struggles. Why therefore concede to the bourgeois that they have ever been capable of organizing a revolution? Why passively assume the intimately contradictory concept of bourgeois revolution as a given? And has there ever been a bourgeois class? Because if we want to badly confuse it, by mistake of historical materialism, with the subsequent class of capitalists, then we must explain how the organic class-revolution relationship works, in a historical experience which sees not the so-called bourgeois class doing his revolution, but if anything he sees the so-called bourgeois revolution laying the foundations on which, through a long process of struggles, a capitalist class can only actually be born. A mass of concrete research is at this point necessary to overturn an interpretation of the facts that the Marxist tradition has for too long suffocated within schemes that are both theoretically false and politically harmful. We think that today this is possible even at the level of simple historical investigation. We think that the time has come for the work of reconstructing the facts themselves, the moments, the passages that capital, internally, only discovers and can only discover from the worker's point of view, begins. It is now time to set up that worker's history of capitalist society, which alone can give rich, fearsome, decisive theoretical weapons to the movement of practical overthrow. Theoretical reconstruction and practical destruction can from this moment only run together like the two legs of the same body, that of the working class. Proletarian revolutions, said Marx, continuously criticize themselves, they interrupt their own course at every moment, they return to what already seemed like an accomplished thing to start over again, they mock mercilessly and without consideration at the half-measures, weaknesses, and miseries of their first attempts. It seems that they overthrow their adversary only for him to draw new strength from the earth and rise again more formidable in the face of them, they continually retreat. Frightened by the infinite immensity of their own goals, until the situation is created in which any turning back is made impossible and the circumstances themselves cry out, hic radus, hic jump. The 18th Brumaire. We say, this is not the process of proletarian revolutions. This is the process of revolution and that's it. This is revolution as a process. Only the working class, for what it is, for the point at which it finds itself acting, for the way in which it is forced to fight, only the working class can be a revolutionary process. Bourgeois revolutions, says Marx, pass stormily from success to success, their dramatic effects surpass each other, men and things seem illuminated by Bengal fires, ecstasy is the state of mind of every day. But they have an ephemeral life, they soon reach the culminating point, and then a long nausea takes hold of society, before it can coldly account for the results of its period of fever and storm, Ibid. We must go further and say that these are not revolutions, they are indeed something different each time, coups d'état, regime crises, upheavals in the form of power, changes in government from one fraction of the same class to another, abrupt leaps of restructuring the dominion over the other class. The classic model of the bourgeois revolution, invented by historical materialism, sees a sudden conquest of political power only after a slow, long, gradual seizure of economic power has already taken place. The class that already dominates society claims to run the state. If these childish drawings had only served to illustrate some history book, no big deal, that's the least that could happen to a history book. But in the Marxist field the errors of the theory are practically paid for. It is a law that workers have too often felt burn on their skin. When an attempt was made to apply the model of the bourgeois revolution to the course of the workers' revolution, it was then, we must bear this in mind, it was then that the strategic collapse of the movement occurred. The workers, copying that model, had to demonstrate, with facts, their capabilities for the economic management of society, capabilities naturally much greater than those of the capitalists, and on this basis therefore claim the direction of the state. Hence, the workers' management of capital as the classical road to socialism. From the point of view of historical materialism, social democracy is theoretically the most orthodox workers' movement. Ultimately, the communist movement has done nothing other than break and overturn, out of necessity, in some moments of its practice the social democratic logic of this theory. Yet the path of separation between social democracy and the communist movement was well established at the beginning. And if there is an internal history of the working class, to be reconstructed alongside that of capital, it will certainly include both of these organizational experiences, but not both in the same capacity and with the same meaning. In fact, there is a difference in quality between different moments of the same workers' struggle. The August 9, 1842, when 10,000 workers march on Manchester, led by the Chartist Richard Pilling, to negotiate with the manufacturers on the Manchester Stock Exchange and also to see how the market is doing there, is not the Sunday of May 28, 1871 in Paris, when Galifet brings out from the ranks of prisoners those who have grey hair, to be shot immediately, because in addition to March 71 they have seen June 48. And we must not reduce the first case to an attack by the workers and the second to an act of repression by the capitalists. Because maybe it's exactly the opposite. It is true that the workers' articulation of capitalist development appears in any case, the first time, however, as a positive indication of the functioning of the system, an initiative that only needs to be organized with institutions, the second time as a no to managing the mechanism of society as it is, only to improve it, a no which must be repressed with pure violence. It is the difference in quality that exists, even within the same worker content, between union request and political refusal. Social democracy, even when it conquered state political power, never went beyond the limits of demanding a union vis-a-vis the boss. The communist movement, in single provisional experiences, has blocked the peaceful development of capitalist initiative with the party weapon of non-collaboration. If these are already two historical references to the workers' point of view, the choice between the two is quite simple. This is in fact not the problem. The problem is what price one pays, on a theoretical level, by taking on the tradition of struggles of the communist movement. But here there is no answer other than the results that can be obtained in this way, in the field of practice, in the immediate future. At this point we must guard against the subjective illusion that leads to conceiving the strategic reversal proposed here as the first birth of workers' science and therefore as the first real possible organization of the class movement. Instead, we need to recover a specific type of internal development of the working class, a political growth of its struggles, and leverage this to leap forward, without objectivism, without returning to the origins, without starting from year zero. Again, the rough proletarian origin of the modern worker must be fully recovered and made to function in the present needs of struggle and organization. Nothing must be fought more ferociously than the image current today of a new working class which is continually reborn, renewed and alone, from the various technological leaps of capital, as if from a scientific laboratory of production. It is not the past of rebellion of the working class that must be denied, that succession of desperate follies which have always been its insurrections, under the sign of violence. We must not make this mistake as cold scientists of history, and dismiss as a people's revolt every mass clash in which the barricades are raised, and find the real workers' struggles only in the ultimate forms of bargaining with the collective capitalist. Are 48, 71, 17 a working class struggle? Empirically, historically, we can demonstrate that no, they are not at the limit of the development that justifies the objectives proposed by those events. Yet try to build the concept of the working class, its political reality, without the June insurgents, without the communards, without the Bolsheviks, you will find in your hands an empty form and on paper a lifeless model. Of course, the working class is not a people. But it comes from the people. And this is the basic reason why those, like us, who take a working class point of view no longer need to go towards the people. In fact, we ourselves come from the people. And just as the working class emancipates itself politically from the people itself when it no longer presents itself as a subaltern class, so working science breaks with the legacy of bourgeois culture when it no longer takes on the point of view of society, but that of the party that wants to overthrow it. At this point the very concept of culture no longer makes sense, or takes on a completely foreign meaning, for the working class. In fact, culture, like the law Marx spoke about, is always bourgeois, that is, it is always a relationship between intellectuals and society, intellectuals and people, intellectuals and class, and always in this way mediation of conflicts and their resolution elsewhere. If culture is the reconstruction of the totality of man, the search for his humanity in the world, the vocation to keep together what is divided, then it is a reactionary fact by its nature and must be treated as such. Workers' culture as revolutionary culture is a concept as contradictory as that of bourgeois revolution. Furthermore, there is the damned counter-revolutionary political thesis that wants to make the workers retrace the entire history of the bourgeoisie. The legend of a progressive culture of the revolutionary bourgeoisie, which the workers' movement had to pick up from the dust where capital had thrown it together with the same old flags, brought Marxist theoretical research into the realm of fantasy, but at the same time imposed as realistic daily conduct the notarial practice of inheritances to be welcomed and developed, as the heritage of all humanity that advances on its path. The situation on this terrain is such that to unblock it is necessary, as in other cases, the violent impact of a destructive blow. Here the criticism of ideology must consciously present itself from the worker's point of view as criticism of culture, work of dissolution of everything that already exists. I refuse to continue building on the legacy of this past. Man, reason, history, these monstrous divinities must be fought and destroyed, as if they were the power of the master. It is not true that capital has abandoned its ancient gods. He just made it the religion of the workers' movement. This is how they continue to actively govern the world of men. While the denial of them, which contains within itself a mortal danger for capital, is directly managed by it, reduced to culture and therefore made harmless and helpful. Thus anti-humanism, irrationalism, anti-historicism, from practical weapons that could be in the hands of the workers' struggle, become cultural products in the hands of capitalist ideologies. In this way culture, not for the contents that it momentarily takes on in the contemporary era, but precisely for its permanent form, that is precisely in how much culture, becomes a mediator of the social relationship of capitalism, a function of its conservation. Opposition culture does not escape this fate, it only introduces the body of ideologies of the workers' movement into the common guise of bourgeois culture. It is not of interest here whether the historical figure of the working class intellectual could ever have existed, at a given moment. What must definitely be excluded is that a political figure of this type could exist today. The organic intellectuals of the working class have actually become the only thing they could be, organic intellectuals of the labor movement. It is the historic party, it is the old form of organization outside the class that needs them. They have ensured the relationship between party and society for decades without going through the factory. And now that the factory imposes itself, now that capital itself calls them into production, they become objective mediators between science and industry, and this is the new form that the traditional relationship between intellectuals and the party is taking. The most organic intellectual today is already the one who studies the working class, that is, the one who puts into practice the most infamous bourgeois science that has ever existed, industrial sociology, the study of workers' movements on behalf of the capitalist. Here too we must reject the entire block of the problem. Not a working class culture, not a working class figure of the intellectual, but no culture and no intellectuals outside of the needs of capital. It is the solution rightly opposed to that of the other problem, no workers' reproduction of the bourgeois revolution, nor reversal by the workers of the path taken by the bourgeois revolution, but no revolution ever outside the existence of the working class, of what it is therefore forced to do. Criticism of culture means refusal to become intellectuals. Theory of revolution means direct practice of class struggle. It is the same relationship that exists between criticism of ideology and workers' science, and between these two things together is the moment of subversive praxis. We said, the workers' point of view cannot go outside capitalist society. We must add, it cannot go beyond the practical needs of the class struggle within capitalist society. What are these needs? And above all, is a new strategy necessary? If it is necessary, then one of the urgent tasks in the struggle is to discover it, compose it, elaborate it, and at the level of science there is no other task outside of this. Formidable new forces of thought must be organized around this work. Mighty brains must begin to function collectively within this one exclusive perspective. A new form of antagonism must reach the level of workers' science, bend it to new ends and then overcome it in the entirely political act of practice. It is the form of struggle of refusal, the form of organization of the no workers, refusal to actively collaborate in capitalist development, refusal to positively propose a program of demands. In the working history of capital, from the beginning, since the first proletarians constituted themselves as a class, it is possible to find these forms of struggle and organization in embryo. But in their full development, in their true meaning, they come much later and still live today as a strategy for the future. The more they can function materially, the more the working class grows quantitatively, the more it concentrates and unifies itself, the more it develops in quality and becomes internally homogeneous, the more it manages to organize itself around the movements of its overall strength. They therefore presuppose a process of accumulation of labor power, which, unlike the accumulation of capital, has a directly political meaning, concentration and growth not of an economic category, but of the class relationship that underlies it, therefore accumulation of an immediately alternative political force, even before being organized as such through the use of the large collective means that are specific to it. Rejection is thus a form of struggle that grows together with the working class. And the working class is at the same time the political rejection of capital and the production of it as economic power. This is why the political struggle of the working class and the terrain of capitalist production are always one and the same. The same first proletarian demands, when they cannot be absorbed by the capitalist, objectively function as forms of refusal that endanger the system. And always, every time the positive demands of the workers go beyond the concession margins of the capitalists, this negative objective functioning of theirs is repeated, as a pure and simple political impediment in the mechanism of economic laws. Every conjunctural transition, every leap in structure, in the economic mechanism, must thus be studied in its specific moments, but only to arrive at asking from the workers what capital cannot give at that moment. The request as refusal in this case imposes a chain of crises on capitalist production, in each of which it is necessary to have the tactical ability to make the level of workers' organization leap forward. As workers and capital grow together, there is a process of simplification of the class struggle, which must be understood in all its underlying strategic significance. It is not true that the elementary nature of the first clashes between proletarians and individual capitalists then became enormously complicated when the working masses found the modern initiative of big capital facing them. Just the opposite is true. The content of the class struggle presents itself at the beginning with the two sides, the working one and the capitalist one, not yet radically divided from each other. The struggle for the working day teaches. And the papers of demands that have been presented by workers to capitalists for decades have, and can have, only one result: improvement of exploitation. Better living conditions for workers were not separable from greater economic development of capitalism. On the side of the workers' movement, first the trade unionist line, and then the reformist one, have worked well within the spiral of this process, with their attempts at economic organization of the workers. It is no coincidence that in our speech we preferred to insist on moments of workers' struggle that bring the political power of capital into play, perhaps at a less advanced social level. The fact is that this historical terrain of class struggle, which has not yet disappeared in the contemporary world, must be reduced to the simplicity of a direct clash between antagonistic forces only through the effort of analytical work and from the perspective of subsequent developments and for the criticism of the results achieved. Which puts us in front of this terrain as one in which the class struggle was always internally complicated and mediated outwardly by situations, even political ones, which were not a class struggle. In the process that sees these situations lose more and more importance, that is, sees the residues of the pre-capitalist past burn, and therefore sees the utopias about the future that had been built on the working class collapse, and finally offers the subjective possibility of closing the struggle of class within the chain of the present. In order to thus break it, in this process it is necessary to grasp from the worker's point of view not only the quantitative growth of the antagonism and its massification, not only its increasingly homogeneous internal unification, but through this the progressive conquest of its primitive, direct, elementary nature, of contrast between two classes that give each other life, but of which only one holds the death of the other in its grip. At the highest level of development, and not in the beginnings of history, the simplest content of the revolutionary truth becomes self-evident: capital cannot destroy the working class can destroy capital. The cook of whom Lenin said she would be capable of governing the workers' state must be enabled to function from now on the basis of these elementary categories, as a theorist of workers' science. The mass of workers' demands is therefore simplified, therefore unified. There must be a point at which they will all disappear except one, the demand for power, all power, from the workers. This request is the highest form of refusal. It presupposes that the relationship of domination between the two classes has already been de facto reversed. That is, it presupposes that the party that claims, that asks positively, that presents his charter of rights, naturally in the name of the general social interest, has now become the capitalist class. The workers will thus be responsible for refusing what is asked of them. Here too there must be a point in which all demands will come explicitly from the capitalist side and only the no will be openly workers. These are not tales of the distant future. The trend is underway and we need to grasp it, to control it, as it arises. At a high level of its development, capital no longer limits itself to ensuring the collaboration of workers, that is, the active provision of living labor in the dead mechanism of its stabilization, which it needs above all. It now moves on to express its objective needs in significant points through the subjective demands of the workers. It is true, and we have seen it, that this has already historically happened. The needs of capitalist production that impose themselves, in the struggle, as workers' demands, is a recurring passage in the history of capital, and only the permanent worker articulation of capitalist society can explain it. But while in the past this occurred as an objective functioning of the system, which in this way almost self-regulated, today it occurs instead through the conscious initiative of the capitalist class, through the modern instruments of its power apparatus. In the middle there was that decisive experience of struggle of the working class which, at one point, no longer limited itself to asking for power, but conquered it. It was in 1917 that the workers' articulation of capital was subjectively imposed on the capitalists. What previously worked for itself, without anyone's control, as a blind economic law, from that moment on must be moved from above, by political will of those in power. It is the only way to control the objective process, the only way to overcome the subversive threat of its now possible consequences. Part of this is that high development in the subjective consciousness of capital which will lead it to develop and practice a plan of social control over all moments of its cycle, all seen through the directly capitalist use of the worker articulation. So once again an experience of workers' struggle imposes a leap from the point of view of capital, which by its own impulse would never have made it. The subjective demands of the workers are now recognized by the capitalists themselves as objective needs of capital production, and as such they are no longer just subsumed, but provoked, no longer simply rejected, but collectively negotiated. The mediation of the institutional level of the workers' movement, especially on the trade union level, acquires a decisive and completely irreplaceable importance. The platform of demands that the union proposes has already been reviewed and controlled by those on whom it should be imposed, by the bosses who should take it or leave it. Through the trade union struggle, the workers' demands cannot be more than the reflection of the needs of capital. Yet capital cannot directly pose these needs, not even if it wanted to, not even when it has reached the peak of its class consciousness. Indeed, precisely at this point it acquires the right inverse awareness, that it must have its needs posed by its enemies, it must itself articulate its development with the organized workers' movement. Let's ask ourselves, what happens when the form of workers' organization takes on an entirely alternative content? When does it give up functioning as an articulation of capitalist society? When you refuse to address the needs of capital through workers' demands. The answer is that at that moment, starting from this point, the entire development mechanism of the system stops. This is the new concept of crisis of capitalism that must be put into circulation, no longer economic crisis, catastrophic collapse, Zusammenbruch even if temporary, due to the objective impossibility of the system to function, but political crisis, imposed by the subjective movements of organized workers, through a chain of critical conjunctures provoked, in the only strategy of the no workers to resolve the contradictions of capitalism, with the tactics of organization within the productive structures of capital, but outside, free from his political initiative. Of course it is necessary to block the economic mechanism, to make it impossible to function at the decisive moment, but the only way to this is the political refusal of the working class to become an active side of the whole social process, and moreover, it is the refusal even of passive collaboration in capitalist development, that is, renunciation of that form of mass struggle which today unifies the direct movements of workers in advanced capitalist countries. It must be said clearly that this form of struggle, because that is what it is no longer enough. Non-collaboration, passivity, even massified, refusal yes, but not political, not subjectively organized, not included in a strategy, not practiced tactically, the high form of spontaneity to which the class struggle is forced by decades, all this is not only no longer enough to cause the crisis, but has even become a stabilizing element of development, one of those objective mechanisms with which the capitalist initiative now controls and uses the class relationship that moves it. We must break this process before it becomes another burdensome historical tradition of the workers' movement. We must make him move on to something else immediately, without losing the fundamental positive signs that he also possesses. It is clear that we must begin by not collaborating. It is clear that mass passivity at the level of production is the material fact from which it is necessary to start. But at one point all this must be reversed into its opposite. When it comes to saying no, the refusal must become political, that is, active, that is, subjective, that is, organized. It must become antagonism again, at a higher level. Without this, it cannot be thought that a revolutionary process will open. It is not a question of giving the working masses the awareness of having to fight against capital and for something that surpasses it, in a new dimension of human society. What is generally called class consciousness is for us nothing other than the moment of organization, the function of the party, the problem of tactics. These are the steps that must bring the strategic plan to the point of practical breakdown. And at the level of pure strategy, there is no doubt that this point is given by the very advanced moment in which this hypothesis of struggle occurs, workers' refusal to present demands to capital, refusal of the entire union terrain, refusal to close within a contractual, formal, legal form, the class relationship. Which is no different from forcing capital to directly present, as such, the objective needs of its production, denying the workers' mediation of development, blocking the workers' articulation of the mechanism. At the limit, it is a question of stripping capital of its content, the class relationship that grounds it. For a period, the class relationship must be managed by the working class through its party, as it has so far been managed by the capitalist class through its state. It is here that the relationship of domination between the two classes, no longer just in theory, but in practice, is actually reversed. The revolutionary process in fact sees the working class increasingly becoming what it is, a dominant class on its own terrain, which is the specifically political one, a conquering power that avenges, with the destruction of the present, an entire past, not only its own, of subordination and exploitation. This is the meaning of the hypothesis that places, at the highest point of this process, the demands on the part of capital and the rejection on the part of the workers. Which presupposes that such a political force of the working class has already grown and presents itself as organized as to constitute an independent decision-making power with respect to the whole of society, a no-man's land where the capitalist order cannot reach, but from which a new proletarian barbarism can always begin. Thus the final act of the revolution wants there to already be a workers' state within capitalist society, a power on behalf of the workers that decides the end of capital, but not a prefiguration of the future, because the future from the workers' point of view does not exist, but only a blockade of the present, the impossibility of it functioning as it is currently organized, therefore an instance of its reorganization with the sign of overthrown power. An autonomous political power of the workers is the only weapon that can prevent the capitalist economic mechanism from functioning. In this sense only, the workers' state of tomorrow is the party of today. Thus, that concept, which we wanted to attribute to Marx, of communism as a party returns, which replaces the model of construction of the future society with a practical organ of destruction of the present society, and closes in here all the revolutionary needs of the working class. Furthermore, there is now the strategic reversal which sees the workers' articulation of capital claimed by the capitalists and rejected by the workers, the most concrete step that is still possible to foresee for the workers' revolution. It is no coincidence that it remains linked, as a discovery, to the Leninist initiative of the Bolshevik October. The party takes charge here, towards the class, of the moment of tactics, for this reason the class wins. The workers' state, born on that basis, should not go beyond the tasks of the party in a capital society. But Lenin's tactics became Stalin's strategy, and in this way the Soviet experience, from the workers' point of view, failed. What remains for us is the teaching of keeping these two moments of revolutionary activity organically united in our heads, but rigorously separate in the practice of things, class strategy and party tactics. 13 Tactics equals organization. If we do not take power now, history will not forgive us. This is what Lenin wrote to the party's Central Committee in September 1917. He then invited us to rely on the turning point of the growing revolution. The party has the obligation to recognize that insurrection is on the order of the day. At this moment we cannot remain faithful to Marxism and revolution without considering insurrection as an art. A month later, in a report to the same Central Committee, he went even further. We cannot be guided by the mood of the masses, since it is unstable and cannot be precisely calculated. We must let ourselves be guided by objective analysis and evaluation of the revolution. At the basis of the action, therefore, the political analysis of the revolution. Moreover, among others, even the representatives of the Vyborg district find that the beginning must come from above. The directive to begin the final offensive, focusing on the armed insurrection, is imposed by Lenin on everyone, on the party and the Soviets, on the masses and the workers. It is a crossing point of fundamental importance. From here, from this imposition from above of the final act of the revolution, in effect given that change in the form of the workers' point of view, which recovers for itself and for its own class the aggressive sign of a now dominant power. At that moment it is demonstrated forever that the working class can impose practically anything on capital. The practical revolution of October and the strategic reversal of the theoretical point of view of the working class are therefore one and the same. Lenin's telegram of November 19, 1917 to the Presidium of the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies in Moscow, in the form of an elementary political practical indication, actually makes theoretical Marxism make a decisive leap in development. All power to the Soviets. No ratifications are needed. Dismissals and appointments on your part are the law. On this basis, the collapse of capital's institutions of power, far from presenting itself as a historical tragedy, becomes, as it must become, a comic piece, behind which we can glimpse the mocking collective laughter of a working-class audience. It is the night between 56, 18 to 19, January 1918, the Constituent Assembly rejected the Bolshevik Declaration of the Rights of the Oppressed and Exploited People. A sailor named Zalesnyakov enters and announces to President Chernov that he has had the order, it seems directly from Lenin, to close the session, because the guard is tired. See the episode in Car, The Bolshevik Revolution 1917 to 1923, Turin 1964, p. 119. It is therefore not enough to say, with Lenin the workers' point of view is completed. No, with Lenin the workers' point of view was reversed. In the sense in which tactics always overturn strategy, to apply it. In the sense in which the party must at a certain point impose on the class what the class itself is. Lenin and the laws of tactics are one and the same. And that is, the laws of movement of the working class instead of the law, as it still was in Marx. In fact, the law is pure strategy. And not because Marx was looking for the law of movement of capital. In fact, we have demonstrated that this was always discovered, in fact, as a workers' articulation of capitalist society. The laws in the plural only mark the conquest for themselves, by the workers, of the world of tactics, the achieved willingness to politically defeat the capitalists on the terrain of practice. Lenin thus materially practiced that reversal of the relationship between the working class and capital which in Marx was only a discovery of method, the scientific, biased foundation of a worker's point of view on capital. After Lenin, the working class can impose practically anything on capital. On only one formidable condition, if armed from the outside with the intervention of tactics, with the direction of the party. Without Lenin, no one would have been able to understand that this was the moment, the day, the hours to unleash the final offensive and take power. The class alone never achieves this, and the party gets there, only when there is Lenin in the party. What is this? A sudden recovery of pure subjectivism after so many mass analyses of the working class? No. Everything we have said so far has tended to constantly keep these two moments together. There is no revolutionary process without revolutionary will. When there is, it is precisely those steps that we said cannot be called revolution, because they are the capitalists' walks around the government of their interests. Gramsci was wrong when he spoke of a revolution against capital. He thus delivered Marx into the reformist hands of the Second International. Capital was not the book of the bourgeois in Russia. It was the book of the Bolsheviks. It was the book of the young Lenin, who had started from there. But Gramsci was right when he saw in our Marx the very person of Lenin. In fact, his praise of voluntarism was addressed to them in May 1918. Will, Marxistically, means awareness of the end, which in turn means exact notion of one's power and the means to express it in action. It therefore means first of all distinction, identification of the class, political life independent of that of the other class, compact and disciplined organization for its own specific ends, without deviations and hesitations. The Leninist overthrow of practice, in this way, collapses both the political power of capital and the tradition of official Marxism. The new strategic thesis, first the working class then capital, is imposed by the facts. A problem of considerable importance arises at this point. On the basis of the Soviet experience, shouldn't the Leninist practical verification be said to have failed? And doesn't this imply the practical non-truth of the reversal thesis regarding the relationship between the working class and capital? Let's go back to saying that research on these problems is still far behind. A mass of concrete investigations will first have to pave the way for a definitive solution. This does not mean that temporary rules of theoretical conduct can be adopted in the meantime. All of which revolve around an immediate political necessity, that of not involving the revolutionary moment of October itself in the Soviet collapse of the first workers' power. On the contrary, we must exasperate to the historical limits of the possible the great political contradiction between the Leninist revolution and the construction of socialism, between the revolutionary political process and the economic management of society. On this terrain, Lenin's strategy was not, as usual, fully expressed. Lenin always and only expresses himself in tactical moves. It is by connecting all his political changes to one another in their perfect continuity that it becomes possible to reconstruct the formidable long-term vision that guided him. It is clear that when he goes back with the NEP, when he restarts the economic mechanism through capitalism, he conceives everything as a temporary tactical retreat, which had to be violently dealt with immediately afterwards. Yet there must have been something more at the heart of his program, the idea of a capitalist management of the economic machine under the conscious political guidance of the workers' state. And all this for a large historical period, without the mystifications of realized socialism, that is, without the workers' constraint on the management of capital. Here too it was a question of reversing the path of time, with the strength of the conquered power, bending economic development to serve as a crude instrument for the needs of political growth of the working class. The workers' state, with its party content, had first of all to directly manage this growth, and only secondarily to ensure that the general social interest was always de facto subordinated to it. The resumption of the revolution thus remained on the agenda. A chain of revolutionary leaps, with the active intervention of the working masses, would have continuously corrected the many inevitable deviations from the line. At a point of high political development, the breakdown of the state machine would once again have become necessary. It would have become a revolutionary task to break the party machine itself, hence the final recovery of a directly workers, associated, mass management of the entire new society. The workers of the whole world would have assembled their heads and defended from the outside not the country of socialism, but an ongoing revolutionary process, which did not ask them to sacrifice their struggles, but to relaunch them at every step, at every leap, and that in doing so he effectively unified, concentrated, and guided the international development of the class struggle. The revolution in Europe, far from abandoned, would have been proposed again at every higher stage of the revolutionary process in Russia. It is not important to know to what extent this strategic plan was in Lenin's head, in its entirety. One can easily say that with it we are already beyond Lenin, and rightly so. The development of Leninism is the immediate program of workers' science. But when looking for a practical Leninist verification of the strategic overturning of the relationship between the working class and capital, it is necessary to correctly find it on the terrain of tactics. Thus at the moment of Brest-Litovsk, when Lenin alone imposed peace to save the revolution, the new strategy did not collapse, it passed in the only way in which it could pass at that moment, tactically reversed into its opposite and in this way concretely applied. It is a difficult art, which we will need to practice extensively in the coming years, until we become virtuous interpreters. Tactics and strategy must unify in our brain, while in things, among facts, we must take care to always keep them divided and, if necessary, contradictory. Not having taken this into account is the historical error of all left-wing positions in the workers' movement. This mistake is not forgivable. Because it is the intellectual illusion of a scientific policy, the shortest path to practical defeat for the working class. We must contrast this with the opposite principle: what is theoretically right can be politically wrong. Theory is understanding and prediction, that is, knowledge, albeit unilateral, of the objective tendency of the process. Politics is the desire to overthrow it, therefore a global rejection of objectivity, a subjective action so that it does not pass and does not win. Theory is anticipation. Politics is intervention. And having to intervene not on what has been anticipated, but on what precedes it, here is the need for tactical turning points. In this sense, theory and politics always contradict each other. Their identity and non-contradiction is precisely opportunism, reformism, passive obedience to the objective tendency, only known and possessed through science, which in turn results in an unconscious worker mediation of the capitalist point of view. Workers' science itself, if it is itself immediately conceived as class struggle, that is, if it is not separated from the moment of practice and subordinated to it, that is, if it wants to exhaust all political tasks within itself, it risks functioning only as a science, but only as a science. It is nothing other than a necessity of capital, the theoretical articulation that it needs to construct its own point of view. Hence, the practical danger that those who begin to develop working class theory glimpse with concern, the danger of giving weapons of knowledge of their own field to the class enemy, if at the same time they fail to deliver weapons of another type of struggle and organization, to the class among which he fights. The refusal to study the working class is not enough then. We need to move on to the moment of organizing the struggle, and not to verify the research hypotheses in practice, but to remove the use of these from the hands of capital, to make them material instruments of direct attack on workers. The greatest theoretician of the proletariat is once again Lenin, the Bolshevik organizer of the workers of Petersburg and all of Russia. The working class theorist and the revolutionary politician are one and the same thing. Materially they must coincide in a single person. Something fundamental therefore changes in the form of the workers' point of view when they start to look, on a theoretical level, at their own class. The working class is no longer the object of analysis, as capital still is, as an enemy object, something that is in front of us, and that we must understand and fight at the same time. Reconstructing, in a subversive way, the direct movements of the workers can only be done from within their struggle, from the point of view of their organizational needs. The discussion on labor power is made from within the working class. So whoever makes the speech is directly involved in the class struggle. A sort of uncertainty principle captures workers' science when it opens up to a social level. Looking at society from the workers' point of view is an element of disturbance not only for social science in general, but for the particular knowledge of one's own class. Together with determinism in the development of the object, the subjective claim to make the workers' point of view an exact science happily collapses at this level. Thus, that tactical moment of research that we found, for the first time, in Marx returns to the foreground, but what for him was conscious use of some results of bourgeois science, is today for us continuous ruthless criticism of all our results. And this explains why, as soon as one attempts the analysis of the working class, all this discussion about oneself, about the experiences of the past, practical and theoretical at the same time, and about the present state of the movement, in the struggle and organization. The direct discourse on the working class is therefore today first of all self-criticism of the organized workers' movement. Only by tactically passing through this self-destructive moment will the work of strategic reconstruction of the workers' point of view that must engage us in the coming years become possible. However, we cannot stop at this. The tasks of practice are equally urgent, direct, and complex. It is necessary to know how to move in here, not in the most right way for the eternal, but in the most useful way for one's class in the present moment. There are things here that we still need to learn. And first of all this, that the moment of tactics is missing, at the level of the class as such. It's an important point. Class is just strategy. And the strategy lies at that level in an entirely objective form. A strategic perspective, such as that of refusal, appears materially incorporated into the class movements of the working social mass. It can begin to live subjectively, that is, in a conscious way, that is, in a practical form, only when it reaches that moment of political organization, which we still cannot define otherwise than with the word party. It is precisely, and only, when we arrive at this organized subjectivity of strategy that the moment of tactics is triggered, that is, the concrete subversive practical application of what had been theoretically anticipated is triggered, the working class begins to function as a revolutionary process. If class is strategy, Class consciousness is precisely for us the moment of tactics, the moment of organization, the moment of the party. This is how we interpret the Leninist thesis of political consciousness, which must be brought to the workers from outside. From the outside, through the party organization, the turning points of tactics must be brought. From the outside, the tactical reversal of the strategy must be imposed on the class, when necessary. From the outside, all the practical steps of the revolution process must be reconstructed, the chain of crises on which to nail the development of capital, the leaps in the organization with which to measure the class growth of the working mass, linking all this with the thread of iron of a destructive political will. This is the task of the party. Isn't there a danger of overestimating tactics at this point? Does this not return to placing the party outside and therefore above the class? We said that theory and politics always contradict each other. Can the same thing be said for strategy and tactics, for class and party? Unfortunately, one can say. And this precisely makes the workers' revolution, like Brecht's communism, that simple thing that is so difficult to do. The degree of intensity of the contradiction changes at various moments, in individual passages. With the revolutionary process open, it is clear that the contradiction between strategy and tactics is minimal. In fact, this moment presupposes that the organizational problem has already been resolved. Class and party do not coincide here either, however, they implement a normal division of revolutionary labor among themselves, and proceed united towards the same goal. Instead, look today, when the opening of the revolutionary process is still a theoretical program, when it is still a question of finding the way to begin practicing it, the contradiction between strategy and tactics is at its maximum level of development. Theory and politics have no common ground, the class is without the party and the party is without the class. Capital has come to control and guide the entire objective functioning of its mechanism. And without the mediation of the organization, the working class is unable to subjectively make its strength function as a blockade of the system, as refusal, and as subversion. In these conditions, the moment of tactics becomes exasperated and rises to the fore. As in Lenin, when he had to impose the theme of the party on the workers and their movement together. As always, when it comes to solving first of all and as a condition of everything, the problem of organization. A lot of human balance and a powerful strength of thought will be necessary to not get carried away by the daily needs of immediate politics, and to look ahead to what theoretically must happen. However, this does not free us from the need to recognize what the problem is today and where is the point of greatest difficulty, which must be overcome immediately. We must then say with courage that the conquest of political power that Marx already put on the agenda of the class struggle still presents itself in our times in its primitive or preliminary form, as the conquest of political organization. This is the urgent task of the entire movement. It is the void of the ravine that must be jumped. Many experiences have already fallen. This one of ours will not fall. And if at a historical point the working class succeeds in this, the rest is done. For politically organized workers to say no to everything, we imagine that dismantling the capital machine must be child's play. We truly think that the revolutionary process is as straight as the Nevsky Prospect. The turns come first, they come today, when it comes to finding the right alley that must then lead us to take, at one point, the main road. To succeed, you must first of all search with skill. Thus the same theoretical research on the concepts of work, of workforce, of working class, becomes nothing more than an exercise on the path of the practical discovery of an organizational conquest. The tactic of research is reversed into research as a tactic. Inside there are almost all the political steps imposed by the practice of struggle. The worker's point of view does not prefigure the future and does not tell the story of the past, it only contributes to destroying the present. Workers' science is reduced to a means of organizing this destruction, and that's fine. 14. Fight against work. To finish, let's go back to the beginning, to the dual, divided and opposing nature of work. However, no longer labor contained in the commodity, but the working class contained in capital. The Zweischlechtige Natur of the working class consists in it being at the same time concrete labor and abstract labor, labor and labor power, use value and productive labor, at the same time capital and non-capital, therefore together capital and working class. This is where division is already opposition. And the opposition is always a struggle. But the struggle is not yet organization. Labor and labor power, in the working class, are not enough for them to be objectively divided. This is precisely how they present themselves de facto united in capital. They must be divided with a subjective action, only in this way are they a means of a power alternative. It is true that Trennung, separation, division, is the normal relationship of this society. But it is also true that holding together what is divided is precisely the strength of capital. It has made its history, it will make what remains of its future. To keep the working class within itself and against itself, and on this basis to impose on society the laws of its own development, this is the life of capital, and there is no other life for it except this. The point must therefore be found where it becomes possible to prevent unity, where it becomes practicable to block the mechanism of synthesis, forcibly separating the extremes, up to the limit of rupture and beyond. This point is within the working class, as the working class is within capital. It is precisely the separation of the working class from itself, from work, and therefore from capital. It is the separation of political force from the economic category. And division and separation is little, struggle, opposition, contrast are necessary. To fight against capital, the working class must fight against itself as capital. It is the point of greatest contradiction, not for the workers, but for the capitalists. It is enough to exasperate this point, it is enough to organize this contradiction, and the capitalist system no longer works, and the plan of capital begins to walk backwards, not as social development, but as a revolutionary process. Workers struggle against work, struggle of the worker against himself as a worker, refusal of the workforce to become work, refusal of the working mass to use the workforce, these are the terms in which it is strategically proposed at this point, after the tactics of research, the initial division contrast that Marxian analysis had first discovered in the nature of work. The Doppel character of work represented in commodities is thus discovered as the dual nature of the working class, dual and at the same time divided, divided and at the same time opposed, opposed and at the same time in struggle with itself. We must realize that all the great organizational problems, and the solution of these in a rediscovered organic relationship between class and party, base their immense political complexity on this critical relationship within the working class itself, which deepens all the more as an unsolved problem the more the working class grows as a dominant force. It is on this that the sharp weapons of theory must be aimed from now on, as well as the crude material weapons of daily practice. After all, here too, there isn't much to invent. The modern forms of workers' struggle, in highly capitalist countries, all carry as a rich content of their spontaneity the slogan of the struggle against work, as the only means of attacking capital. Again, the party presents itself as the organization of what already exists in the class, but which the class alone is unable to organize. No worker today is willing to recognize the resistance of labor outside of capital. Work equals exploitation, this is the logical assumption and at the same time the historical result of capitalist civilization. There is no turning back from here. The worker does not know what to do with the worker's dignity. And the producer's pride is left entirely to the owner. And only the owner remain to praise the work. In the workers' movement unfortunately still yes, but in the working class no, there is no longer room for ideology. The working class today only has to look at itself to understand capital. It only has to fight itself to destroy capital. It must recognize itself as a political power. It must deny itself as a productive force. Look at the moment of the struggle, for the worker there the producer is confused with the class enemy. Work in front of the working class, and against it, as an enemy, is therefore the starting point no longer only for antagonism, but for its organization. If the worker's alienation has a meaning, it is that of a great revolutionary fact. Organization of alienation, this is the obligatory step that must be imposed from the top of the party on workers' spontaneity. The goal is again refusal, at a higher level, active and collective refusal, mass, organized and planned political refusal. The immediate task of the workers' organization is now called, overcoming passivity. It is possible to complete it on only one condition, recognizing passivity as an elementary spontaneous form of worker refusal. Mass passivity always follows either a political defeat of the workers to be attributed to the official organizations, or a leap in capitalist development in the appropriation of social productive forces. Everyone knows that these two objective premises of workers' passivity have grown together in recent decades and together have increasingly become the absolute despotic power of capital. While this was conquering the whole of society at an international level and was itself socializing, the idea of having the workers' movement take on a political figure as manager of the national social interest risked historic suicide. It interrupted a revolutionary process that had seen its subsequent stages in June 48, in 71, in 17. Since then the annals of the revolution have bore the title of workers' defeat. What intervened at that point to block the path? What prevented the process from precipitating? The more you look inside, the more you discover the powerful barrier of passivity guarding all future possibilities of revolutionary recovery. In reality, the massive workers' renunciation of feeling like an active part of capital society is already taking themselves out of the game, against social interests. Thus what appears to be the integration of the workers into the system actually presents itself not as a renunciation of fighting capital, but as a renunciation of developing it and stabilizing it beyond certain political limits, beyond certain security boundaries from which to start for the next aggressive exits. If the workers were looking for a single answer for capitalist production and for the official workers' movement, it could only be this, a specific form of all-worker self-organization based on the spontaneity of passivity, organization without organization, which meant workers' organization without institutionalization bourgeois, one of those miracles of organization that are only possible from the workers' point of view, like the bourgeois state without the bourgeoisie that Lenin spoke of, no longer an intermediate form of the workers' state, but a preliminary form of the workers' party. This is to say that if the new great arches of the party must be thrown today into a fearful political void of practical experiences and technical research, this does not mean that on the decisive and direct terrain of the working class colossal pillars, planted deep inside, indicate the point where the jump begins and the point where it must land. Passive non-collaboration in the development of capital and active political rejection of its power are precisely the two extremes of this leap. The opening of the revolutionary process is entirely placed beyond. And on this side live all the present problems of organizing for the revolution. Tactics of the organization therefore to arrive at the strategy of refusal. It is here in the middle that the only subversive weapon capable of reducing him to a subaltern force must be continually aimed against the class enemy, the threat of removing workers' mediation from the social relationship of capitalist production. No longer bring the needs of capital even in the form of workers' demands, force the capitalist class to directly present its objective needs and then subjectively reject them, force the bosses to ask, so that the workers, in an active way, that is, in organized ways, can say no. Overcoming workers' passivity is possible today only in this way, overturning the current form of its spontaneity, maintaining its current political content of denial and revolt. The workers' first no to the capitalists' first demands will then explode as a declaration of total war, the historic invitation to decisive struggle, the modern form that the old revolutionary slogan will take, proletarians of all countries unite. All this will not be without maximum violence. We have seen. In all the upheavals of the past the type of activity has never been touched. It was always and only a question of a different distribution of this activity, a new distribution of work to other people. Only the communist revolution, as Marx said, or simply only the revolution, as we can begin to say today, and that is only the factual minimum program of the working class, turns for the first time against the entire mode of activity that has existed until now. In this, it suppresses work. And just like that, it abolishes class domination. Workers' suppression of work and violent destruction of capital are therefore one and the same. And work as the first need of life. Perhaps it is better to transport it from the future perspective of communism to the present history of capitalism, and make it fall from the workers' hands and hand it over to the bosses. In this way, with regard to Marx, won't the workers' point of view lead to parricide? It's a question that can't yet be answered. The continuation of the research presented here will be decisive for the solution of this, as well as all the other problems raised by this. Nothing has already been proven. Again, everything still remains to be done. To do this, we will need to keep our eye on the darkest point of the whole process for a long time, until we have come to clearly see what happened within the working class after Marx. Postscript of problems. The Progressive Era. The working class after Marx. There are two ways of approaching the historical side of the story. The first is a chronological trend that comes step by step to reconstruct the great cycles of the workers' struggle after the 70s of the last century, with behind it the entire tale of the facts that make history, the history of work in industry, the history of industry in capital, the history of capital in politics and in the events of the political class, and together the great theorizations, what was once called the history of thought, the first sociology, the last form of system. Assumed by the economy, the birth of a new scientific discipline, that theory of technological fact, as a science of work, the enemy of the worker. The periodization of traditional historiography says, from 70 to 14. If we want to be generous, and do not always want to upset the mental habits of the average intellectual, we could also agree to close a first large block of facts within this era of their history. And from there advance towards us, towards the new workers' struggles, which are the real political story, still in its infancy, of our side. And there is another way, moving through large historical nodes, stopping at macroscopic complexes of facts, which have not yet been touched by the critical knowledge of workers' thought and therefore remain far from a class understanding that would lead them to the political use of their consequences. These nodes, when they are important, isolate a fundamental aspect of capitalist society, giving us, so to speak, a vertical cross-section that follows a single line, from a base of struggles to a summit of responses, now political institutional, now scientific, time of organization. When, like a rare fruit in a sea of favorable circumstances, a node isolates itself and horizontally dissects all these lines that rise upwards from below, then we find ourselves in the presence of a model of history, a privileged period for the research, a promised land of facts, thoughts, actions, which we must worry about exploring. The fruit of practical experiences that can be obtained from it is incomparable to any passive chronological account of indifferently past events. The alternative is between narrative with built-in interpretation, which is the old claim of historical objectivism, and its opposite, interpretation with built-in narrative, which is the new course of working-class political research. The choice is between history and politics, two legitimate horizons, each however for a different class. There is a danger to be run and at the same time an adventure of thought to be celebrated, putting together and looking at all at once different things that specialists have convinced us to always see separately. It is a temptation that the neo-synthetic thought apparatus of the worker's point of view can hardly escape. It is incredible, for example, how the same history of work and the history of struggles have had and continue to have different scholars. Incredible how economic theory is separated from political thought as if they were truly two doctrines, two chairs, two academic disciplines. Incredible how industrial sociology, the only sociology worth taking into consideration, is ultimately reduced to a factory microanalysis once separated from the macroscopic problems of socialization implemented by capitalist industry. The difficult thing is not to combine Haymarket Square with the Knights of Labor, the Homestead Cannon in Pennsylvania, 1892, and the strike in the company town of Pullman, 1894, with the fresh birth of the AFL, Lawrence in Massachusetts, 1912, and Paterson, New Jersey, 1914, with the Wobblies' cry, "The Union makes us strong." Struggles and organization are so similar that even the blind can see them united. But put all this into the progressive era to make it a reason for its interpretation and they will look at you without being able to see. It is Richard Hofstadter, in The Age of Reform, who brings the American progressivism of the 1890s to 1920s closer to the somewhat eccentric pseudo-conservatism of our time. The relations between capital and labor, the conditions of the masses in the slums, the exploitation of the labor of women and children, the need to establish certain minimum decent levels of social condition, all these problems greatly worried the progressives, both for a sincere interest in the well-being of the victims of industrialization, and for the fear that the negligence of such facts could produce the disintegration of society and the final catastrophe. When Theodore Roosevelt in 1902, unlike what President Hayes had done in the railroad strikes of 1887 and President Cleveland in the Pullman affair, broke the great anthracite strike not by sending federal troops but by calling for a successful arbitration, when, in the same year, he put J. Pierpont Morgan's Northern Securities Company on trial to demonstrate to public opinion that the country was governed from Washington and not from Wall Street, then the not long history of capitalist initiative begins, not more just political progressivism for social conservation, a fact as old as human society, but a new form of relationship between political management of the social relationship and private ownership of the means of production, a new point of connection and conflict between general interest and capitalist profit between government of public affairs and production for capital. To understand how important the change was in the United States itself, one need only think of the climate of opinion in which the Pullman strike and the Homestead strike were violently ended, and compare it with the atmosphere in which union organization developed from the progressive era on. There was, of course, violence and bloodshed, but the price paid in blood and violence for building a powerful labor movement in the 20th century was, for the American working class, far less than that paid simply to keep the machines of American industry running in the period from 1865 to 1900. The progressive era, in its two phases of workers' violence and capitalist reformism, represents the first major historical not to be resolved in some way. The relationship between workers' struggles organization and capital's initiative describes here a path that is already emblematic in itself, which will subsequently rise to higher levels, thanks to higher experiences, but after long pauses, after dark parentheses that will reject and continue to reject the problem in the mists of the past. Of course, those who want to find the revolution in progress must not go looking for it in the United States. In this the American class struggles are more serious than our class struggles, because they obtain more things with less ideology. We will return to this. In the meantime, let's keep in mind Mr. Dooley's dissertations, which date back to 1906. And Mr. Dooley, Finley Peter Dunn, has been defined as one of the most sagacious commentators of that era, who understood his character very well when he said, "The noise that listen, it's not the first shots of a revolution. It's just the people of the United States pulling a rug." The Marshall-Leon era. What in the United States presents itself as a relationship between workers' struggle and the politics of capital presents itself in England, in the same period, as a relationship between the movement of struggles and the capitalist response on the level of science. The American response of capital tends to always carry out its discourse at an institutional level, on the terrain of the political initiative taken on its own by the top of the state, on the rare and precious occasions in which this top subjectively surpasses the most modern intelligence itself objectified in the system of production. England, contrary to what is thought, offers the field of a high theoretical synthesis of the capitalist point of view on the class struggle. It is not correct to forever hold back the moment of capital's maximum self-awareness in Germany, just because the philosopher Hegel was there once. If economics is the science par excellence of the relationship of production, exchange, and consumption of goods as capital, and therefore of work and therefore of workers' struggles as development of capital, then as the highest place of elaboration of this science there is only English economic thought. When Marshall said, "Everything is found in Smith," he forced those who came after him to say, "Everything is found in Marshall." His great work, Schumpeter wrote, is the classical achievement of the period, that is to say the work that embodies more perfectly than any other the classical situation that arose around 1900. Now the classic of that situation must not be sought only in the general sense of a discovery, like that theory of partial equilibria, which is his and at the same time the English capitalism of his time, nor should it be sought in single moments, in separate parts of the research, which then altogether create a new system of thinking in economic terms, the notion of elasticity of demand, the introduction of the time factor in economic analysis, short period and long period, the definition of a regime of perfect competition and at the same time the concept of the special market of a company, and all the other things that he took from others, but which seemed truly new to himself and to others, because he rearranged them in his own way, Jevons's marginal utility, Walras's general equilibrium, von Thunen's substitution principle, Cournot's demand curves, Dupuyt's consumer income. Keynes, in perhaps the most beautiful of his essays in biography, the one dedicated to Marshall, writes a sentence which certainly does not only concern the character who is the subject of the biographical discourse, but also involves its author. It was a fundamental truth firmly held in him that whoever he is endowed with a special aptitude for the subject and with a strong economic intuition, he will get more right in implicit conclusions and conjectures than in explicit explanations and statements. In other words, his intuition will be ahead of his analysis and his terminology. The classic situation of England at the end of the century is given by the way in which intuitions before analysis, concepts before words, are directly connected with the class fact, with the given, the moment, the level of the struggle of class. For us, classic is always the model of a historical condition in which the struggle is linked to politics, the struggle to theory, the struggle to organization. The English 1889 is not an isolated and sudden love at first sight, was born at least after 2 decades of individual but continuous clashes, backward but very aware, and increasingly active and unionized, involving miners and railway workers, seafarers and gas, textile and steel workers. Especially after 1980, the real wage continued to increase, the price curve fell downwards, with overall stable employment and a constantly increasing unionization process, except for the fall around 1893. You don't have to go looking the situation of the working class in England in the usual investigative report on workers' misery, such as the then famous one by Charles Booth on Life and Labour of the People of London, which followed and neither anticipated nor provoked the dockers' strike. Cole wrote, "The appeals that had made the workers rise in the 30s and 40s would not have made any impression on their successors in the second half of the century." Although in 1900 there were still many thousands of destitute people exposed to exploitation, they did not represent typical elements of the organized or organizable working class. In the big industries the workers had ceased to be the undernourished, ragged masses who could easily be excited by Fergus O'Connor or James Rayner Stephen, or any of the many messiahs who arose in the early years of the century. There were no longer mass uprisings, sudden revolts, the product of desperation and malnutrition. Strikes were orderly, prepared and foreseen, directed and organized. To obtain results, socialist propaganda itself now had to speak to reason and no longer shout at instincts. If O'Connor had been hot as hell, Sidney Webb was always cool as a cucumber. The dock workers in 89 to 89 of the 19th century asked for a wage of 6 pence an hour, payment of overtime, abolition of subcontracts and piecework, and a minimum period of employment set at 4 hours. They were led by Ben Tillett, a longshoreman in the Port of London, Tom Mann and John Burns, mechanical workers, all exponents of the new unionism, the one that fought against trade organizations, against trade unionism of specialists, against mortgage companies' aid, for a mass organization of the entire working class, for a type of struggle based on class solidarity, for a series of objectives capable of bringing the capitalist system into play. The victory of the dock workers was the victory of the new trade unionists. The 90s saw few struggles, but very advanced ones: the cotton spinners of Lancashire against the reduction in wages, the 400,000 miners against the escalator for a sort of guaranteed minimum wage, the railway workers on the timetable, the mechanics for the week of 48 hours. Among the skeptical comments of the ancient leaders, the process of organizing unskilled workers was imposed and advanced. Dockers, gas workers, miners formed unions without professional boundaries. A new era was opening in the already historic relationship between workers and work. It is not the relationship between labor and capital that marks a step forward here. Indeed, on the political level this type of relationship stagnates, and on the theoretical level it does not find the home of a new conscience that expresses it after having elaborated it. It certainly cannot be said that the good Fabians are virtuoso interpreters of the era. Here there is a problem of the internal composition of the working class to be resolved, even before a problem of a thorough attack on the capitalist system. This will almost always be the case in England. There is no need to look there for strategies for overthrowing power, nor for models of alternative political organization, nor for non-utopian developments in workers' thinking. And above all, on the capital side, there is no need to look for the global scope of the great initiative. The political moment, the level of the state, finds no margin of autonomy in setting its own conduct on the terrain of social relations. The government never goes beyond a function, as V. L. Alien would say, of conciliator and arbitrator, from the Victorian Conciliation Act of 1896 to the Prices and Incomes Act of 70 years later, which the Wilsonian team had to leave in the records of formal decisions. There is a whole history, specifically English, of the lack of capitalist labor policy, and therefore of the lack of autonomy of the political level from the immediate needs of capital, the only way that has so far led to a strategic defeat of the workers. Hence the role of dynamic support in the real management of power in the long term is assumed by the level of scientific elaboration, by the theoretical awareness of the workers' problem translated into the terms of bourgeois conceptualization. The autonomy of politics from the short period of capitalist development presents itself here as the autonomy of science, science not as technology but as theory, not as the analysis of work but as the economics of capital. We must not go looking for direct discourse on workers' struggles in the highest points of economic thought. The higher the level of elaboration, the more abstract the movement of categories, the more difficult it is to recognize the fullness of struggles that exist. It is in this thought, not because it is far from reality, but because it is close in a complex way. It does not passively reflect the class relationship, but offers it to us well seasoned, and therefore elaborated, in a dish of tasty concepts. We must learn to read the scientific language of capital beyond these concepts, behind the logic of discipline and doctrines, between one sentence and another, between one word and another of their treatises, which arrange the they know. What they say should not be taken for granted. The hieroglyph of culture must be deciphered, the jargon of science must be translated into our illustrious class vernacular. With regard to the great scientific discovery of the capitalist side, we must repeat the attitude that it takes towards reality, not to reflect what it is, but to elaborate in order to understand, and to understand what it really is. Marshall said, in his speech at Cambridge in 1885, among the negative effects of the narrowness of the work of English economists at the beginning of the century, perhaps the most deplorable was the opportunity it offered socialists to cite and apply dogmas inappropriately. Economic. Also for this reason, as he testifies in the preface to Industry and Trade, 1919, the works of the socialists repelled him almost as much as they attracted him, because they seemed to him to be devoid of contact with reality. At that moment he saw on every side wonderful developments in the capabilities of the working class and remembered how in a time now distant for more than a decade he had remained of the idea that the proposals generally gathered under the name of socialism were the object most important study that existed. These were the years, between 1885 and 1900, when workers' leaders such as Thomas Bird, Ben Tillett, Tom Mann, and others, the new Unionists, the victorious leaders of the Dockers in 1889, the year in which Marshall put an end, after 20 years of work, to that universe of knowledge which are, as Keynes said, the principles of economics. Here, as subsequently in every classic product of economic thought, everything that happens within the working class is presented as having happened within capital. Correctly, from his point of view, bourgeois science does not assign any autonomy to the worker's situation, and therefore to the worker's struggle. History is always the history of capital. The working class, as work, or as wages, as complex living machinery or as simple natural energy, as a function of the system or as a contradiction of production, always plays a subordinate role, does not enjoy its own light, reflects in its movements the movement of the cycle of capital. The exact opposite of the truth from our opposite point of view. Here every discovery of an objective social science can be translated, and must be translated, into the language of struggles. The most abstract of theoretical problems will have the most concrete of class meanings. In September 1862, after having sent the notice of a general mathematical theory of political economy to the British Association, with the first ideas on the concept of marginal utility, Jevons wrote to his brother, "I am very curious to know, in reality, what effect my theory will have on my friends and the general public. I will follow it like a gunner watches the flight of a howitzer, to see if its effects match the predictions. If the predictions are those of the Jevonsian theory of 1871, we find the effects precisely in the Marshall-Lien principles. Following this howitzer flight in the history of working class struggle during this period is precisely our problem. Unless I am mistaken, the historical not to be resolved should be right here, because right here is the classic level of the question, with regards to the relationship between struggles and science, workers' struggles, the science of capital, a relationship which will have a long history even today far from over. In the underground of that era there must be, if we have understood correctly, a strong current that brings this relationship to a first model expression. You have to dig to find. The very way in which the terms of the problem are posed there offers an indication of method which is valuable for us on this as on other objects of our research. Jevons, says Keynes, saw the pot boiling and uttered the child's cries of joy. Marshall also saw it boiling, but he set about building a device in silence.